Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 2 of What If I Was Reborn in Avatar: The Last Airbender as the Dragon Knight. Let the tale begin. Chapter 24, Those Who Attack. To allow Appa and his passengers to rest after the grueling ordeal they experienced at the North Pole, the Water Tribe members heading south to rebuild their sister tribe were nice enough to give the heroes a lift. Tom, unable to sleep that night, was resting against the railing of the ship when Aang appeared on deck. Nightmare about the Avatar state? Tom asked with confidence. Aang sighed, that is so weird sometimes. A second later, Katara joined them. Is something wrong? No, just a nightmare, Aang admitted. I was in the Avatar state. But I was outside my body watching myself. It was scary. I was scary. Katara placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. I guess it's a good thing you're strong enough to keep it from happening all the time. Could you imagine if Sokka had that power? The three of them laughed quietly at the thought of Sokka flying into the Avatar state every time the group ran out of food. Thanks, Aang smiled sincerely. Both of you. The next morning it was time for the Avatar and the Water Tribe to part ways. Before Appa took off, Master Pakku arrived with a bag on deck. From it he retrieved a small, cone-shaped vial, blue in color and covered in Water Tribe symbols. He handed the item to Katara. This amulet contains water from the Spirit Oasis, he told her. It has unique properties. Don't lose it. After the offhand comment he smiled and Master and student shared a parting hug. Thank you, Master Pakku, she said gratefully before boarding Appa. Aang, he said as he pulled a box out of the bag and handed it to the Avatar, these scrolls will help you master waterbending. Aang slid the lid open to see it filled with waterbending scrolls, but remember, they are no substitute for a real master. Both he and Aang smiled up at Katara. Next in line was Sokka. Take care, son. Sokka seemed disappointed to not get a parting gift. And Tom, Pakku extended his hand and the firebender accepted the handshake. Though they were both trying to crush the other's hand with ever firmer grips. It's been a pleasure, he said with a suppressed edge. You're a credit to you bending discipline. Likewise, Tom returned, you're a credit to your generation. With that out of the way, Pakku's lighter mood returned. Fly straight to the Earth Kingdom base to the east of here. General Fong will provide you with an escort to Omashu. There you will be safe to begin your earthbending training with King Bumi. And with that, they were off. It took almost the whole day to get to the Earth Kingdom base. Finally it was spotted over the crest of a mountain. Appa landed and the group gratefully stretched out after such a long day of flying. General Fong, a tall man with a long, well-groomed beard, arrived to greet them. Welcome, Avatar Aang. I am General Fong. And welcome to all of you great heroes. Appa, Momo, brave Sokka, mighty Katara, noble Tom. The introduction was punctuated by a flurry of fireworks and a crowd of respectfully bowing Earth Kingdom warriors and earthbenders. Not bad, not bad. Sokka smiled, enjoying the fireworks. Avatar Aang, the general said after they had made their way inside to talk, we were all amazed at the stories of how you single-handedly whipped out an entire Fire Navy fleet at the North Pole. The general stroked his beard as he considered what he had heard. I can't imagine what it feels like to wield such devastating power. It's an awesome responsibility. I try not to think about it, Aang shrugged simply. Avatar, you're ready to face the Fire Lord now, the general said plainly. What? No, I'm no. Aang still needs to master all 4 elements, Katara explained. Why? General Fong asked. With the kind of power he possesses, power enough to destroy hundreds of battleships in a matter of minutes, he could defeat the Fire Lord now. But sir, the thing is, Sokka cut in, Aang can only do those things when he's in the Avatar state. I'm well aware of the Avatar state, the general assured. Your eyes and tattoos glow, and you're able to summon unbelievable power. Without you we'd be slaughtered before we even reached their shore. But with you leading the way, as the ultimate weapon, we could cut a swath right to the heart of the Fire Nation. Aang isn't a weapon, General Fong, Tom spoke up for the first time. The general sighed, you're right. I'm sorry. I got carried away. But still, with the Avatar state, Aang could end the war in just a few days. Isn't that what we all want? Aang will learn to get control of the Avatar state over the course of his journey like every Avatar before him, Toph emphasized. Why can't that be now? The general asked. He's gone into the Avatar state before. Because he's not ready for that yet, Toph returned. The last time he tried to cut corners it didn't go well. Alright, it's decided then. I'll help you prepare yourself for the Avatar state, and then you'll face your destiny. Toph groaned. General Fong didn't hear a word he said. No, nothing's decided, Katara said strongly. Aang's pursuing his destiny his way. Well, while you take your time learning the elements, the war goes on. May I show you something? The general gestured over to a window. The group looked through it to the courtyard of the fort. One particular building seemed to be overflowing with the wounded and dying. That's the infirmary. And those soldiers are the lucky ones. They came back. The grim sight clearly had an effect on Aang. Every day the Fire Nation takes lives. You could end it now. Think about it. With that the general left, having his own matters to attend to. Aang and the others were escorted to one of the nicer rooms on the base. No matter what Aang decided, they couldn't leave tonight. There was a balcony that overlooked the courtyard. Aang looked out over the soldiers, just waiting for the next battle. The general's words were getting to him. Just as he was about to leave to talk with the general, Toph stepped out onto the balcony with him. It's a bad idea to use the Avatar state like the general wants, huh? Aang asked. Toph nodded. Fong means well. And you'll get control of it eventually. But that's a long way off. We really should just leave in the morning. I know you're right, Aang sighed, but I still wish there was a way to just end it now. I don't suppose you could teach me how to use the Avatar state the right way? It's magic, the writers didn't have to explain it. But for right now, you can only go into the Avatar state in a life or death situation. You're absolutely right, General Fong said as he appeared on the balcony with them. The two turned to the staircase he was approaching from. If we could put you in a situation where you had to go into the Avatar state. I'd like to avoid that if we can, but there's a nearby harbor that's being used by the Fire Navy. It's a rather large force. They may be enough to trigger the Avatar state. Toph turned to the general. Absolutely not. I'm not going to stand by and let you volunteer Aang for a suicide mission. No, of course not. I wouldn't force Aang, but it may be the quickest way to the desired result. The thing is, Aang started, though the doubt in his tone was obvious, I don't think it's a good idea to try to force the Avatar state. I think that we should head for Omashu tomorrow. Are you sure about that? The general asked. The wounded soldiers were attacked by the garrison at that port. Toph stepped between Aang and the general. I know you mean well. But I know what you're trying to do. If you really need that base gone, I'll do it. At first the general was dubious about the idea, but he slowly began to warm to the idea. A firebender wouldn't stand out too much on a Fire Navy ship. He thought out loud. All right, we know that at least a few of the ships in the harbor are transporting blasting jelly. If you can create a big enough distraction on one of the ships, my troops might just be able to take the port. While you do that, we can try a few harmless methods to call out the Avatar state. Once you return, we'll see where we stand. That didn't exactly forbid Fong from attacking Aang after Toph got back, but he knew Aang would go after the port on his own if left to his own devices after seeing the base infirmary. It couldn't hurt, right? Aang asked. It wasn't a rhetorical question even if it sounded like one, he was really asking. All right. I guess there's no harm in that. Excellent. I'll see you tomorrow. With that the general departed. It took all morning to get from the Earth Kingdom base to the Fire Navy port. Toph actually managed to keep himself awake the whole way there. There were some cliffs overlooking the port that would make for a perfect place to launch the attack. There were several in the harbor, mostly Fire Navy transport ships. As much as Toph blending in with his firebending seemed like a good idea to the soldiers, Toph decided to sneak in. He even had a rather novel plan. "What's our signal to attack, sir?" the commander of the Earth Kingdom forces asked. Tom smiled. "Trust me, you'll know it when you see it." Tom slipped into the water a ways away from the dock. He had spotted a transport ship that was empty of all its crew. The crew had just finished loading the vessel with blasting jelly and were on shore leave. Tom swam under the hull of the ship and started melting his way through the bottom. It took him almost all the breath he had, but eventually he burst into the hold of the ship with a rush of seawater. Moving to a higher deck to find dry explosives, though in hindsight, does blasting jelly really need to be dry? He found a room with sufficient explosives and some fuses. It was a simple matter of putting the two together and lighting the wick. With an explosion imminent, Tom rushed off toward the dock. He really didn't want to be in the water with who knows how many tons of twisted steel sinking next to him. And besides, his allies were coming from inland. Unfortunately, he was stopped at the bottom of the gangplank by a handful of firebenders returning to their ship. Crap. I don't suppose me being a firebender means anything? Of course it didn't. The firebender in the lead threw a flaming punch at the intruder. Tom ducked it and swept the attacker's feet out from under him. An open hand palm strike to the falling firebender's chest sent him flying back and even warped the metal breastplate. Tom moved to deflect the attacks, but just then, the ship he had sabotaged exploded, throwing everyone in the area to the ground. The fire thrown about even set off more explosions in a chain reaction that didn't leave a single ship undamaged. At the same time, the Earth Kingdom troops flooded into the chaotic port. There wasn't even a battle, the Fire Navy just ran. "Yeah!" Tom yelled after the fleeing Fire Nation, "Remember the main, bitch!" "Ow!" He stumbled a bit as the Earth Kingdom troops began to gather around him and celebrate victory. Tom felt something trickling down the bridge of his nose. When he whipped some away with his hand, he saw that his fingers were covered red. Oh, fun! Tom was right about General Feng's careful wording. He ultimately did try to attack Aang to force him into the Avatar state. But at least Aang had Roku to teach him about it. And with no Fire Navy port breathing down their neck, the Earth Kingdom soldiers would have plenty of time to clean up General Feng's mess. Chapter 25, A Wish to Return, Part 1. A few days passed as Appa soared toward Omashu. It would have been quite a long way on foot, but they were making excellent time flying over all the mountains and other topography that they would have had to traverse. Still, the group didn't want to exhaust themselves, so they decided to take a break in a nearby river before making the final push to Omashu. While Sokka, Appa, and Momo relaxed, the other half of the group was hard at work honing their bending skills. Katara and Aang stood in the shin-high waters near the shore, the former tutoring the latter in various waterbending forms. Tom sat Indian-style near a natural stone arch by the river. He was making good on his promise to himself to take his training more seriously. His pressure barrier was merely a stepping stone to the technique Tom hoped to create, but to do that, he'd have to master the barrier perfectly if he had any hope of his idea not backfiring. To do this, he using a modified version of the leaf exercise that Zhang had taught him. He held the little, easily burnt leaf gingerly with both hands as the furious heat of his barrier swirled around it. The heat was close, any closer and it would have auto-ignited. This closeness was matched by the rest of the barrier that wrapped around his body. It took almost no effort to hold up so little of it, no wasted heat, no wasted energy. The way he was, he could have spent the whole day like that and not broken a sweat. It still wasn't perfect yet, though. It took all his focus to keep the barrier like that. A single lapse in concentration and the leaf would burst into flame. The leaf burst into flame as the sound of cheerful music approached from the nearby path. "Wonderful," Tom mumbled to himself, "we have guests." "Hey, river people," the leader of the colorful group of musicians addressed as he and his companions approached Aang and the other in the water. Tom remembered them from the show. They were 5 what amounted to hippies in traditional Chinese garb. It oddly worked for them now that Tom was paying them the slightest attention. "We're not river people," Katara corrected politely. "You're not?" Then what kind of people are you? We're just people, Aang supplied tentatively. That seemed enough for the man. Are we all, brother? By now, Sokka had the chance to get up from his relaxed position and point an accusing finger at the happy and colorfully dressed man. Who are you? I'm Chong, he said without missing a beat, and this is my wife Lily. We're nomads. Happy to go wherever the wind takes us. You guys are nomads? Aang asked enthusiastically. That's great, I'm a nomad. Hey, me too. I know. You just said that. Oh, Chong said, not really seeming to get it. Still he moved on to address Sokka. Nice underwear. Sokka quickly decided it was time to get dressed. Dude, Tom said sarcastically, can I have some of whatever it is you're smoking? Sure thing, brother. Gift of the earth and all that, right? Tom paused a beat. He didn't actually expect to get an answer, let alone yes. Tom, being the only one who didn't go into the river and therefore was the only one dressed, was left to keep their new friends company. It was tolerable. Chong and his group were constantly, insufferably happy, but they were also constantly happy. So that was something. After everyone was properly dressed, Sokka made a point of packing as quickly as possible. Aang, Katara, and even Appa spent a couple of minutes letting Chong's friends arrange their hair with flowers, or, in Aang's case, just make a flower wreath for him. Tom insisted that he rather not be touched, and instead spent the time practicing his archery with the bow he took from the Yuyan archers. He was a good shot with a bow even against moving targets, but he always had to remind himself to lead the target. That was fine when one is practice shooting, but not something acceptable in the heat of battle. With the bow slung over one shoulder, he'd toss a small piece of wood into the air. With a quick motion, Tom would flick the bow into his hand, knock an arrow and fire. He hit most of his shots, getting a round of applause for each, and on the occasions where he missed, he'd get words of encouragement. You know what, Tom decided in his head, we could do worse for temporary companions. Finally, Sokka said it was time for them to leave. Chong and his group wanted to show them some of the wonders they had seen in their travels, but Sokka had one and only one destination in mind, Omashu. Sokka's right, she admitted, we need to find King Bumi so Aang can learn earthbending somewhere safe. Well, then it sounds like you're headed to Omashu, Chong decided. Sokka facepalmed. There's an old story about a passage, right through the mountains. Is this real, or a legend? Katara asked cautiously. Oh, it's a real legend, Chong assured unhelpfully, and it's as old as earthbending itself. With that, Chong and his companions began a new song, much to Sokka's chagrin. The song was a cheery one that sounded vaguely like the beginning of Romeo and Juliet. Except there was a mountain or something. Chong stopped for a second in the middle of the song. Yeah, I forget the couple of lines, but then it goes, secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Through the mountain. Secret, 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 secret tunnel, yeah. Needless to say, Sokka was unmoved. I think we'll just stick with flying. We've dealt with the Fire Nation before. Yeah, thanks for the help, Aang said sincerely, but Appa hates going underground. And we need to do whatever makes Appa most comfortable. Yeah, I'll go for the cave, I think, Tom said knowingly. Sokka did a double take. What? Why? I'd put money on it being the better route. Oh yeah? You think going through some secret cave is faster than flying there on Appa? Sokka scoffed. What say we make a race out of it? Fine! You're on! Sokka rushed into Appa's saddle. Come on, Katara, Aang. Before he gets a head start. I don't know. Aang said, unsure. He recognized that confident grin on Tom's face. What? Don't you have faith in Appa? Sokka's goading was all the persuasion Aang needed and they were off like a shot. Are you really going to separate from your friends like that? Chong asked. Tom just smiled. Give it, 20 minutes. They'll be back. 20 minutes later, secret love cave, let's go. Chapter 26, A Wish to Return, Part 2. As the group approached the base of the mountain, along a path lined with statues, Sokka's impatience shockingly got the better of him. How far are we from the tunnel? Actually, it's not just one tunnel, Chong provided unhelpfully. The lovers didn't want anyone to find out about their love, so they built a whole labyrinth. Labyrinth? I'm sure we'll figure it out, Chong assured. That seemed enough for Sokka. Until Lily spoke up. All we need to do is trust and love. According to the curse. Curse? Hey! We're here! Finally they arrived at the cursed labyrinth. Some of the statues did seem to have a somewhat demonic bent to them, though Tom spotted Buddhist influences that he recognized as more benevolent. Still, there was something foreboding about the place. It seemed like the very mountain wanted you to turn back. Tom knew that some of the wildlife was dangerous and wondered if that was what was giving off the spirit of dread. Or perhaps the spirit of the two lovers yet lingered there and didn't want trespassers on their hallowed ground. What exactly is this curse? Sokka asked, getting right to the point. The curse says that only those who trust and love can make it through the caves. Otherwise you'll be trapped in them forever, Chong explained. And die, his wife quickly added. Oh, yeah. And die. Suddenly his mood brightened as it was wont to do. Hey! I just remembered the rest of that song. He stepped toward the mouth of the cave and dramatically strummed his instrument once, and die. Of course, that didn't fill in everything, but no one was about to bring that up. Especially not Sokka. That's it, he declared. There is no way we are going into some cursed hole. I don't think we have much of a choice, Tom said, motioning behind them at a rising pillar of smoke. Looks like we're going to have some unwelcome company. The Fire Nation, Sokka breathed, they're tracking us. The situation seemed dire. No one was rushing to venture into the purportedly cursed labyrinth, but they couldn't stand around for long with what looked like a large Fire Nation platoon on their heels. Aang was the first to speak. So all you need to do is trust and love to get through these caves? He asked Chong, who was tuning his instrument. That's correct, Master Arrowhead, he said whimsically before turning back to his tuning. That and a look at Katara was all Aang needed to hear. We can make it. Aang's confidence seemed to decide for Sokka and everyone else. Everyone into the hole! Sokka ordered. Not long after, the group could hear Fire Nation tanks arriving at the mouth of the cave. They stopped, and after a few seconds the sounds of a cave-in rang out. The light provided by the sun was cut off abruptly, leaving the group in total darkness. Luckily, Chong's group happened to have torches that were bright enough to illuminate the cave as well as the sun had. They backtracked a bit to the entrance to find it completely closed off by rubble. As bad as the situation seemed, it didn't really change the plan. They intended to go through the cave, and the entrance being blocked was scary, but acceptable. That didn't stop the semi-claustrophobic Appa from trying to dig his way out. It's okay, Appa, Katara assured, we'll be fine. I hope. We will be fine, Sokka was next to assure. All we need is a plan. Chong, how long do those torches last? About 2 hours. And we have 5 touches, Lily said happily, holding the items in question. So that's... She struck the 4 unlit torches at once, 10 hours. Sokka quickly snatched the torches and stamped them out on the ground. It doesn't work like that if they're all lit at the same time, he grumbled as the last one went out. Oh, right. I'm going to make a map to keep track of exactly where we've been, Sokka said, retrieving parchment and a brush from the supplies on Appa's saddle. That way we can solve it like a maze and get out of here. Maybe you should let me draw the map, Sokka, Tom suggested. Your art skills aren't exactly world-class. My art skills are just fine. Sokka shot back as the group started down what was so far their only option. And besides, I know a few tricks for getting out of mazes. Just trust me. Maybe there's a specific trick for getting us out of here? Tom questioned. Perhaps love being the way out is some kind of riddle? Well, by the time you figure out your love riddle, we'll already be out, so... Sokka paused as they reached their first branching path. Just let me concentrate. Tom knew he was right, but what the hell? He decided to let Sokka have his fun. They get out eventually. After some aimless wandering and the expenditure of one torch, Katara decided to hazard breaking Sokka's concentration and point out a problem. Sokka, this is the 10th dead end you've led us to. This doesn't make sense, we already came through here. Sokka grumbled. Indeed, Tom noticed that one wall looked exactly like the entrance. But somehow the path they had taken was gone, leading to others. Tom was the only one who knew why. There's only one explanation. The tunnels are changing. As much as Tom didn't like sharing his precognition lest he be asked how he came to that conclusion, he spoke up. Is it possible that badger moles in the area are altering the caves around us? I've heard of them, one of the hippie dancers spoke up. They're these big, earthbending, toothy things that live underground. Sokka thought briefly on it. It is possible that they could change the tunnels if they can earthbend. A rumbling in the background seemed to confirm this. The tunnels, they're a-changing. I knew we shouldn't have come down here. Chong said in a surprisingly mellow panic. Sokka was unamused by his antics. But before the conversation could go any further, the sound of something approaching caught everyone's attention. Out of the darkness rushed a brown dog-like creature with a stubbed nose and wing-like forearms. It's a giant flying thing with teeth. No, it's a wolf bat. The beast rushed toward the group, intent to make a meal out of someone, but Sokka rushed toward it with the lit torch. He tried to drive it away with the flame, but the wolf bat knocked it from his hand and into Appa's leg. The giant sky bison went into a frenzy at the sudden heat assaulting his leg and ended up smashing into the walls nearby, causing another cave-in. Aang used his airbending to push most of the group out of the way. The debris started to fill in and cut off the branching paths of the cave. Tom had to jump out of the way on his own toward a small path off to the side. The falling rocks seemed to follow him, and as the light of the torch faded, the rocks closed in around him. Tom wasn't sure how long he was out. A minute? An hour? It didn't really matter. What did matter was he was trapped in a small pocket made by some rather large boulders. They had sheltered him from most of the rocks, though he did feel like he'd been tenderized after the cave-in. Tom couldn't see a thing, but he could sense his only way out was filled with rubble. Well, it was now or never. At least he wasn't testing his new technique out in combat. If someone had been watching the rubble from the other side, they'd see it glow red for a moment before blasting out with a roaring flame. Tom reached his hand out from the natural tomb, his body still wrapped head to toe in flames. The only reason he wasn't burned to death by his own flames was the thin cushion provided by his pressure barrier. But even with all the work he had put into it, the flames didn't take long to burn through his strength. Tom tried to pull himself out of the hole, but he was stopped by something painfully gripping his ankle. He gasped in pain when he tried to pull it free. It was trapped by some rather large rocks. Oh, damn it. Okay. Dragon burst one more time. 1, 2, 3. His body ignited again, illuminating the black cave. The heat, the pressure, and the force of the flames moved the rocks just enough for Tom to blast free. This caused the little nook that saved him to collapse, but that was no longer his concern. The force that broke him free from the rocks had propelled him hard into the ceiling. He dropped immediately onto the hard ground with a thud. Tom gripped his left leg. His ankle was screaming and he could feel a little trickle of blood running from it. It wasn't anything life-threatening, or even sprained, but that and the exhaustion of using Dragon Burst for the first time was almost too much for him. He got up all the same and lit a candle-sized flame, all he could manage, and started down the narrow path. No way. I am not going to buy it down here. Go ahead, life. Kick me again. Put as many mountains between me and the end of this bullshit as you want. I'll still get home. I won't quit until I do. He almost tripped over the uneven path as his flame started to flicker with his vision. But the closer he got to rest, the clearer the visage of a certain girl came into view. Then another, younger one. Then an older woman. Then a few more people, and a house, and a life, and everything worth fighting for. Tom snapped out of his daze and continued. Just keep going. Eventually exhaustion claimed his flame and he was left in the dark. It didn't claim his will, however, and after a second the path started to glow a comforting green. In his exhaustion he had forgotten the luminescent crystals that lined the path out of the cave. Though, it was complete luck that he happened to be there when his flame went out. Or who knows? Maybe love did lead the way? Apparently he wasn't too far from the exit, thank goodness. He had to shield his eyes from the light as he limped out of the cave. Katara gasped at the sight of him as he hobbled over. Oh my goodness, Tom! Are you alright? Tom smiled as much as he could. Yeah. I'll be fine as soon as I regain consciousness. Before anyone registered what he had said, Tom had already begun his dirt nap. Chapter 27, A Wish to Restore. Tom groaned and rolled over. His ankle stung like a mountain fell on it, go figure, but at least he didn't feel like he was about to expire. He sat up to see Aang, Katara, and Sokka staring out at Omashu at the top of the nearby hill. It was clear that they didn't like what they saw. Tom already knew the sad sight he was about to see when he hobbled up to them. Tom, Katara said happily, you're awake. For better or worse, Tom complained. He limped up to the crest of the hill to see Omashu. The city had been horribly defaced. Fire Nation flags covered every Earth Kingdom insignia that couldn't be removed, and many construction projects littered the city. The stone metropolis was quickly becoming a metal one. A giant metal statue of the Fire Lord remained mostly hidden behind scaffolding and thick black pillars of smoke wafted up from several houses. I can't believe it, Aang lamented. I know the war has spread far, but Omashu always seemed untouchable. Until now it was, Sokka said, trying to sound as comforting as he could. Though that was hard with what he had to say. Now Ba Sing Se is the only Earth Kingdom stronghold left. This is horrible. But we have to move on, Katara said, placing a kind hand on Aang's shoulder. Aang stepped forward with a look of unshakable determination on his face. No. I'm going in to find Bumi. Aang, stop. We don't even know if Bumi's still. Aang cut off Sokka in his hesitation. What? If he's still what? Around. Bumi would have no reason to leave the city, Tom noted. And it's unlikely the Fire Nation would just kill him. They're more inclined toward breaking spirits than wholesale slaughter. So do you think he might still be in the city somewhere? Katara asked hopefully. Tom nodded, probably in some kind of cell, but yeah. There's a distinct possibility. But we have to weigh the risks, Sokka reminded them. There's no guarantee we'll find him even if he is there. And if we get captured, it's all over. It's worth it, Aang said strongly. No matter what, I'm going to find my friend. The four loaded themselves onto Appa and Aang guided the sky bison not towards the city, but to a cliff below it. On a ledge below the city, they found a large metal pipe covered with a grate. A secret passage? Sokka asked, why didn't we just use this last time? Once Aang pried the grate free with his staff, a thick, sickly green liquid that had no business being stopped by a grate, burst forth. The smell was enough to keel over the faint of heart. Does that answer your question? Aang returned before braving the flood of sludge. Katara stopped Tom before he could climb in the sewer pipe after Aang. Wait, she said to him, maybe you should stay here with Appa. I was able to heal most of your injuries, but you're still hurt. I'm not a cripple, Tom grumbled. I can still walk just fine, just with a little limp. Katara didn't seem as sure as he was, but she nodded all the same. The rest of the group climbed into the sewer drain with about as much enthusiasm as one can have when climbing into a sewer drain. Aang's airbending and Katara's waterbending kept them clean as Aang led the group up toward the city. Tom's pressure barrier was harder to keep up than it should have been, but it still kept him dry and away from anything nasty in the water. Sokka wasn't as lucky given his skill set. Aang found the first manhole cover he could and used his airbending to push it open. After a quick look around to make sure the coast was clear, he, Katara, and Tom climbed gratefully out of the sewer. "That wasn't as bad as I thought," the waterbender said as she checked her clothes for any stray filth. However, instead of Sokka bringing up the rear, a greenish blob monster climbed out of the sewer after them. Katara guessed what it really was after the shock wore off and used water from a nearby barrel to wash away the slime. Once Sokka was uncovered, Aang dried him off with some airbending. It took Sokka an extra second after his impromptu bath to realize there were several strange purple creatures attached to his face. He tried pulling them off to no avail. "They won't let go. Help!" Aang tackled his panicking friend into a wall and he calmed down. "Stop making so much noise," Aang said calmly, "it's just a purple pinnipus." Sokka didn't seem as relaxed as the little creatures sucked on his face. Aang simply scratched them lightly on the head and they let go with a squeak. Sokka was quickly relieved of his stowaways, but apparently he had already alerted the guards. Aang quickly repurposed his belt into a hat to hide his arrow. "Hey," one of the guards called to them, "what are you doing out past curfew?" Tom quickly bowed. "Forgive us, sir. We were late to get medicine for my friend here, so we snuck out." The guard looked over at Sokka, noting the spots. "Well," he decided, "I guess it's for a good cause. Just don't let it happen again." Tom bowed again. "Thank you, sir." "Geez, what's he got?" one of the firebender guards asked. "He's got pinnapox, sir," Katara said quickly. One of the guards reached out a hand to touch Sokka, but Katara stopped him. "It's highly contagious." Sokka, deciding to play along, put on his best sick face and started moaning, "Oh, it's so awful, I'm dying." "And deadly." The guards immediately backed up as Sokka shuffled toward them like a zombie. "Hey, I think I've heard of pinnapox. Didn't your cousin Chong die of it?" The guards ran off as Sokka started to cough at them to wash their hands and burn their clothes. Aang smiled at one of the little creatures he still had and scratched its head gratefully. "Thank you, sewer friend." With that out of the way, they started their search for Bumi. They knew they would keep him away from any earth to keep him from using his bending to escape. Unfortunately, most of Omashu was being covered in metal. In their search, they noticed what looked like a noblewoman and her teenage daughter walking on a lower terrace of the city. With a rumble, 2 boulders started rolling down the steps of the city at them. Aang knocked the boulders away with a sweep of his staff before they had a chance to hit anyone. The teenage girl thanked him by firing a barrage of flechettes at him. She and some more guards gave chase. The guards were easily dealt with, but the girl was much more skilled, and seemed to have more sharp objects on her person than was necessary. That and her dark dress and makeup might have led Tom to an insensitive joke, but he knew they would be seeing more of her even after they left Omashu. As the chase progressed, they were brought underground with a trapdoor. Suddenly they didn't have a blade-wielding crazy girl and were surrounded by a small army of earthbenders. Apparently they had been saved by the Omashu resistance movement. They heard about what had happened to Omashu since the invasion and how the people have been fighting back. The mood turned spiteful when the topic changed to King Bumi. The day of the invasion I asked him what to do. He looked me in the eye and said, "I'm going to do nothing. It doesn't matter now. Fighting the Fire Nation is the only path to freedom. And freedom is worth dying for." Personally, Tom cut in, "I think freedom is worth living for." "You don't understand." "I do," Tom assured. "It's hard to sacrifice yourself for what you believe in. But it's even harder to persevere and make the impossible choices you need to truly succeed. Being a martyr here won't do anything but cause more pointless death." "He's right," Aang agreed. "It would be better to leave Omashu. You're directing all your energy toward fighting the Fire Nation. But you're outnumbered, you can't win. Now is the time to retreat and live to fight another day." The resistance commander was readying another rebuke, but he quickly saw the citizens and even his own men were siding with the Avatar. "Fine," he said begrudgingly, "but there's thousands of citizens that need to leave. How are we going to get them all out?" "Suckers!" Everyone tuned at Sokka's strange declaration. He smiled. "You're all about to come down with a nasty case of pinnapox." After the extraordinarily unpleasant experience of getting the marks from the purple pentapus, Tom shuffled out of the city with the rest of the zombie horde. His limp even turned out to be helpful in creating a convincing performance. Though, most of the time Tom was more inclined to avoid becoming part of a zombie horde, but you work with what you've got. For as well as the plan worked, they somehow managed to collect the Fire Nation's governor. The governor sent them a letter that night offering a trade. His son for King Bumi. The next morning, Aang and the others prepared for the trade and boarded Appa. The location was under the incomplete statue of the Fire Lord. Instead of the governor arriving, 3 girls, including the one that had attacked them 2 nights ago, arrived. Other than the goth, there was a much more bubbly-looking girl in a circus outfit and one in light armor that bore a resemblance to Zuko. Bumi was in a coffin-shaped metal box with a window for his face. It was lowered behind the 3 girls. In spite of his condition, Bumi seemed in high spirits. Before the trade could begin, the girl in armor spoke to the goth girl. They were too far away to hear what they were saying, but once the brief conversation, the goth snapped her fingers, the deal's off. With that, Bumi started to ascend. Aang rushed to help him, but the girl in armor loosed blue flames at him. If the airbending Aang used to avoid her attack didn't give him away as the avatar, his head covering falling off did. The armored girl rushed to one of the lifts to get up the scaffolding quickly to catch her target, but she stopped when she saw Tom in her way. "Princess Azula, I presume. I must admit, you are lovely in person." Azula smiled. "I see my reputation precedes me. And you're that firebending knight that's been getting in the Fire Nation's way." Tom nodded with a similar, knowing smile. "It is a pity talent like yours is fighting for the wrong side. But nobody gets in my way." Azula launched a quick barrage of small, but precise fireballs at Tom. They were easy enough for Tom to block. But once he knocked the last one out of the way, Azula was already on him and halfway through a powerful flaming kick. Tom blocked it, but his left leg almost buckled when it tried to brace the impact. Another kick from the other side was ducked, severing the line that held a heavy platform in place. The end of the rope that was cut started toward the other end of the pulley as the platform fell. Both Tom and Azula grabbed onto it and started skyward, fighting with their 3 free limbs the whole way up. Fighting Zuko to Tom was like fighting a lion. Overwhelmingly powerful and direct. Azula struck him more as a scorpion. Every part of her body was a deadly weapon, each able to kill you in a unique and horrible way. When they reached the top, they blasted through the plywood scaffolding. Azula launched an attack at Aang, who had just managed to freeze the chain holding Bumi's box to the crane and sending them down into the mail system slides. Azula moved toward one of the stone cars, but Tom blocked her path again. "You're persistent, aren't you?" she asked cheekily. "To a fault." Azula sighed, apparently. "But as fun as this has been, I have somewhere to be." Tom blocked a flurry of Azula's 2-fingered fire darts, but didn't see her leg sweep in time to dodge it. Her flaming heel crashed into his left ankle and took out his legs out from under him. Tom yelped in pain and landed on the scaffolding hard enough to crack it. When he shook the stars from his vision and carefully rolled off the broken board, Azula was already after Aang and Bumi. He tried to get up and give chase, but he fell again as soon as he tried to put weight on his left leg. He looked down at his pant leg and saw that the red stain there was growing brighter as new blood leaked from his wound. Azula's kick was hard enough to reopen the wound Katara had closed. Just a moment later, Sokka and Katara arrived with Appa and helped Tom to the saddle. The chase ended without them at the bottom end of the Omashu mail system. Unfortunately, for all of that work, Bumi revealed that he couldn't leave. He had a plan to take back Omashu and he had to wait. But he did give Aang a lead to finding his destined earthbending teacher. And Tom got a chance to fight Azula. That was worth it, even though he handily lost. He'd have another shot at her. And next time she wouldn't have an injury to exploit. Chapter 28, A Wish to Connect. A day and a half had passed since Omashu. Without any real knowledge of where Aang's destined earthbending teacher may be, the group didn't have any particular destination in mind. The only direction that they could really settle on was toward Earth Kingdom-controlled territory. The group ultimately just took a general southwesterly direction to avoid the Fire Nation conquests to the west and the barren Si Wong Desert directly to the east. Without any specific destination in mind, they just set out and looked for civilization. It was a relaxing clear afternoon as Appa sailed over an overgrown swamp in a natural valley. The four kids were just relaxing, Sokka sharpening his machete, Katara looking over one of the waterbending scrolls, and Tom reading the copy of the prince he arrived with. It was Aang's turn at the reins as the seemingly endless swamp. It took a minute for anyone to notice, but for some reason, Aang leaned Appa into a shallow descent toward the tangled life below. Sokka was the first to look up and see the clouds lifting above them. "Hey, you taking us down for a reason?" he asked Aang as Tom and Katara looked up as well. Aang didn't answer. He didn't even move, just staring blankly at the swamp below. "Aang!" Sokka called out a little more forcefully. This time it got the Airbender's attention and Aang looked up. "Why are you taking us down?" "What?" Aang looked around and saw the scenery below them getting closer. He rubbed his eyes as he fully snapped out of his trance. "I didn't even notice." "Are you noticing now? Is something wrong?" Katara asked as she and Tom joined Sokka at the front of the saddle. Aang paused as he looked down at the growth below. "I know this is going to sound weird, but I think the swamp is calling to me. I think it wants us to land there. No offense to the swamp, but I don't see much land to land on." Aang ignored Sokka's comment as he guided Appa to hover just above the high canopy. "Bumi said to learn earthbending I would have to wait and listen. Now I'm actually hearing the earth. Do you want me to ignore it?" Sokka and Katara took a peek at the swamp over the side of Appa's saddle. "Yes." Sokka supplied simply after a second. "I don't know." Katara said cautiously, "There's something ominous about that place." "What do you think, Tom?" Aang asked their quiet friend. He peeked over the side down at the terrain below. He had to admit, there was a dangerous, even forbidding aura about the place. He knew the secret of the swamp, but it still felt like it way trying to push him away. "Well, it's not like we have anything better to do." Sokka raised his eyebrow. "You sound so convinced." After looking over the side like his human companions, Momo shrunk away from the side of the swamp and Appa gave a disapproving roar in its direction. "See, even Appa and Momo don't like it here. Looks like we're outvoted, Tom." Aang shrugged as he tugged on the reins and pointed Appa toward the sky. "Bye, swamp." Almost the moment Appa started away from the swamp, a tornado whipped up and was on the sky bison's heels. Appa tried to outpace the inexplicable weather, but it kept gaining no matter how fast Appa flew. Even when Appa weaved through the air, trying to shake the tornado, it seemed to follow. It was as if the wind was hell-bent on catching the intruders. As the swirling vortex got closer, it started to draw in not just Appa, but his passengers. Aang used his airbending to form a wall around Appa that would keep everyone safe. It seemed to work for a second, but the tornado caught up with Appa and swallowed the air bubble. Aang tried to hold it, but the strain was too great. Bit by bit the tornado beat back Aang's shield. Tom grabbed onto Sokka and Katara's wrists as Appa's body started to peek out from behind the air shield. "Hold on!" Katara grabbed Aang and pulled him into the huddle as the air shield failed. The swirling air of the tornado ripped the human riders from Appa and Momo and tossed the two groups far in opposite directions. The four stayed attached to each other most of the way down, only losing their grip on each other after hitting the canopy of the trees. The four of them landed near each other, and miraculously, no one was hurt as they picked themselves out of the water and looked around. Appa and Momo were nowhere to be found. Aang hopped up to the treetops to look for them as his ground-bound companions recovered. "Sokka, you've got an elbow leech," Katara told her brother. Sokka immediately panicked. Where do you think?" Sokka found it on his elbow and immediately grabbed at it and pulled. "Why do things keep attaching to me?" "Wait, you're supposed to dash." Too late, Sokka had already yanked the thing off him and tossed it back in the water, unintentionally near Katara to her irritation. What? You're not supposed to grab leeches around their midsection, Tom explained. If you squeeze too hard you can get it to spit something bad right into your bloodstream. You sure know a lot, Tom, Katara complimented. He just shrugged it off, misspent youth. Aang dropped down from the trees and looked at the others with worry. You couldn't find them? Katara asked. No. And the tornado's gone too, Aang said, perplexed. Now that they had their heads about them, they had the chance to look around the swamp and get their bearings. After the spin drive they got from the mysterious vanishing tornado, their sense of direction was completely thrown off. And that feeling of dread that had emanated from the swamp settled back in around them. They set off in a direction that seemed right, Sokka leading with his machete. Maybe we should be a little nicer to the swamp, Aang suggested as another swath of vines fell to Sokka's blade. Aang, they're just plants. Sokka returned. Do you want me to say please and thank you as I swing my machete back and forth? Maybe you should listen to him, Katara said, looking around for the eyes she could feel on her. Something about this place feels alive. I'm sure there are plenty of things that are alive out here. And if we don't want to end up getting eaten by one, we'd better find Appa as fast as we can. That was the rest of the day in a nutshell. Sokka hacking his way through the vines to the protest of Aang and Katara. All four called out for their lost friends, but to no avail. The light of the setting sun was devoured by the tangle of the swamp all too fast. Even with a flame from Tom leading the way, the darkness of the swamp consumed their vision. Appa? Momo! There's no way they can hear us, Sokka said regrettably, and no way we can see them. We'll have to make camp for the night. Something moved in the darkness beyond their vision that made Katara jump. What was that? Nothing, her brother dismissed, just swamp gas. Look, there's nothing supernatural going on here. A beat passed and something screamed. All four kids huddled together in wide-eyed fear. Even Tom, having forgotten about the screaming bird. Even after spotting it, his heart rate remained uncomfortably high. I think we should build a fire. Sokka rushed off and started hacking branch-like roots off one of the nearby plants. Sokka, the longer we're here, the more I think you shouldn't be doing that, Aang warned. No, I asked the swamp, Sokka shrugged off. It said this was fine. Right, swamp? He grabbed a branch and shook it as he spoke in a silly voice. No problem, Sokka. And without skipping a beat, he chopped the branch off. As worrying Sokka's disregard for the local flora is, Tom started with an eye roll, we really should make a fire. It'd keep wild animals away. Sokka scoffed as he gathered the last of the wood. Not you too, Tom, he grumbled. I thought you didn't believe in all that supernatural stuff. I don't, Tom agreed. I'm not the type of person who'll cry ghost at the drop of a hat. Or just give up and say some things just can't be explained. He paused to drop a flame on the firewood, giving the giant root they were on a comforting glow. I think that every question out there has a definitive answer, but that doesn't mean there are things in the world that defy any explanation we have right now. The world can be a really weird place at times. Especially if you find yourself teleported into a cartoon. Magic is just what we call science we don't understand yet. Sokka raised an eyebrow. That sounds way too enlightened for you. That's the sort of thing I expect from Aang. I think it's a great way to look at things, Katara smiled. Sokka remained incredulous. The four settled in around the campfire. They didn't have anything to eat or much to talk about, so the fire quickly became the most interesting thing there. Tom absently rubbed his ankle with a scowl. Are you okay, Tom? Katara asked, noticing his grimace. Do you need me to heal your leg again? No, he sighed, it's just sore. Azula's got one hell of a kick. Yeah, your girlfriend sure is mean, Sokka teased. Tom just snorted at the idea. You know who those girls from Omashu were? Aang asked Tom. He nodded. They're pretty famous where I'm from. The one to watch out for is the one with the blue fire. That's Azula. She's Zuko's sister. There was a collective gasp from the others. Zuko has a sister? Sokka cried. Tom nodded again. Yeah. She's supposed to be a firebending prodigy. She live up to her rep. And she's a total sociopath. Fun. Tom chuckled. I know, right? She's going to be a real pain. Well, I'm sure we can handle whatever she throws at us, Aang smiled. Ever the optimist. It was hard to get to sleep with all the eyes of the living swamp trained on the strangers spending the night there. Eventually Sokka, then Katara, then Aang fell into the sweet embrace of sleep. Tom remained awake, tending the fire. The world seemed to hold its breath as he stared into the dancing oranges and yellows. Tom was about to drift off himself when he sensed something behind him. Not eyes, but movement. He turned just in time to avoid the mass of vines that was rushing at him like some kind of strange punch. The vines beat out the fire in a single hit and spun back toward Tom. Wake dash! The mass of vines slammed into him, throwing him off the root and into the water below. Tom tried to stand up, but the water was too deep for him to stand on the bottom with his head above water. His stumbling as he tried to tread water gave the vines enough time to wrap around him. Before they had a chance to crush him or drown him or whatever they were planning, Tom ignited into flame. With his entire body shrouded in fire, the water around him was boiled and the vines burned away. The flames propelled him into the air and he landed on a thick branch. What remained of the vines continued after him and he leaped off the tree branch, tossing a fireball after the pursuing vines. That seemed enough to scare them off. Tom looked around. Of course he couldn't see the others. They were probably on the other side of the swamp by now. Only one thing to do, start walking. By morning, he had trekked what felt like 30 swamps. Why was he doing this to himself? Why not just wait and let the illusions come to him, magical or otherwise? As if on cue, he saw something through the fog. The vision of a happy family, a little boy being led by the hand by his well-dressed parents. Their backs were turned and they disappeared into the fog of the swamp almost as soon as they appeared. Tom snorted, put his hands in his pockets, and started after them at a leisurely pace. You're a dick, Swamp. Tom walked after the family for another annoyingly long while, the people appearing just long enough to assure him he was on the right track. How far away is that darn center of the swamp tree? Whatever it's called. Too far, that's how far. By this point, Tom had lost all sense of time. It was like the swamp was distorting the world around it. Tom was just about to give up on his vision when he heard a voice. Tommy, you're going the wrong way, a girl's voice said. Tom totally lost his head. He forgot about the swamp and the crazy world he was in and everything but the voice. He whirled around, but there was no body to go with the voice. You always do that. You always walk away from the people who care about you the most. There was no body, but there was definitely a source to the voice. Tom bolted after the voice. She stopped talking, but he could still hear the occasional giggle or laugh. Finally, the voice stopped and so did Tom. He looked around as he caught his breath. Finally calming down a bit, he looked up to see the most magnificent tree he had ever laid eyes on. Oh, hi tree. A second later, a mass of people slammed into his legs, causing he and the projectile to slide down the large route Tom had stopped on. Tom glanced over at Aang, Katara, and Sokka. The projectile picked themselves up. I swear, I'm going to be a paraplegic by the time this is through. What do you guys think you're doing? Sokka demanded. I've been looking all over for you. Well, I've been wandering around looking for you, Katara returned. I was chasing some girl, Aang noted. What girl? Katara asked. I don't know. I heard laughing and I saw some girl in a fancy dress. Well, there must be a tea party and we just didn't get our invitations. Sokka decided unhelpfully. Katara paused, getting a somber look on her face. I thought I saw Mom, she finally said evenly. Sokka didn't have a quip for that. He waited a moment before continuing seriously, look, we were all just scared and hungry, and our minds were playing tricks on us. That's why we all thought we saw something out there. You saw something too? Katara asked. I thought I saw you. He paused, remembering the weakened girl back at the North Pole. But that doesn't prove anything. I've thought about her a lot since we left the North Pole. And you thought you saw Mom, someone you miss a lot. What about me? Aang asked. I didn't know the girl I saw. And all our visions all led us here. Aang looked up at the massive tree whose root they were standing on. It's the center of the swamp. It was calling us. Tom? Katara asked, turning to the firebender, did you see anyone? Yes. There was awkward beat before Katara gave Tom a disapproving look. Care to elaborate? No. Sokka groaned loudly, for the last time. There is nothing supernatural going on here. Right on cue, a massive swamp monster made of vines rose up out of the water behind them. The four scattered as the creature's massive arm came down on the root. You do this to yourself, you know, Tom commented as Sokka got grabbed by a vine arm. Oh, shut up and help me. Aang cut the arm holding Sokka off with a blade of air as Tom dashed up to it, leapt and kicked it in the chest. The fiery kick left a burn patch on the swamp monster. Unfortunately, this didn't give the monster pause as it backhanded Tom away into a tree. The burn patch was absorbed deeper into the monster as new vines were added, healing it completely. Katara knocked it back with a wave, but the monster lifted itself back up and shot a third arm out of its chest at her. She went flying as Aang tried to slice it again with another air slash. The monster absorbed it by folding its new arm across where the air hit. It swung another arm at Aang, but Tom lit it ablaze with a fire blast. The monster stumbled back, but doused the fire in the water below them and continued its attack. Katara recovered and started striking it with water blades relentlessly. The attacks slashed away at the substance of the creature faster than it could repair itself. That's when Sokka spotted it. There's someone inside. He's bending the vines. Before Katara could rip away the last of the vines, a vine arm knocked her away. Aang blasted what was left with a mighty gust. The vines fell away to reveal a middle-aged man with a grass skirt. Why did you call us here if you just wanted to kill us? Aang demanded. I didn't call you here, the man said. We were flying over and I heard something calling me, telling me to land, Aang explained. He's the Avatar, Sokka added, stuff like that happens to us a lot. The Avatar? Come with me. As it turned out, the swamp monster was an enlightened man named Hugh. And he had only attacked them because he thought Sokka was being a little too rough with the swamp with all the machetes swinging. Tom zoned out for most of the rest of the day. He really didn't need to hear about death being an illusion. Though, to the swamp's credit, it did help Aang find Appa and Momo before they were eaten by a group of locals. And the locals turned out to be quite nice on top of that. It was after dinner that Katara approached Tom. Would you mind if I asked you something, Tom? Not at all. Why didn't you tell us what you saw in the swamp? She paused and thought for a moment. Or really anything about yourself? I mean, you haven't even told us where you're from. Is it near the Fire Nation? Why can't you just point it out on a map? Do you not trust me? Don't answer my question with another question. And of course I trust you. You're my friend. I don't care if you're Zuko's long-lost brother after all we've been through. But I feel like I don't know anything about you besides what we've been through together. Some people just don't like talking about themselves, Katara. And where I'm from is complicated. Katara crossed her arms and shot him a stern look. Maybe I'll tell you about it someday. She huffed. Fine. But I'm going to hold you to that. Hopefully Tom would be gone from this world by the time that conversation would come to pass. But the more Tom thought about it, the more bitter that bittersweet that idea became. Chapter 29, A Wish for the Truth. It was a morning like any other. The lazy morning began with some shenanigans between Sokka and Momo that Tom slept through, followed by the rumbling of incoming rampaging beasts. You know you live through odd mornings when that's not enough to give you pause. For once, Tom was awoken by all the commotion, though only after the leader of the 5 intimidating-looking Fire Nation soldiers correctly announced that they had he and the others surrounded. The leader of the group was a powerful-looking man without any weapons, meaning he was probably a firebender. The next was a middle-aged man carrying a spear and the air of a veteran. The third had face paint reminiscent of the Yuan archers and carried a bow with a lighter built on it to set his missiles alight before firing. The fourth was the largest man by far and used a twin ball and chain weapon. The final wore a face-concealing mask and seemed sheathed and ready to prime explosives. And all of them were riding massive reptile-like creatures with a trifecta of threatening horns at one end and a mighty tail at the other. Needless to say, their demand for surrender went unanswered. It was easy for Aang to get past with an airbending-assisted leap. Tom tossed in the group's packs, which Aang caught in the air and threw into Appa's saddle. The archer in the group took aim at Tom after narrowly missing Sokka. Tom leaned out of the way of the flaming arrow before spinning on his heel and chucking a fireball like a curveball at the attacker. The attack hit its target, knocking the archer off the center of his mount, barely held on by the strap securing him in. Katara made a break for her waterbending scrolls and Aang for his staff as the Fire Nation cavalrymen broke ranks and started after them individually. Tom, still next to the stump they had camped around, grabbed his sword and quiver before jumping to avoid the heavy iron balls aimed at his legs. He landed on the base of the chain and waited for the twang of another shot from the archer's bow. He jumped again and let the arrow pin the chain to the ground. A burst of fire lifted Tom to Appa's saddle. Both Aang and Katara retrieved their effects and boarded Appa, and the Sky Bison gratefully took off. The Fire Nation troops were already shrinking away when Sokka realized there was something missing. "Wait! My boomerang!" "There's no time," Katara replied. "Oh, I see," Sokka grumbled, "so there's time to get your scrolls and time to get your staff, but no time for my boomerang?" "That's correct," Katara answered with a teasing smile. "Oh!" Tom had saved some of the supplies in grabbing the group's backpacks, but most of the food was left behind in the scuffle. The party stopped by a small fruit stand to restock their food supplies before moving on. Needless to say, Sokka spent the time moping about the loss of his boomerang. "I feel like I've lost part of my identity," Sokka lamented. "Imagine if you lost your arrows," he said to Aang, "or if you lost your blue coat thingy." Tom glanced at his hoodie. "I got this for $15 at Walmart. It's not exactly my most prized possession." "Whatever," Sokka scowled. "I don't know what that means, but the point is I'm having an existential crisis here." Tom shrugged. "Well, every boomerang comes back in the end, right?" "Very funny," he grumbled in return as he trudged up to the storefront. The merchant handed the basket containing their newly purchased fruit over to Sokka. "Here's your produce, ponytail guy." "I used to be boomerang guy." Ignoring Sokka's lament, Katara paid the merchant as he closed up his shack. "Hey, Water Tribe money," he noted. "I hope that's okay," Katara said with a smile. "So long as it's money." He closed the window to the shack and started down a nearby path. "Have a nice Avatar Day." "Avatar Day?" Aang asked. "You guys are going to the festival, right?" The nearby town was indeed having a festival. The party joined the party, Aang electing to wear a hat to cover his arrow. The deep-fried pastries seemed to be all Sokka needed to get out of the dumps. The entire town was out and enjoying their own unique holiday for the Avatar. Of course, the true nature of the festival was not as it seemed. "Look," Katara pointed toward Main Street. "They made a giant Kyoshi float." It was quite an impressive piece of art. Tom pitted what the town intended to do with it. "Here comes Avatar Roku," Sokka noted as the next float was wheeled toward the town square. "Having a huge festival in your honor is great," Aang admitted, "but frankly, it's just nice to be appreciated. And it's nice to appreciate their deep-fried festival food," Sokka added. As he started on the pastry, a float of Aang started past them. Katara pointed it out happily. "It's the biggest me I've ever seen." Aang smiled. As the three floats were placed in the center of town, a man with a torch appeared behind them on the path. Once he got to the back of the Kyoshi float, he smashed his way through the base, tearing a hole in the float and setting it alight. As the Kyoshi float burned and the torch was used to ignite the Roku float, the crowd started chanting, "Down with the Avatar, down with the Avatar." "We should probably stop going to festivals, huh?" Tom noted in passing. The torch was tossed into the face of the Aang float for the grand finale. That was too much for Katara. She used some of the water nearby to put out the fires, leaving all 3 floats in a poor state, but still intact at least. "That party pooper is ruining Avatar Day," someone in the crowd cried. Aang leaped onto the shoulder of his papier-mâché counterpart. "That party pooper is my friend," Aang announced, taking off his hat. The town actually did quite a good job of capturing Aang's likeness. "It's the Avatar himself. He's going to kill us with his awesome Avatar powers." "No," Aang assured, "I'm not." He would have continued, but the town panicked when he raised his hand to them. "I suggest you leave, Avatar," a man in fancy robes, the mayor said in a high voice. "You're not welcome here." "Why not?" Katara asked politely. "Aang helps people." "It's true, I'm on your side." "I find that hard to swallow," the mayor sneered, "considering what you did in your past life. It was Avatar Kyoshi that murdered our leader Chin the Great." Aang looked devastated at the very thought. "You think I murdered someone?" "Aang would never do that," Katara said immediately. "No Avatar would." "Give me a chance to clear my name," Aang implored. "The only way for you to prove your innocence is to stand trial," the mayor said snidely. "I'll gladly stand trial. You'll have to follow all of our rules. That includes paying bail." "No problem." 7 minutes later, Aang was defending himself to his friends, from the inside of a jail cell. "How was I supposed to know they wouldn't accept Water Tribe money?" "They would have found a way to deny bail no matter what," Tom sighed. It took some doing, but eventually Aang convinced Sokka to investigate the case for him. He and Katara would set out to look for evidence to prove Kyoshi, and by extension Aang, innocent. Tom decided that he would stay and keep Aang company. "I guess you already know what happened, huh?" Aang asked, to which Tom nodded. "It's too bad you can't just tell the mayor." Aang thought for a second. "I am innocent, right?" Tom paused a second for thought. "Well, technically." "What do you mean technically?" "Kyoshi never touched Chin," Tom explained. "He wasn't Chin the Great to everyone. He was better known as Chin the Conqueror. He was about to take over the entire continent and rule it with an iron fist, but Kyoshi stood between him and the peninsula where she and her people lived. Instead of fighting him, she pulled the peninsula off the mainland and created Kyoshi Island. Chin, still standing on the same spot, fell into the lava-filled chasm left behind. That's not really murder, per se." Aang looked like a pallet of bricks had been dropped on him, but it was still Kyoshi who was responsible for Chin's death. "What should I do?" "That's your choice to make," Tom shrugged. "Kyoshi did the right thing, but the town won't see it that way if you tell the truth. You could also possibly get off if you mention that Kyoshi was on Kyoshi Island when Chin died." "But that's only because she had just formed the island," Aang lamented. I can't lie. Not about this." That night, Sokka briefed Aang on his defense. The Airbender was despondent. He knew why all the evidence Sokka found pointed to Kyoshi's innocence. The Water Tribe siblings wrote it off as nerves. The next day, Aang stood before the entire town with the mayor and a single guard. Everyone loved Chin the Great because he was so great. And then the Avatar showed up and killed him. "And that's how it happened," the mayor said snidely to the whole town. Of course, he was playing the role of prosecution, judge, and jury. The accused will now present his argument. "You can do it, Aang," Sokka coached from the seats nearby. "Just remember the evidence." "Right, evidence," Aang mumbled. He took a deep breath before starting. "At the time of Chin's death, Kyoshi was on Kyoshi Island," Aang announced to the assembled town. He paused before continuing, "but that's because she had just formed the island herself. Chin the Conqueror was on the verge of taking her home, so she tore the peninsula from the mainland. Chin, unwilling to move from the new cliff face, fell to his death." The entire town sat shocked at the story. Even Sokka and Katara stared in disbelief at Aang's speech. The airbender hung his head. That's what really happened. Aang, what are you saying? Katara whispered at him. The mayor got up from his seat and started toward Aang. Are you confessing to the crime, Avatar? Aang thought about it for a second. Sort of, I guess. Avatar Kyoshi didn't kill Chin herself, but it was her actions that led to his death. And it would be wrong of me to mislead all of you after I promised to face justice. Well, good then, the mayor said. At least you finally admit that you maliciously and intentionally murdered Chin the Great. What? No, I dash. This court finds you guilty. Bring out the wheel of punishment. The crowd cheered as the guard brought out a wheel with crude drawing of archaic execution methods, as well as a man sweeping a street. I said I would face justice. So I will. Aang gave the wheel a good spin. The entire town called out their preferred methods of punishment. Of course Katara had her own preference. Community service. Please land on community service. The wheel kept on spinning until it landed on. Looks like it's boiled in oil, the guard said calmly. The crowd cheered the decision until something flew from the back of the crowd and into the temple behind them. A second later the temple exploded. The town turned around to see the Fire Nation cavalry that had attacked Aang and the others yesterday. We've come to claim this town in the name of the Fire Lord, the Firebender leader declared. Now show me your leader so I may. To punctuate the threat, the soldier with the spear sliced up the statue of Chin that adorned the courtyard, dethrone him. You! Avatar! Do something, the mayor immediately demanded. Gee, I'd love to help, but I'm supposed to be boiled in oil, Aang answered calmly. The mayor spun the wheel to the drawing of the man with the broom, there, community service. Now serve the community and get rid of those rhinos. Aang smiled and got to work right away. He dispatched the spear-wielding soldier with 2 quick air blasts and sent him off the cliff. Luckily for him there wasn't any lava down there now. The rhinos turned to the town and started destroying it. Tom took to the rooftops, discreetly sapping the heat from the fires and putting them out. Katara was taking care of the ball and chain welder and didn't see the archer take aim at her. Sokka was able to blind the archer with glare from the magnifying glass on his silly detective hat, causing his shot to miss. The archer took aim at Sokka next, but Tom drew his own bow and buried one of his arrows into the archer's shoulders. The enemy's shot went high, taking off Sokka's hat, but leaving him unharmed. The hat, now alight, happened to hit a bag of explosives strapped to the rhino of the demolitionist. The soldier got it off with less than a second to spare, causing he and his rhino to be thrown through a nearby building. One of the demolitionist's bags also came loose, spilling its contents next to Sokka, including his. Boomerang! You do always come back. With all of the other soldiers accounted for, all that was left to do was deal with the leader. By the time Tom had put out the remaining fires, Aang had already taken care of that. That night, fireworks light up the sky as a new Avatar Day was celebrated for the first time. From now on, the mayor happily announced, we'll celebrate a new Avatar Day. In honor of the day Avatar Aang saved us from the rough rhino invasion. What is this? Sokka asked, referring to the contents of the bowl in his hands. That's our new festival food, the mayor explained, unfried dough. May we eat it, and remember how the Avatar was not boiled in oil. This is by far the worst town we've ever been to, Sokka complained. Still, he popped a handful of the new festival food all the same. Politely declining after trying one, Katara turned to her friends. So Aang, how did you know what happened between Avatar Kyoshi and Chin the Conqueror? Aang stuttered for a second, but Tom was quick to supply a plausible answer. Avatar Kyoshi's spirit came to him and told him. Neat, Katara smiled. I wish I could meet my past lives like that. Aang whipped the sweat from his brow as he turned to Tom. Nice save. Kind of like the Fire Nation showing up at the last minute? Tom noted drolly. Yeah. I guess those rough rhinos weren't so bad after all. They both shared a laugh at that. Really, they'd have taken any excuse not to have to continue eating. Chapter 30, A Wish to be Heard, Part 1. After such an awful town, it was nice to wander by a town filled with sane people not pining for a centuries-old despot. The town was bright, safe, and wealthy. The wealth of the town seemed the only impetus for conflict as Sokka agonized over whether or not to buy an expensive bag. Tom honestly couldn't care less. On a more useful note, a crier on the street handed Aang an advertisement for the local earthbending school in town. With a first lesson is free coupon on the back and nothing better to do, Aang decided to try it out. Of course he and Katara were optimistic, maybe he was the earthbending teacher Aang was looking for. About a half an hour after entering, Aang trudged out. He's not the one. He sighed as he tried to shake the sand out of his ears. Just as they were ready to leave, Aang heard two of the earthbending students talking as they left the academy. I think the boulder is going to win back the belt at Earth Rumble 6. He's gotta fight his way through the best earthbenders in the world to even get a shot at the champ. Aang ran off to catch up with them, leaving Tom to sigh, and this has been plot convenience eavesdropping, ladies and gentlemen. Katara and Sokka gave him a questioning look, but decided to ignore it. Excuse me, Aang said to the two teens, but where is this earthbending tournament exactly? It's on the island of Nanioya, one of the boys said, glancing back at Aang. After a pause for effect he continued, none owe you business. The two turned away again, cackling like idiots as they turned a corner. And as much as the rudeness brought a frown to Aang's face, Sokka seemed to appreciate their humor. Katara proved much more helpful, I'll take care of this. She ran after the two boys, calling after them and disappeared around the corner. What was I thinking? Sokka complained at his new bag, I don't need a new bag. Why'd you let me buy this, Tom? His only response was to roll his eyes. Katara retuned quickly with a bright smile on her face, are you ready to find an earthbending teacher? Because we're headed to Earth Rumble 6. How'd you get them to tell you? Aang asked. Oh, a girl has her ways. In this case, her way was violence, but it's hard to complain about results. That night, Katara led the group to a cave in a nearby mountain. The cave was very regular and uniform, not surprising since it was made by earthbenders rather than nature. Inside was a massive arena with stadium seats built right into the rock around the rectangular battlefield. The battlefield itself was quite massive and raised several feet from a pit built around it. Aang led the others to some prime, but vacant seats. Hey, front row seats! I wonder why no one else is sitting here. The four sat down and soon got their answer as a giant boulder smashed the seats next to them. That was a pretty good explanation. The rock had been thrown by the host of the event, a muscular man with long hair. As an intro to the event, he was showing off a display of his own earthbending prowess. Welcome to Earth Rumble 6, the man announced in an appropriately deep voice, I am your host, Xin Fu. Katara sighed, unimpressed, this is just going to be a bunch of guys chucking rocks at each other, isn't it? That's what I paid for, Sokka returned happily. The rules here are simple, Xin Fu continued, just knock the other guy out of the ring and you win. Xin Fu used his earthbending to launch himself to a platform above the ring. A second later, a bell let out a sharp clang. Round 1. The Boulder vs. The Big, Bad Hippo. The boulder was an extremely muscular man with what appeared to be a badger mole symbol tattooed on his back. His opponent had more the figure of a sumo wrestler, fat, but still strong and solid. Listen up, Hippo, the boulder began dramatically, you may be big, but you're not bad. The boulder is going to win this, in a landslide. Hippo. Mad. The fight itself, even if it did entertain Sokka, seemed rather meaningless. Both sides were relying on brute strength alone. Any technique or skill was only used to summon rocks to throw at each other. Ultimately, the boulder was able to lift the arena under the massive hippo and throw his opponent from the ring. The crowd went wild. Ugh. This is as bad as that WWE garbage my half-brother watches. Tom complained. What's WWE? Katara asked. Male soap operas. Tom replied unhelpfully. Katara ignored his comment and turned to Aang. What do you think about the boulder, Aang? Could he be the teacher you're looking for? I don't know. The Airbender said skeptically. Bumi said I need a teacher who listens to the earth. He's just listening to his big muscles. Next match, Xian Fu declared as an overweight man in a red outfit and carrying a red flag stepped into the arena, the Boulder vs. Fire Nation man. And here's the intentionally unpopular one. Tom grumbled. Please to rise, for Fire Nation National Anthem. Okay, that was one thing I never understood, Tom said, mostly to himself, why is Fire Nation man a Russian dude? The competitor was quickly dispatched by the Boulder to riotous cheers from the crowd and especially Sokka. Woohoo! The Boulder knows how to put the hurt in the dirt. You know this is fixed, right Sokka? Tom's comment didn't even reach his friend's ears. That continued for a few more opponents. None of them really lived up to the best earthbenders in the world, but their theatrics entertained the crowd enough that only Aang, Katara, and Tom bothered to notice. The event lasted for a few hours and was winding down as Xian Fu made another announcement. Now, the moment you've all been waiting for. The Boulder versus your champion, the Blind Bandit. Unlike all the other goofy characters that had plotted across the ring, this earthbender carried an air of true power. Her skills weren't just for show. She also appeared to be not only Aang's size, but age. And judging from the dull color of her eyes, she really was blind. She can't really be blind. Katara said, it's just part of her character, right? I think she is. I think she is going down. Sokka interrupted. Tom smiled knowingly. She may not have her eyes, but there is more than one kind of sight. The Boulder feels conflicted about fighting a young blind girl. Sounds to me like you're scared, Boulder. Unlike everyone else that night, her taunts sounded real. Unscripted. Anyone paying attention could see the difference between the two like night and day. The Boulder is over his conflicted feelings and is ready to bury you in a rock-a-lancha. Whenever you're ready, the pebble. The Blind Bandit let out a confident laugh. Tom glanced over and saw the look of recognition on Aang's face. It's on, the Boulder announced. In spite of the bravado, he was visibly sweating, while the Blind Bandit simply waited calmly. The Boulder took a step forward and the Blind Bandit took a simple stance. By the Boulder's second step, a flick of the Blind Bandit's heel sent a wave of loose rock toward him. The moving gravel dragged his heel away until he was left doing the splits involuntarily. A flick of the girl's wrist and 3 pillars of stone sent the Boulder face first into the wall of the pit. Your winner, and still the champion, the Blind Bandit. How did she do that? Katara gasped. She waited, and listened. Aang said with a smile. To make things a little more interesting, I'm offering up this sack of gold pieces to anyone who can defeat the Blind Bandit. Xian Fu announced. I'll fight. Tom called right away. He made the short leap from the end of the stands to the ring and stepped toward the small, but powerful girl. I'm not an earthbender myself, but I know my way around a fight. Xian Fu raised an eyebrow, but left the ring all the same. The Blind Bandit laughed at her newest challenger. You're a real hotshot stepping into the ring without any bending. You got a slingshot or something to throw rocks at me? Or are you going to do it barehanded? Tom smiled. I'm bigger than you. I'll just throw you out of the ring. Too bad I forgot my slingshot, or I'd use that. I think you're just barely tall enough for that ride. The Blind Bandit's eye twitched, but she laughed again. This is going to be even easier than I thought. Fighting's about more than brute strength, you know. Tom smiled wider in return and fell into a fighting stance. Well, I guess it's a good thing I'm a better fighter than you. The Blind Bandit's unseeing eyes widened at that comment. Her face scrunched in anger and she fell into a stance of her own. Oh, it is so on now, buddy. Tom watched his opponent's feet. The instant they moved, he moved. He could feel the ground rumble underneath him as he rolled away from the attack the Blind Bandit had sent against him. A second after he recovered, pillars of stone converged on where his chest had been only a second ago. Too slow, Tom mocked. I thought little fighters were supposed to be fast. The Blind Bandit growled, little? Slow! I'll show you. The Blind Bandit summoned pillars of rock, boulders, and even fissures in the stage itself to try to trap Tom. By watching her, though, he was able to stay ahead of the death traps. You want fast? I'll give you fast, the young girl roared as her barrage continued. Fast is how you'll go flying out of the ring. Fast is how your head is going to come off your shoulders. Tom recovered from another roll and gave a cocky laugh. Don't lose your head. Why don't you and I set a little personal wager? What kind of wager? The Blind Bandit asked, still seething but intrigued. I confess I didn't challenge you for the pure sport of it, Tom admitted, still ready to dodge a sneak attack from his shifty opponent. My friend needs to talk to you about something. If I win, you have to hear us out. The Blind Bandit smiled devilishly. Fine, she returned, but when I win, you have to come to my next match at the arena and be one of my cheerleaders. Dress. And all. High stakes. Very well, I accept. He had barely gotten that out by the time the rocks had started flying again. Still, he was able to stay one step ahead and dive out of the way. You're still too slow to hit me though. As much as he seemed in control of the fight, Tom knew he was fighting a losing battle. He couldn't firebend here, of course, so he had to get into arm's reach to do anything aggressive. The way things stood, he could only avoid the rocks the Blind Bandit sent his way. And that would only last so long. Eventually either he'd slow down or she'd get lucky, or probably both. The problem was that she had 360 vision. There was no blind spot to exploit. Even if he could find a way to get behind her, she'd just keep throwing rocks at him. He couldn't think of anything that would get him any closer. After dodging another flying boulder, Tom was stopped dead by a massive wall of rock ahead of him. Before he had the chance to react, a pillar of rock shot out of the wall, smacking him in the chest. He rolled when he landed to get up quicker, but he hadn't even fully lifted himself up by the time another pillar rose up from below him and smacked him in the chin. Tom landed hard on his back, not getting up right away, just staring at the ceiling. How's that for fast, Big Mouth? The Blind Bandit scoffed. She has 360 vision, Tom though, but only in 2 dimensions. She can block and dodge airborne attacks, but only when the attacker is connected to the ground. She must be a master of geometry, but that has to slow down her reaction time. Tom lied there for a few seconds, staring up at the glowing crystals above him. An idea came to him and he smiled. Just as the crowd was about to accept the loss of their challenger, Tom hopped back up on his feet. Better, he said, rubbing his chin a little, but I barely even felt that. You hit like a little girl. Oops. The Blind Bandit's rage returned, and then some. You asked for it. With one motion, she called out what looked like a small mountain and sent it barreling toward Tom along the ground. Tom waited for it to get close to him and then jumped. He vaulted up the mass of rocks, kicking off it as it fell off the ring and into the pit. Tom reached for the lowest hanging crystal, but felt his forward motion stop close, but too short to even touch it. Praying no one would notice, Tom let a blast of heat loose from his palms and feet, careful not to ignite it, but strong enough to propel him just a little bit higher. He grabbed one of the crystals with an outstretched hand and pulled himself into the structure. Where did he? Tom kicked off the natural chandelier just as the Blind Bandit's attention turned upward. She started to summon a barrier of rocks around her, but Tom landed on her too fast, pinning her to the ground by her shoulders. The flying tackle was enough to knock the wind out of her long enough for Tom to get back up. He picked her up by the arm and swung her toward the edge of the ring. The Blind Bandit landed inside the ring, but the momentum of the throw carried her out and into the pit. The crowd cheered at the result, but Tom didn't move other than to take in ragged gasps. A second later he fell to his knees, gasping desperately. Not exactly the most glorious victory, but Earth Rumble 6 had just crowned a new champion. And he wasn't even an earthbender. Chapter 31, A Wish to be Heard, Part 2. Tom sat in the middle of the ring for almost a full minute, gasping for breath. The crowd was cheering its collective head off, and the powers that be were too stunned to do anything other than stare blankly in the general direction of the arena. After Tom picked himself up, he trudged toward the stairs to the pit that the Blind Bandit had fallen into. She was grumbling as she picked herself up and dusted herself off. When she sensed Tom coming, she glared in his direction. "No way, you're not a bender." "How'd you do that?" "I said I wasn't an earthbender," Tom replied confidently, though his voice was dry from all the gasping. "Unfortunately, I can't exactly show off my powers with this crowd." Realization washed over the Blind Bandit's face. "You're a dash?" She stopped herself and stepped closer so that no one could overhear them. "So you really are a hotshot, aren't you? So what's a bender of your persuasion doing at Earth Rumble 6? "That's actually what to talk to you about," Tom said, gesturing to another person the Blind Bandit hadn't noticed. "My friend Aang here is the Avatar, and dash." Suddenly, the Blind Bandit noticed someone else and had to suppress the urge to jump. "Why dash?" "Feels like someone's a little light on his feet," she said to Aang, who had just touched down. "When did you get here, Twinkle Toes?" "Well, I dash." "You know what, I don't even care." "What is it that you want?" "Well, you see," Aang started, "a crazy king told me I had to find an earthbender that listens to the earth, and then I had a vision in a magic swamp and—" Aang noticed Tom facepalming and looked at the expression on the blind girl's face. It wasn't exactly bursting with confidence or understanding. I'm the Avatar. I've been looking for someone to teach me earthbending, and I think it's supposed to be you." "Oh," the Blind Bandit scoffed, "is that so?" "We need your help," Tom implored. "The world needs your help. Don't you think that's a more glorious endeavor than the champion of a local fighting ring?" The Blind Bandit scoffed. "What, you think you can impress me with big words? My affluence has given me an above-average education. Besides, I'm not the champion anymore, am I?" She opened up a hole in the outer wall of the pit and started toward it. She glanced over her shoulder at Tom. "You are now, hotshot. But we're not finished yet, so don't get used to it." She stepped through the door she made, and Aang tried to stop her. "Please, you have to listen to us." "I did. The bet was that I had to hear you out if I lost, and I already heard what you had to say. That doesn't mean I have to teach anybody anything. Now buzz off." But too late. The Blind Bandit had already shut the door she had made in the wall and was unreachable. There was a noticeable pause as the two just stood there, staring at a solid stone wall. "I don't use big words that often, do I?" Tom asked. Aang wasn't really in the mood to consider it at the moment. With the Blind Bandit gone, Aang was still without a teacher, but on a brighter note, at least the Earth Rumble champion belt matched Sokka's bag. Aang was convinced that the Blind Bandit was the girl he saw in his vision in the swamp. She was defiantly the one he was looking for. They had to track her down, deciding that the Earthbending Academy was as good a place as any to start looking for her. There they found the unhelpful boys from the day before that Katara had persuaded to give the location of Earth Rumble 6. Unfortunately, they didn't know anything about the Blind Bandit. No one at the arena did, in fact. She apparently only showed up to fight, disappearing before anyone could talk to her. So Aang took a different approach. "We're asking about the wrong person," he decided. "In my vision I saw a girl in a white dress with a pet flying boar." "Know anyone like that?" "Well, a flying boar is the symbol of the Feng family," one of the boys supplied. "They're the richest people in town. Probably the world. But they don't have a daughter," the other corrected. "A flying boar is good enough for me," Aang said. He was already headed out the door when the two earthbending students sneered at the departing group. "Yeah," one of the teens said, "you'd better leave." Katara looked over her shoulder at that. "I've got my eye on you." The Fong family had an estate just at the edge of town. The massive, well-guarded facility was adorned with a carving of a stylized flying boar over the main entrance. "That's the flying boar from my vision," Aang confirmed. The group snuck in over an outer wall and made their way through the garden. But before they could find the person they were searching for, she found them. The ground beneath them exploded upward, catapulting them into the open. The four of them landed tight in front of the Blind Bandit, though this time she was dressed much nicer. "What are you doing here, Twinkletoes?" she asked Aang crossly. "How did you know it was me?" Aang replied. "Don't answer to Twinkletoes," Sokka scolded Aang, "it's not manly." Katara scoffed at his comment, "You're the one whose bag matches his belt." "I think we may be getting a bit off topic," Tom noted as he and the others got up. "Let's start with how you found me," the young Fong said. "I saw a flying boar in my vision, so we asked around town and heard about this place." "Right," the girl said, "you might want to see a doctor about those visions. I'm pretty sure there's an herbal remedy for that sort of thing." "What he means is that as the Avatar, he has to master earthbending," Katara explained. "If he doesn't do it soon, he won't be able to defeat the Fire Lord." "Not my problem," the girl said, gesturing Katara away rudely. "Now get out of here, or I'll call the guards." "Look, we all have to do our part to win this war," Sokka implored, "and yours is to teach Aang earthbending." "Guards! Guards!" With the girl making good on her promise, Aang and the others had to escape over the wall they had climbed to enter. They made it out with just a few seconds to spare as two earthbending soldiers arrived at the girl's side. While that hadn't exactly gone as planned, at least they finally learned the Blind Bandit's real name from the guards, Toph. It was especially helpful for Tom since now he didn't have to consciously avoid using her name. "Don't worry, guys," Aang said confidently after they moved away from the wall, "I've got a plan. First I'll make a giant tornado on the other side of the wall that'll distract all the guards, and then dash." "Why not just walk in the front door?" Tom suggested. "You're the Avatar, her parents'll probably be happy to meet you. And then maybe Sokka can eat them out of house and home instead of us." "Hey!" Indeed, the patriarch of the Fong family was glad to have the Avatar and his companions at his home. Aang even impressed the Fongs and Master Yu, who had been meeting with the Fongs at the time with his airbending, cooling Toph soup. "So, in your opinion, how much longer do you think the war will last?" Toph's father asked. "I'd like to defeat the Fire Lord by the end of summer," Aang started, "but I can't do that without an earthbending teacher first." Toph sensed Aang's gaze turn to her, responding only with a subtle glare. "Well, Master Yu is the finest earthbending teacher in the land. Why, he's been teaching Toph since she was little. Then she must be a great earthbender," Aang said enthusiastically, "probably good enough to teach someone else." In response, Toph sent a tremor through the ground, causing the chairs of both Aang and Tom to jump uncomfortably. The whole time she continued to demurely eat her supper like nothing was wrong. "What did I do?" Tom grumbled under his breath. He noticed she was about to take a taste of her soup, so he concentrated on the liquid in the ceramic spoon. He got it to a boil just as the soup reached her tongue. Needless to say, she jumped at the unexpected discomfort. "Still too hot for you, little girl?" Tom mumbled just loud enough for Toph to hear. Toph's glare back was much less subtle than before, but her father still missed the entire exchange. "Toph is still learning the basics," Master Yu answered Aang's previous comment. "Yes," her father said sadly, "and due to her blindness, I don't think she will ever be a true master." "Oh, I'm sure she's better than you think." Aang was cut off when his chair leached forward, causing him to faceplant into his soup. Toph's father looked over at his daughter, who was still acting like the well-behaved child he knew, though for some reason her soup was left untouched. After a second, an idea came to Aang. A second later, he sneezed, causing the contents of the table across from him to get thrown toward the wall. This caused Toph to be pelted with her own food, though unfortunately, her mother and Master Yu were also caught in the crossfire. "What's your problem?" Toph demanded. "What's your problem?" Aang shot back. There was an awkward pause until Toph's mother spoke up. "Shall we move to the living room for dessert then?" The rest of the night went without incident. With the late hour, the Fongs insisted the Avatar and his friend stay in their guest room for the night. Aang gladly accepted. Just as the group was getting ready for bed, Toph appeared in the doorway, putting Aang and Tom on edge. Relax, she said, leaning on the doorframe. Look, I'm sorry about dinner. Let's call a truce, okay? Toph wanted to explain herself, why she was the Blind Bandit, and everything, so she decided to give Aang and Tom a tour of the garden while they talked. Even though I was born blind, I've never had a problem seeing. I see with earthbending. It's kind of like seeing with my feet. I feel the vibrations in the earth and I can see where everything is. Like both of you, that tree, even those ants. That's amazing. Aang complimented. My parents don't understand, she lamented all the same. They've always treated me like I was helpless. That's why you became the Blind Bandit, Tom guessed. Even if your parents never see it, it's a way to prove how powerful you are. Toph nodded sadly. Well, that's something, right? What do you mean? Do you really think you would have gotten to be such a good earthbender if you could see and you lived a normal life until now? Tom asked. I guess not. And besides, you have 360 vision. Do you know how many people would kill for that? It does sound pretty nice when you put it that way, Toph smiled, thanks. Now if only my parents could figure that out. If you're so unhappy here, why stay? Aang asked. They're my parents, Toph emphasized. Where else am I supposed to go? You could come with us? Aang suggested. Yeah, you guys get to go wherever you want. No one telling you what to do. That's the life. Toph sighed sadly, it's just not my life. Suddenly her head snapped around. She put a hand to the ground to confirm, we're being ambushed. She grabbed Aang by the wrist and ran off, Tom right behind. Suddenly, one of the Earth Rumble earthbenders shot out of the ground before them. All three ready for a fight, but two cages slammed down on them from above. It was quite uncomfortable for Tom and Aang in particular since they had to share a cage. I think you kids owe me some money. Xi and Fu grinned as the cages were dragged off. The cages were brought to the arena and strung up. Only about a minute had passed before Toph started her smack-talking, much to Xi and Fu's irritation. Will you just shut up already? I know what you little brats did. You think Toph took a dive, don't you? Tom asked. Of course she did. How else could you have beaten her without any earthbending? You really want to know? Tom asked. He motioned for Aang to back up as far as the cage would allow. Tom summoned his barrier around his hand full force and slammed it into the front of the cage with all he had. The low quality of the metal gave almost instantly, warping out 1.5 inches and turning bright red. It's good to be back at full strength. Tom only needed one punch to get the rest of the way through the cage. Careful to use his barrier to block the radiant heat, Tom pulled the cage open and jumped the rest of the way down to the ground. The earthbenders just stood there in shock for a moment, giving Aang enough time to also exit the cage. Xi and Fu snapped out of his trance and roared, he's a firebender. Get him! Hippo will dash. The hippo was suddenly stopped mid-sentence by a fiery mass slammed into him. The fire dissipated, revealing that it was Tom's elbow that had slammed into the gargantuan man's chest. The hippo stumbled a bit as Tom landed with a cocky grin. Sorry. You were so wide open, I couldn't help myself. By the way, you're not related to anyone named Rikum, are you? With a nonchalant tap of Tom's finger, the hippo fell with a colossal thud. The real fight was about to begin when Sokka spoke up from the edge of the arena. Here's your money. He dropped the bag of gold that Tom had won from Earth Rumble 6. Master Yu earthbent the sack over to Xi and Fu, who inspected it and found everything to be in order. He motioned for Toph's cage to be lowered and she ran to her father. The other earthbenders were still surrounding Aang and Tom, however. What about them? Katara motioned to her friends. I have a strict no firebender policy, and your friend has to pay the penalty for that, Xi and Fu more warned than explained, and as for the Avatar, he unfurled a wanted poster for Aang. I think the Fire Nation will have something for me in exchange for him. Now get out of my ring. Well, what do we do now? Aang asked, ready to block the inevitable attack. Tom just shrugged, we can take him. Though a little help from Toph would be nice. Right on cue, a dome of rock formed over the two and moved out from the circle of earthbenders. A second later and the dome was gone and Tom and Aang were next to their friends. "Leave my friends alone," Toph demanded. "I beat you all before and I'll do it again." The boulder takes issue with that comment. The earthbenders began a charge, and Tom, Aang, Katara, and Sokka moved to meet them, but Toph stopped them. "They're mine." There wasn't much of a fight, though it was impressive to watch. Even Xian Fu, who turned out to be quite skilled, was helpless against Toph, the Blind Bandit. Each of them were soundly defeated one by one, leaving everyone could leave the arena undamaged. Tom even got to keep his winnings after all. They returned to the Feng estate. Toph had a lot of explaining to do to her parents. "Dad, I know it's probably hard for you to see me this way. But the obedient little helpless blind girl you think I am just isn't me. I love fighting. I love being an earthbender. And I'm really, really good at it. I know I've kept my life secret from you, but you were keeping me secret from the whole world. You were doing it to protect me. But I'm 12 years old and I've never had a real friend. So now that you see who I am, I hope it doesn't change the way you feel about me." "Of course it doesn't change the way I feel about you, Toph. And it's made me realize something." "It has?" Toph asked hopefully. "Yes, I've let you have far too much freedom. From now on you will be cared for and guarded 24 hours a day." "But Dad Dash." "We're doing this for your own good, Toph," her mother said. "Please escort the Avatar and his friends out," her father said to one of the butlers. "They are no longer welcome here." "I'm sorry, Toph," Aang said as they were let out. "I'm sorry too." "Goodbye, Aang." Appa was packed up and the group ready to leave. Still, there was an air of gloom as they looked back at the Feng estate. "Tom, why didn't you say anything?" Katara asked Tom quietly. They were both tying down Appa's saddle and Katara didn't want to remind Aang of the earthbending teacher that should have been. Normally you can't be held back from commenting on something like what happened to poor Toph. "Call it intuition," he replied. "Intuition?" Right on time, Toph crested the hill in her fighting clothes, pack slung over her shoulder. "Wait up!" "Toph," Aang asked happily, "what are you doing here?" "My dad changed his mind," she explained. "He said I was free to travel the world." "Well, we'd better get out of here," Sokka said happily, "before your dad changes his mind again." "Good idea, but before we go, could you come down here, Tom?" "Sure." By the time he had realized his mistake, it was already too late. The instant Tom's foot touched the ground, he was shot into a tree by a pillar of rock. "I really should have seen that coming," he grumbled angrily. "Probably. I'll take the belt back now." Sokka begrudgingly acquiesced, though he forgot about Toph's blindness and tossed it to her. The heavy belt was enough to knock the small girl over when it hit her in the head. Ow! Not exactly the most glorious victory, but at least the Earth Rumble champion was an earthbender again. And more importantly, they had finally found Aang an earthbending teacher. And a new friend. Chapter 32, A Wish for Rest. One day of flying had passed and the group began setting their first camp since the group expanded. Everyone pretty much kept their same jobs as Toph simply unloaded her own belongings and sat off to the side. Katara tried to get her to help with camp a few times, but Toph just brushed her off. It was only an hour or two before Toph emerged from her self-made stone tent. "There's something coming toward us." Tom hadn't even gotten to sleep at that point. The others groggily woke up and looked to Toph, who had a hand to the ground. "What is it?" Aang asked. "It feels like an avalanche," Toph noted, "but also not an avalanche." "Your powers of perception are frightening," Sokka grumbled irritably. "Should we leave?" Katara asked. "Better safe than sorry." The group packed up camp as quickly as they could and took off. As they gained altitude, they caught sight of the thing that was approaching. At first all they could see was a cloud of smoke, giving away its mechanized nature. As the treetops fell away, they got a better look at it. It looked very much like a train, though with caterpillar treads rather than moving on a track. It was also quite intimidating, covered in threatening spikes. As Appa continued onward, the group got more and more exhausted. Well, most of them. Tom didn't really feel that bad as the night progressed. He was used to staying up late. And though his adventures had forced him into a more normal sleep schedule, his nature as a night owl helped him brush off the late night. The group traveled a few more miles in relative silence until they found another campsite. Toph leapt off the saddle gratefully the instant Appa touched down. Land, sweet land, she sighed, hugging the earth through which she could finally see. She hopped up a second later. See you guys in the morning. Actually, could you help us unload? Katara asked as the earthbender strode away. Really? Toph questioned. You need my help to unload Sokka's funky-smelling sleeping bag? Well, yes. That and everything else. You're a part of our team now, and Dash. Look, I didn't ask you to unload any of my stuff, Toph countered harshly. I'm carrying my own weight. That's not the point, Katara shot back, quickly losing her temper. Ever since you joined us you've been nothing but selfish and unhelpful. What? Toph gasped. Look here, Sugar Queen, she growled back, pointing an accusatory finger at Katara. I gave up everything I had to teach Aang earthbending. So don't you talk to me about being selfish. With that, she sat down hard, forming another tent for herself out of stone. Sugar Queen? Toph blocked the front and back of the tent with more stone, causing Katara to jump. Did you just slam the door in my face? How can you be so infuriating? Katara started pounding on the sealed stone tent, though needless to say, it did nothing. Should we do something? Aang asked as he, Sokka, Tom, and Momo looked on at the silly display. I'm just enjoying the show, Sokka said calmly. Ditto, Tom agreed. Aang tried to calm the situation, to no avail. The group tried to turn in, but Katara and Toph wouldn't let the argument die. The stars sure are beautiful tonight, Katara mocked loud enough for Toph to hear. Too bad you can't see them, Toph. Toph responded with an earthquake that shot Katara about a foot in the air, causing her to land on Sokka. Hey, how's a guy supposed to sleep with all this yelling and earthquaking? Sokka complained. Instead of a response, Toph poked out of her tent and placed a hand on the ground. That thing is back. Well, how far is it? Sokka more complained than asked. Maybe we can close our eyes for just a few minutes. Aang, Katara, and Tom looked up over the treetops to see an approaching column of smoke. I don't think so, Sokka. The group hastily packed up again and took off, thankfully leaving the metal vehicle behind. Seriously, what is that thing? And how does it keep finding us? I don't know, Aang said as he took the reins, but this time I'm going to make sure we lose them. Aang made a point of crossing every river, ravine, and mountain he could see to try to waylay their pursuers. They finally landed on the side of a mountain, having traveled about another half-day's worth of distance in their escape. Appa, who had put in more than his fair share of the work, just flopped down on a flat area of rocks and rolled onto his side. Nobody minded being tossed from the saddle as they all wanted to get off and get some rest as quickly as possible, save Tom. Forget setting up camp, Sokka grumbled. I'm finding the softest pile of dirt and going to sleep. That's good, Katara said at Toph accusingly. Toph wasn't going to help anyway. Oh, I didn't know baby still needed someone to tuck her in bed. Don't start now, Tom grumbled, watching the horizon for the smoke cloud. We've got the missing train from the Circus of Death following us. We don't need infighting too. Who do you think is chasing us? Aang asked. I've never seen a tank like that one before. It could be Zuko, Katara suggested. We haven't seen him since the North Pole. Who's Zuko? The new member of the group asked. Oh, just some angry freak with a ponytail who's tracked us all over the world, Sokka explained. Katara gave her brother a questioning grin. What's wrong with ponytails, ponytail? This, he pointed to his hair, is a warrior's wolf tail. Well, it certainly shows the other warriors that you're fun and perky. I don't think Zuko has the resources for something like that, Tom noted, but I'm starting to think whoever it is related. What do you owe? No, Sokka grumbled as he got up out of his sleeping bag, don't tell me. He and the others looked out into the valley below only to see the approaching column of smoke. That's impossible, Aang complained, there's no way they could have followed us. I can feel it with my own 2 feet, Toph said. The group watched as the train tank thing climbed the steep mountain that they had hit on like it was nothing. It rapidly approached their plateau with no signs of slowing down. Let's get out of here, Katara suggested. Maybe we should face them. Find out who they are, Aang said hopefully, maybe they're friendly. Always the optimist. Sokka groaned. Friendly people in a vehicle that can kill you 3 ways before running you over? Tom scoffed, that's not optimism, that's denial. One of the cars on the train tank opened up to reveal the 3 girls from Omashu riding strange gecko-looking things. So much for optimism. The girls charged as everyone got into a fighting stance. We can take him, Toph declared, we've got them outnumbered 4-3. Actually, Toph, there's 5 of us, Sokka corrected. Oh, sorry. I didn't count you. No bending and all. I can still fight. Okay, 3 against 4 plus Sokka. Arg! Toph and Tom were the only ones who got an attack off. Tom chucked a couple of flames at the approaching trio and Toph used her earthbending to try to stop the lizard they were riding. The nimble mounts just skittered around both attacks like they were nothing. Well, we wanted to find out who they were and now we do, let's get out of here. Sokka said in one breath as the group retreated to Appa. Toph made a wall to try to block the lizard's advance, but Azula blasted through the wall with a blast of lightning. I've got to learn that one, Tom said as Appa started to take off. The group tried to recover as Appa flew on, but the exhaustion was getting to them. Even though Tom was fine with late nights, even he had to start using little tricks to stay fully alert. I can't believe those girls followed us all the way from Omashu. Katara breathed. Well, one of them is Zuko's sister, Aang noted. I still think we could have taken them. Toph complained. Are you kidding? The crazy blue firebending and the flying daggers is bad enough, Katara started, but the last time we saw those girls, one of them did something that took my bending away. That's scary. Oh no, the sun is rising. Sokka complained as light flooded the sky. We've been up all night without sleep. Sokka, we'll be okay, Aang assured. Are you sure? I'd never not slept before. What if I fall asleep right now and something happens? And something always happens. Adrenaline will keep you up for as long as you need, Tom said calmly. As long as we settle this before a few nights pass, we'll be fine. How come you seem fine, Tom? Katara asked the relatively speaking bright-eyed firebender. I'm an insomniac. Why do you think it's so hard to get me up in the morning? So what's our plan? Aang asked blearily. Don't know, Toph mumbled, too tired to think. I'm sure we'll all feel better after a quick nap, Katara agreed. I don't think that's a good idea. Tom's comment was cut off when Appa started dropping out of the sky. What's going on? Toph cried, barely holding onto the saddle. Appa fell asleep. Aang called back. Appa dropped under the canopy of the trees before he awoke and caught himself. He tried to regain altitude, but the best the poor sky bison could manage was a safe-ish crash landing. The instant Appa hit the ground, he was snoring. The others slid off one by one. Appa's exhausted. Okay, Sokka sighed, we've put a lot of distance between us and them. The plan right now is to follow Appa's lead and get some sleep. Of course we could have gotten some sleep earlier if Toph didn't have such issues. Katara mumbled loudly enough to be heard. What? All right. Aang said, getting in between the girls, everyone's exhausted. Let's just get some rest. No, Toph growled, I want to hear what Katara has to say. You think I have issues? I'm just saying, maybe if you helped out earlier we could have set up camp faster and gotten some sleep. And then maybe we wouldn't be in this situation. You're blaming me for this? No. She's not blaming you. Aang assured. No, I'm blaming her. Toph shoved Aang out of the way so that the argument could continue. I didn't ask you for diddly doda. I carry my own weight. Besides, if anyone's to blame, it's Shetty over here. What? Aang gasped. You're blaming Appa? Yeah. You want to know how they keep finding us? He's leaving a trail everywhere we go. To prove her point, Toph pulled a handful of fur and let the wind carry it away. Her theory wasn't good enough for Aang, though. How dare you blame Appa? He's saved your life 3 times today. Now baited into the fight himself, Aang approached Toph. If there's anyone to blame, it's you. You're always talking about how you carry your own weight. But you're not. He is. Appa never had a problem flying when it was just the 4 of us. Toph stomped over to her pack, picked it off and started away. I'm out of here. Enough, all of you, Tom spoke up. The only reason you're all at each other's throats is because you're tired. I don't care. Toph, come back. Make me. Sokka tried to stand in her way, but he was slid aside with some earthbending and Toph continued away out of sight. It took a few minutes, but eventually what had just happened dawned on Aang and Katara. What did I just do? Aang lamented, I can't believe I yelled at my earthbending teacher. Now she's gone. Katara shared in the self-pity. We were all just trying to get used to each other. And I was so mean to her. Yeah, you two were pretty much jerks, Sokka agreed. Thanks, Sokka. Katara shot back sarcastically. No problem. Ignoring her difficult brother, Katara gave the slumping Aang a hand up. We need to find her and apologize. Okay, but what about the tank full of dangerous ladies chasing us? Sokka asked. Aang grabbed a clump of appa shed and watched it float away in the wind. I have a plan. Aang realized Toph was right about Appa's shed fur being how Azula and her cohorts were able to track them. They bathed Appa to get all the shedding fur out all at once so there would be no more trail to follow. Aang then grabbed as much dry shed as he could get and put it in a bag. I'm going to use Appa's fur to make a fake trail and leave the tank off course, Aang explained. I think I'm going to follow you, Aang, Tom said before the airbender took off. On foot? If something happens, I'll be right behind to back you up. The group agreed on a rendezvous point and split up. It was easy for Tom to follow Aang, but that was the point. He had to keep reminding his rapidly tiring brain to keep an ear out for Azula's lizard thing, lest she get the drop on him. He heard it skittering through the woods and was able to hide from it and let her pass him. He almost completely forgot about Zuko though, and only thought to get out of the way because his ostrich horse was so loud. Tom caught sight of the ghost town where the trail ended and made his way to the center of it. Azula, Zuko, and Aang were already squared off when Tom made his presence known. Excuse me. Is this a private dance, or can anyone cut in? Well, Azula smiled, stealing a quick glance away from Zuko and Aang to confirm Tom's identity, if it isn't my nightly friend. Figures you two know each other, Zuko scoffed. Oh, I don't know him nearly well enough, yet, she admitted. But I do know the perfect way to change that. Azula shot a quick attack at Tom before turning to the others. The three-way fight was on, the ghost town looking like it was erupting with 3 powerful firebenders going all out. Poor Aang was the only one who didn't want a part of it. Unfortunately, Azula got between him and his staff so he couldn't fly away. With Tom and Zuko occupying each other, Aang only had Azula to flee from. When Zuko noticed his target getting away, he broke from Tom and chased after Aang and Azula into a ruined building. Tom followed as well, the only firebender who didn't fall through the missing second floor. Azula rectified that by blasting the ledge he was on apart. Tom landed between the two of them. The three exchanged a few quick blows before Azula kicked out a powerful enough flame to blast both boys out the window and into the street. Tom picked himself up quickly and was happy to see Sokka and Katara helping Aang to surround Azula. The edges of Tom's vision was starting to blur and he didn't know how much longer he could keep up with Azula. She seemed confident enough until a sneak attack from Toph knocked her over. I thought you guys could use a little help, Toph said confidently. Thanks, Katara returned. Azula used the little moment to get up and make her escape, but Iroh cut her off. She found herself completely surrounded. Well, look at this, she said snidely, enemies and traitors, all working together. I'm done. I know when I'm beaten. Azula raised her hands in surrender. A princess surrenders with honor. Tom knew what would happen next, but his sleepless brain and body were too slow to do anything about it. Iroh let his guard down and Azula used the opening to blast him with a fireball. Everyone still standing attacked in return, but she just used the explosion that caused to flee. Katara tried to offer her help, but Zuko demanded they leave, throwing a half-hearted fire blast at them to make the point. The battle had eaten the rest of the afternoon, so the minute the sun went down, Appa landed on a small ledge and everyone finally laid down for some hard-won sleep. Chapter 33, A Wish to Train. After a day of rest to recover from Azula's attrition plan, the sun rose on Aang's first day of earthbending training. He rose with the sun. He was so excited, though it wasn't until Toph rose that the real noise started. Not even Tom could sleep through all her shouting and earthbending. Tom watched Aang's first attempt at moving a rock. After seeing Toph demonstrate, he tried himself. There was definitely movement. Unfortunately, the thing that went flying was Aang, not the rock. As amusing as watching Aang's earthbending training would be, he had his own training to do. He had only used his dragon burst technique once, and to be fair, he was injured at the time. But if he wanted to make it a viable technique for battle, he'd have to be able to use it more than once without it completely exhausting him. Finding a spot away from all the concentration-shattering rumbling. It had been a while since Tom had the chance to go over the basics, so he found a spot with no vegetation to burn and tried to gather as much power as he could. His barrier grew stronger with each breath. He let the power escalate. After a moment, he could feel wispy flames jump around him. The heat from the barrier reached a point where the heat was great enough to burn just from the oxygen in the air. Tom was wrapped in flames as he sat in the middle of nowhere. It felt like being wrapped in a heated blanket thanks to the almost microscopically thin cushion of unheated air between him and the fire. It was easy enough to control, but it was hard to keep enough heat to maintain the flames. Directly feeding the flames had no chance of working since there was no way he could build up enough chi to use it for more than a second. For that matter, he didn't even really know how the whole chi thing worked. How do you build up more chi? Was it just a matter of getting stronger, like with push-ups, or was there some trick to it? This sort of thing is so much easier in video games. As for this method, it wasn't exactly conducive to pitched battle. It still took a lot of chi to produce this much heat, even if it was less chi than keeping it lit directly. And while he didn't have to pour all his focus into producing that much heat, it was a distraction he didn't need when someone like Zuko or Azula would be trying to pick at any weakness they could find. There had to be a solution. He had invested too much time in this technique to let it slip out of reach. He had spent the morning on that, and returned to camp for lunch. When he returned, Aang had already hit the wall in his earthbending. Toph was milling around camp looking frustrated. "How's the teaching going?" Tom asked. Toph scoffed, clearly annoyed. "Not so great. He can't move a rock, he can't stop a rock, sometimes it seems like he's not even trying. Sounds rough." "The worst part is I know he's got it in him," she lamented, sitting down hard. "I've seen him face stuff like an earthbender, but he keeps overthinking it today." "Well, he was raised an airbender. Being direct isn't natural for him," Tom noted. "I know, but that doesn't make it any easier on me. I have to keep pushing him and be the bad guy until he gets his act together." Toph thought about it for a moment as she started going through her bag for something. "Well, I guess I don't really mind being the bad guy. It's just that Aang's so sensitive and Katara keeps pestering me about positive reinforcement." Tom opened his mouth to speak, but Toph put up her hand. "I know she means well and all, but it still gets on my nerves." Tom nodded. "I get it." The two ate their lunch in relative silence. After they both finished, Toph spoke up again. "So what have you been up to?" "I've been trying to work out a new technique," Tom explained. "What kind?" Tom chuckled as he thought about where the inspiration for Dragon burst. It's basically a fiery version of the Kaioken. Ko what? There was a long pause as they both stared out into space. I'm going to have to use that at some point. Toph brushed off his weirdness, having quickly gotten used to it. So what's the problem? Energy management, Tom sighed. I can figure out a way to keep it up long enough to make it useful and not run myself out too fast. Well, if you need practice, Aang is messing around with his waterbending. Didn't I beat you last time without firebending? Toph raised an eyebrow at that. You tricked me into thinking you weren't a bender and then used firebending in the end anyway. I don't know how you did it without the crowd noticing, but you totally cheated. I cheated? Yeah. Of course you know, this means war. You're on! They were both smiling the whole time as they got up and moved away from Appa so they could have their sparring match. Tom led off with a flurry of fireballs, taking advantage of the fact that he actually had a ranged attack to work with. Toph blocked them easily with a small stone wall. The wall rocketed at Tom, but he was able to shatter the rock with a flame-empowered kick. Having fought Toph before, Toph had a pretty good idea of how she fought and was able to anticipate the rock pillar that was intended to shoot him into the air. He was able to roll forward to both dodge it and close some distance between them. Toph responded by sending a shotgun blast of smaller rocks at Tom, which he skirted around. At point-blank range, Tom definitely had the advantage. He was able to attack hand-to-hand without any problems, but Toph had no room to bend. After deflecting a few punches, she shoved the ground under his feet a few feet back, giving her the room she needed. Another pillar of rock followed. Tom had just enough time to regain his balance and lean out of the way. After taking a step, he kicked the end off the pillar so it couldn't be thrown into his side. From there he launched a powerful fireball at Toph. She ducked into a low stance to dodge it and sent a fissure at Tom in response, which he easily dodged himself. Now is as good a time as any, Tom thought as he intensified his pressure barrier. Toph drew up a large boulder from the ground and launched it at him. He poured out as much heat as he could and shot himself into the air. It was still too taxing, but he still had more than enough power left to finish this fight. Toph smiled on the ground below. You can't get me with the same trick twice, she announced before summoning a dome of earth around her. Tom also grinned as he used what energy he had left to propel himself back down toward Toph's shield, shattering it on impact. To Tom's surprise, Toph wasn't under the dome. A second later, the shattered top closed up and he heard Toph laughing from the outside. Ready to give up, hotshot? Never, he returned dramatically, both of them genuinely having fun even if it was a serious sparring match. He tried to blast down the walls, but with all the energy he had already spent not having the advantage of gravity, it didn't even make a dent. Tom heard Toph laugh outside as the dome started getting smaller, and I thought Earth was a stubborn element. Tom was racking his brain on a way out when the walls stopped closing in at the sound of Katara's voice. Toph! Let him out of there this instant. Not until he admits defeat. Never give up. Never surrender. That's enough, both of you. Katara scolded, someone's going to get hurt if this keeps up. Tom heard Toph in disappointment as the earth dome crumbled into dust around him. Are you alright? Katara asked him once he had dusted himself off. No, he griped, I was robbed. I could have been a contender. Katara rubbed temples to nurse her rapidly growing headache, first Aang's trouble with earthbending, now you and Toph nearly kill each other. Now we just need some disaster with Sokka and my day will be complete. Tom chuckled at that. If she only knew. Chapter 34, A Wish for Knowledge, Part 1. Tom was reading through the copy of The Prince as Aang landed Appa near some burrows in a barren savanna. Everyone got off and Aang sat down in front of the burrows with a wooden flute he had made the day before. What's out here? Sokka asked as Tom closed his book. A lot, actually, Toph said, putting a hand to the ground. There's hundreds of little dash. Aang shushed her and turned to the group with a smile. I know you can see underground, but don't ruin the surprise. Just watch. Aang turned back to the burrows and played a single note on his flute. A half-second later, a little fuzzy brown groundhog-looking thing popped up from one of the burrows and cooed the note played on the flute. Aang laughed happily as he watched the rodent duck back underground. Yeah. He played another note and another groundhog popped up and replied like the first. I'm putting an orchestra together. Orchestra, huh? Sokka asked incredulously. Well, la-dee-da. 3 more groundhogs popped up and repeated Sokka's la-dee-da in their own squeaky voice. The movement was too much for Momo, who had been behaving up until that point, and the little lemur started after the swift little groundhogs. Aang kept playing single notes and Momo kept up his chasing, putting on an amusing little show until Sokka plugged the flute with his finger. This is great and all, but don't we have more important things to worry about? We should be making plans. We did make plans, Toph explained. We're all taking mini vacations. Sokka gave Tom, who had gone back to his book, a dirty look. Don't look at me, the firebender said without looking up. My hands are clean in this. There's no time for vacations, Sokka said seriously. I'm learning the elements as fast as I can, Aang honestly replied. I practice hard every day with Toph and Katara. I've been training my arrow off. Yeah, what's wrong with having a little fun in our downtime? Katara asked the still clearly unconvinced Sokka. Even if you do master all of the elements, then what? Sokka asked. It's not like we have a map of the Fire Nation. Should we just head west until we reach the Fire Lord's house? Knock knock. Hello, Fire Lord? Anybody home? The whole time Sokka was gesticulating comically to prove his point. He turned back to the group, back in his leader mode. We need some intelligence if we're going to win this war. Aang blew out one more note that caused a groundhog to pop up between Sokka's feet before getting up. Alright, we'll finish our mini vacations and then we'll look for Sokka's intelligence, Katara said with a grin on the last word, causing Aang to snicker. Sokka didn't seem all that convinced, so Tom spoke up. Let him have their fun. No good one of us getting burned out before the big battle even starts. That seemed enough to placate Sokka, so he relented. Toph jabbed Tom in the side as he went back to his book. What? Very punny, Mr. Firebender. It took Tom a second, but he realized the unintentional pun he made and facepalmed. Ugh, I'm never going to get used to this. Your turn, Katara. Aang announced, opening their map of the area. How about the Misty Palms Oasis? That sounds refreshing. Oh yeah, I've been there, Aang noted. It's a pristine naturalized spring. And I usually don't use the word pristine. When they got there, the group collectively decided he shouldn't have used the word pristine in this case either. The map showed a charming town surrounding a towering mountain of ice on the edge of a vast desert. The only thing that was true to that description was the desert. The town consisted of a few dozen tent-sized mud huts and 2 or 3 larger buildings with the same construction. The ice spring wasn't that impressive either, just a 2 or 3 foot tall mound of melting ice and a pit in the center of town. Aang chuckled at the pathetic sight that he had talked up so much. Must have changed ownership since I've been here. Hey. The people in town didn't seem that pristine either. Various people in desert gear were scattered around town, many of them eyeing the group like vultures. Aang led the group to the largest building in town. Inside was a bar surrounded by fruit. A patron made his order and the bartender collected the fruit, diced it and made the drink, all with the pair of swords on his back. It was actually quite the little show to go along with your fresh fruit juice. I don't see anything wrong with having one of those fruity beverages while we plan our strategy, Sokka said before brushing past the rest of the group toward the bar. Everyone followed, but the man who had just gotten his drink bumped into Aang and spilled it all over him. Don't worry, Aang said politely, I clean up easy. He airbended the spilled juice off his robe with ease. The man gasped, You're a living relic. Thanks. I try. An air nomad right in front of me. The man bowed politely as Sokka got himself and the others drinks. Professor Zay, head of anthropology at Ba Sing Se University. Tell me, the professor started to examine Aang as he spoke, even going as far to measure the width of his head. which of the air temples do you hail from? The southern temple. Oh, splendid! Now tell me, what was the primary agricultural product of your people? Do fruit pies count as an agricultural product? Oh, truly fascinating, the professor said as he got a book out of his bag. That is one for the journal. So Professor, Sokka spoke up, you're obviously a well-traveled guy. Do you have a more current map? Ours seems a bit dated. Certainly. The group found a table and Professor Zay presented his map. Unfortunately for Sokka, it was a map of the local desert only. What, no Fire Nation? Doesn't anyone have a good map of that place? You've made a lot of trips into the desert, Katara noted, pointing out the marks on the map indicating different routes through the scorched sands. All in vain, I'm afraid, the professor explained. I've found lost civilizations all over the Earth Kingdom, but I haven't managed to find the crown jewel. One Shirtong's library. You spent years wandering through the desert to find some guy's library? Toph scoffed. This library is more valuable than gold, little lady, the professor continued. It is said to contain a vast collection of knowledge. And knowledge is priceless. According to legend, built by the great knowledge spirit One Shirtong, with the help of his foxy knowledge seekers. Oh, so this spirit has attractive assistants, huh? Sokka asked. I think he means they look like actual foxes, Sokka, Katara said, batting him in the head lightly. Actually, that's something that always bugged me, Tom spoke up, they're jackals, not foxes. You know the story? Professor Zay asked. You could say that. Tom thought for a second. Actually, now that I think about it, the whole One Shirtong library thing kind of has an Egyptian bent to it. Huh. I'd never heard about any civilization called Egyptian, the professor noted, again pulling out his journal. So would this library have information on the Fire Nation? Sokka asked, like a map, maybe? One Shirtong's knowledge seekers are said to have collected knowledge from all over the world, the professor explained. If such a thing exists, it would be there. Then it's settled, Sokka announced. Aang, I do believe it's my turn. I'd like to spend my vacation at the library. There was a noticeable pause after Sokka's dramatic, perhaps overdramatic, announcement. Hey, what about me? Toph asked. You've got to work here a little bit longer to qualify for vacation time, Sokka explained. Toph didn't seem too happy about that, but she didn't say anything more. When did you start keeping track of our work hours? Tom asked Sokka skeptically. Actually, that's a good idea, I should do that. Everyone groaned as Sokka pulled out some paper and started writing something on it. What have I done? Tom whined jokingly. Of course there's the matter of finding it, Professor Zay said, getting back on track. I've made several trips into the Siwang Desert and almost died each time. I'm afraid that desert's impossible to cross. Sokka looked up from the chart he was scratching out to give the professor a confident look. Professor, would you like to see our sky bison? A sky bison? You actually have one? They showed the professor outside to Appa, and just in time. Some of the locals were eyeing him and Appa wasn't happy about it. Sandbenders! Shoo! Away from the bison, the professor ordered. With an approaching group, the sandbenders acquiesced and boarded their parked vehicles nearby. That doesn't exactly fill me with confidence, Tom noted as the sandbenders sailed away on their sand sailors, boat-like things that were driven by little dust devils summoned by the sandbenders. Don't mind them, Professor Zay said as they sailed out of sight over the dunes. Sandbenders may steal to get by on occasion, but they're mostly harmless. With that out of the way, the group made their way into the desert, sweeping areas that Professor Zay hadn't had the chance to search. He provided a detailed illustration of the library so everyone would know what to look for. After a few long, hot, monotonous hours, Sokka spotted something with his telescope. The group landed before a great pillar jutting out of the sand. It was impressive, but the illustration also had measurements of the building, and the stone structure they had found was only about as long as one of the building's ornamental towers. They were about to give up when a small canine crested over a nearby sand dune. It's got a scroll in its mouth, Tom noted as the animal started to jog lightly toward the tower. Either it's really confused on how fetch works or that's one of the knowledge seekers. The creature started running up the tower and in through a window very near the top. I think you're right, Tom. We must be getting close to the library, the professor said excitedly. No, Sokka said, taking another look at Professor Zay's drawing, this is the library. Look! Sokka pointed to the tower, then to the highest spire of the building in the drawing. It was a perfect match. It's completely buried. Chapter 35, A Wish for Knowledge, Part 2. The library is buried? Professor Zay was taking the revelation that the mildly impressive tower they had found was actually the spire of One Shirton's library fairly well, all things considered. My life's ambition is now full of sand. The professor collapsed to his knees before the spire. A second later he looked up with a smile, producing a small gardening trowel. Well, time to start excavating. He got a few shovelfuls out of the way before Toph walked up to the spire, giving it a good pat with her hand so she could sense what lied below. Actually, that won't be necessary, she explained, the inside seems to be completely intact. And it's huge. That fox thing went in through a window, Sokka noted. Jackal, Tom corrected. Whatever. I say we climb up there and give it a look. I say you gotta go ahead without me, Toph said, walking toward Appa. You got something against books? Katara asked. I've held books before, Toph returned, and I gotta tell you, they don't exactly do it for me. Katara realized the mistake she had made with her blind friend and smiled apologetically. Oh, right. Sorry. I think I'll keep you company, Toph, Tom said. He was trying to keep the uncertainty in his voice down, and doing an okay job of it. He knew the sandbenders from the Misty Palms oasis would be back to try to steal and sell Appa. But where better to look for clues on his displacement than an interdimensional library? It was hard to suggest giving up this opportunity. But Tom, Katara said with concern, this library could have information that could help you get home. Don't remind me. Why wouldn't you want to go into the library? Sokka asked, equally perplexed. Tom had had a fair amount of time to come up with an excuse, but he still had yet to come up with one he considered adequate. Still, he had to say something. I'm worried about those sandbenders from before might show up again and try to take Appa. Come on, Tom, Katara scoffed, what are the chances we'll see those guys again? Chances indeed. The sandbenders were probably on the other side of a nearby sand dune waiting for their chance to pounce already. Toph chimed in too, besides, I'm out here with him. Everything will be fine. But how are the vibrations being transmitted through the sand? Are you sure you'll be able to see a sneak attack coming? Well, now that you mention it, everything is a little fuzzy. But since when has there been something I couldn't handle? Tom still looked conflicted, so Aang stepped up. I think I know what'll put your mind at ease, Tom. Aang walked with Tom behind Appa as the others looked to each other, perplexed. So the sandbenders come back? Aang asked as soon as they were away from the group. Yeah, they kidnap and sell Appa and he ends up in Ba Sing Se, Tom explained. You get him back there in one piece, but it's not exactly sunshine and rainbows to get to that point. Oh, man, Aang gasped. I can't imagine what it would be like to lose Appa like that. The problem is Toph won't be able to see the sandbenders coming because of the sand. Well, what if you just tell us where to go, Aang suggested. Maybe if we get in and out quickly, we'll get out before the sandbenders have the chance to attack. How do I do that without coming off as suspiciously pushy or just saying that I know the future? That isn't really a conversation we can be having right now. There's got to be a way to keep Appa safe and not lose this opportunity for you, Aang said as he petted Appa's leg. He was eavesdropping since he was the cover the two were hiding behind and it was him they were talking about. Good thing Appa was great at keeping secrets. If only Toph could see the sandbenders coming. Well, I know she can turn the sand more solid, but that's only part of the problem. Toph will be occupied trying to keep the library from sinking. Aang was about to ask about that, but Tom cut him off. I'd be better if you act natural when it happens. The point is, even if she sees them coming, it'll only delay them. Well, wait. That's it. Aang said happily. The sandbenders show up when the library sinks, right? Tom nodded. Once the library starts sinking, I'll make a break for the exit while you help Katara, Sokka, and the professor get out. Tom was unsure at first, but then he had an epiphany. Wait, that gives me an idea. Sokka's going to want to go back as the library sinks to get the information we need. You and Katara get out as fast as you can after it hits the fan. Hopefully, if we tell Toph about making the sand solid, she can hold off the sandbenders just that little bit longer you need. What about Professor Zay? He decides to spend an eternity there. Aang grimaced at the thought, but Tom shrugged. My guess is he goes to the spirit world with one shirtong in one piece, so don't worry. Aang was still looking a little uneasy about the idea, but he put it aside. Okay. Now Appa won't get kidnapped and you can still look for clues on what happened to you. There's still a chance this won't work, Tom warned. No way, Aang said with a smile, this is going to work perfectly. Aang jumped over Appa with his airbending and rejoined the group. Tom chuckled as he walked around the sky bison, ever the optimist. Once the two rejoined the group, Toph spoke up again. Hey, a thought occurred to me, she said as she leaned against one of Appa's big fuzzy legs. I bet I could make the sand around me harder to see better. And making a lot of it will give me something to do out here. So you've got nothing to worry about, hotshot. Well, that was terribly convenient. Tom smiled and nodded. You're right, I was just being paranoid. Well, good thing we have the big Swang avatar to put your little worries to rest, Sokka mocked in a baby voice. Tom just returned with a neutral look. A second later he turned to the others, so who wants to hear what Sokka says in his sleep? Let's just get into that library already. Sokka said quickly as he started tying a rope around his boomerang. The group climbed down from the spire into the magnificent structure. It looked like it went on forever in every direction, and the walls were adorned with beautiful mosaics and carvings of mighty elves. After making only a cursory glance around, the group heard a sound and everyone but Tom ran to hide. By the time the origin of the noise was in view, the others were just starting to notice that Tom hadn't ducked behind the nearby columns with them. The creature that appeared was an 8-foot or so tall black owl with a white face. It walked out calmly and strode over to Tom, who was waiting for it. My, the being spoke, haven't you traveled far to reach my study? You could say that, Tom said, not for a moment paused by the giant talking owl. This was clearly the spirit and owner of the library, One Shirtong. Tom leaned in and spoke softly so his friends couldn't hear. Would I be wrong to guess you already know why we're here? The mighty owl's unreadable eyes stared down at Tom for a moment, considering. Yes, I know what your friends intend to do with the knowledge in my library. I don't approve, but I understand. Your intentions, on the other wing, I cannot divine. I just want to see if I can find a way home, Tom replied. There was another moment of contemplative study. I believe you. But know that if I catch any of you when the time comes, I will kill you. An all-knowing spirit being has to have his standards, after all. I understand, Tom said as he politely bowed. And as for the rest of you, the great owl said, turning his head to face where the others were hiding, the long way, I know you're back there. The rest of the time spent in the library was largely unchanged from the show. Tom presented his copy of The Prince as his donation to One Shirtong's library as he asked. Well, I can honestly say I don't have anything like this. A valuable donation. The book disappearing from Tom's hand as the spirit swept its wing over it felt weird. The group didn't really have any ideas for what they wanted to find or where to look for it. There didn't seem to be any overarching organizational system, but a book on the topic you wanted just seemed to be on whatever shelf you happened to be looking on. On top of that, while Tom couldn't read the Mandarin that everything in this world was written in, he just kind of intrinsically knew what the characters on the pages meant inside the library. Unfortunately, while he found several books on different dimensions, none of it was particularly useful to him. It largely consisted of either theoretical physics that were way over his head or anecdotes about how traveling through a mirror sends you to fantastic worlds beyond what is known. It was hard to tell what was useful and what wasn't. Eventually, Sokka found a burnt page on display with the phrase "the darkest day in Fire Nation history" and a date. Unfortunately, when they went to check out what it meant, they found the wing with all the information on the Fire Nation destroyed by a convenient fire. Fortunately, one of the knowledge seekers led the group to a planetarium. When Sokka entered the date on the parchment, the planetarium showed a solar eclipse. "Now I get it!" Sokka exclaimed with glee. Something awful happened on that day. "I don't know what, but I do know why. Firebenders lose their bending during a solar eclipse." Unfortunately, just as this revelation was made, One Tong entered behind them. Though, in reality, fortune had nothing to do with it. Saying he didn't want to see his knowledge abused by those who would use it for war, One Tong used his power to start to sink the building. Everyone tried to make for the exit, but One Tong attacked. Everyone was able to get past him, and thanks to Aang's airbending, they were able to get enough of a head start against the powerful spirit. When Sokka said he wanted to go back to the planetarium to find out when the next eclipse was, Tom said he'd cover him, allowing Aang, Katara, and Professor Zay to head for the exit. After a few tries on dates between the current one and the arrival of Suzan's comet, Sokka was able to find the date and they too made for the exit. One Tong was waiting for them under the rope they needed to get out, and they were running out of time. Tom created a wide heat shimmer field that allowed Sokka to sneak up on the usually observant spirit and knock it out cold with a large book. Tom and Sokka started their way up the rope, but just as they passed the bottom of the spire, One Tong woke up and pulled the rope loose from its bonds on the top of the building. Tom grabbed Sokka's hand as they fell, then jetted himself to the wall of the spire. He kicked off and up with another flame boost as the giant owl flew for them. Just before One Tong caught up with them, Tom's wall jumping got them to the high window and they leapt out. Tom was barely able to land on his feet and look around while Sokka face planted. The sand around the tower was mostly condensed into a hard plate, but big chunks of it were missing. Appa, Aang, and Katara were also missing. Toph couldn't hold the library anymore, and the sheer force of it sliding down into the depths of the sand tossed Toph away from it. "Where are they?" Tom asked once Toph picked herself up. "Sandbenders." Toph gasped, barely able to keep on her feet. "They attacked Appa. Held him off as long as I could. They got away, but Aang and Katara got out. They could still see him and chased." Toph pointed a shaky finger towards the dunes. "That way. Sokka, stay with Toph until she catches her breath and then follow." Sokka picked himself up off the rather hard bit of sand he smashed into when he landed and flashed the thumbs up. Tom took off in the direction Toph pointed, knowing his intervention still had a chance of making a chance for the good. And he hoped against hope it would. Chapter 36, A Wish to Endure, Part 1. Tom had used up a lot of energy in the library itself. He had probably overestimated himself with the idea that he could just run off and catch up with Aang and his glider. Still, he pressed on in the direction Toph had pointed out. He ran fairly aimlessly through the dunes, hoping he was staying on track. There were faint lines in the sand Tom was hoping were the tracks of the Sandbender's sand sailors, but he couldn't be sure with the wind shifting everything around. It took him a while, but Tom was finally able to spot something actually useful. It was still a ways off in the distance, but it was pretty clear that that was his goal. After all, what else could kick up a dust cloud that size? With the renewed vigor that came with the affirmation that he was indeed going the right way, Tom raced toward the sandy cloud that stood just a bit before the horizon. It probably took longer than it felt given how sweaty Tom was by the time he got there, but for the sake of maintaining his adrenaline, he didn't dwell on it. He got to the sand cloud itself, but between the whipping wind and the thick veil of dust, he couldn't make anything out other than some number of benders had to be responsible for the unnatural event. He had just gotten to the cloud when a sand sailor burst out of it, towing a tied-up Appa on a sled behind it. Tom threw a fireball at the sandbender in the back of the vehicle, but he knew he wouldn't hit him. Tom's target was the rope connecting Appa to the sand sailor. With the lead he put on his shot, his relatively slow projectile met its fast target. The low-quality rope burned through almost immediately, causing Appa to slide to a halt and the sandbenders to go flying off their suddenly much faster sand sailor. Tom's first goal was to get to poor Appa, who was tied uncomfortably and looked like he might have taken a stray attack to one of his legs and was hurt. Tom's rush to his furry friend was stopped short, however, by a blast of sand from the now very angry sandbenders. Tom meant to roll out of the way, but with all the exertion in the past, wait, how long did it take for him to run all the way out here? In any event, his tumble to safety turned more into an uncoordinated flop into the sand. Before that show of matchless athleticism could continue, the towering cloud of dust was blasted away in every direction by a mighty gust of wind. Tom had to cover his face to keep the mini sandstorm from blasting him. When he looked up, he saw Aang and Katara where the center of the cloud used to be. "Look!" Katara called, pointing to the stalled sandbenders. "I think the rope broke." "That was mine," Tom said, his hand popping out of the little bump of a sand dune he had become. "You okay, Tom?" Aang asked. He may have been teared, but Tom hopped back to his feet all the same. But of course. The sandbenders started their attack again, but Aang was able to block their attacks with his airbending fairly easily. "It's over," Aang declared. "Just leave Appa alone and leave before you get hurt." The sandbenders didn't look any more inclined to back off, readying another volley of sand. Tom just smiled at them. "Hey, Aang. What do you say we put on a show for them?" "Sounds great. What do you have in mind?" "Just kick up a good dust cloud and close your eyes," Tom said cryptically. "This is probably going to be one of my brighter ideas." Aang just shrugged as he kicked up a cloud of dust and he, Katara, and Appa closed their eyes. When the dust cloud reached its peak, Tom bathed it in flames and covered his own eyes. Just as they shut, the light intensified almost enough to show through his eyelids. It only lasted a second, but it was long enough to blind the sandbenders if all their screaming was any indication. When Tom opened his eyes, he saw the sandbenders scrambling for their sand sailor. His little trick didn't quite have the effect he hoped it would, since the only harm done to them was to their eyes, but it got rid of them all the same. "One of your brighter ideas?" "Really?" Tom turned to Katara, who was giving him an almost disappointed look. "That was a Sokka-level pun, Tom." Tom just smiled and shrugged. "What? Aren't I allowed to have a little fun once in a while?" Katara rolled her eyes, but smiled back. "By the way, what did you just do?" Tom's answer was to walk over to where the sand that got kicked up was and pick something up. He blew on it, presumably to cool it off, and handed it to Katara. She looked it over and found it to be a clear, rounded, irregular object. "Is this glass?" "Yup." Aang, who was trying to untie Appa as quickly as possible, said. "I saw some firebenders doing light shows by melting sand into glass before I got frozen." Tom frowned. "Ah. I thought I was being original with that one." He picked up another piece of glass and rolled it in his hand. "And it didn't give them the 1,000 paper cuts from hell treatment like I hoped it would either. At least it caught the sun, or that would have been embarrassing." "I didn't know glass was made from sand," Katara said, admiring the glass piece in her hand. "You must have good schools where you're from." Tom gave a coy shrug. "With my attendance record, I wouldn't know." Aang finished untying Appa, and the sky bison gratefully hopped off of the wooden sled he had been bound to. But after just one step, his wounded leg gave out and he collapsed. "He okay?" Aang examined the wound for a moment. "It's not pretty, but he'll be fine. I don't think he'll be flying for a while, though." Aang hopped over in front of his furry friend and gave his nose a hug. In spite of the painful injury, Appa still gave the airbender a great big lick. "I'm glad we caught up with you too, buddy," Aang laughed. "We should probably get him out of the sun," Tom said. With his adrenaline wearing off and exhaustion catching up with him, he looked like he was about to fall over. "I'll see if I can scrounge up something." Before he even took a full step, Katara blocked him. "Oh, no you don't. You look like you're about to pass out." "Again. Go sit in Appa's shadow and I'll take care of giving him some shade." Tom was going to respond, but she gave him a cross look. Tom could only groan and start toward the side of Appa opposite the sun. Yes, Mom. Katara just rolled her eyes and got to work. Katara was able to use the rain catchers, and the wood from the cart Appa had been spirited away on to make a canopy to shade Appa. Meanwhile, Aang tended to Appa's leg. Something with a dull edge seemed to have cut a shallow, but fairly large wound, but Aang was able to clean and dress it fairly easily. A little bit later, Sokka and Toph were able to catch up and join the makeshift camp. With everyone together, they got ready to turn in after the long day against the bright and colorful setting sun. Even after how tired he had gotten over the course of the day, Tom still managed to have trouble getting to sleep. With nothing else to do, he just tended the campfire, watching the color of the flame dance and change. So, you can see the future? Tom's head snapped toward the voice, confirming its owner to be Toph. And here I thought seeing with my feet was unique. How did Tom stopped and thought about yesterday. Bad eyes, good ears. I'd have thought you were crazy if not for the bandits and the sand thing, Toph said lightly. I didn't even know I could do that. There was an uneasy pause as they just watched each other, with whatever senses they watched with. So you got a reason you don't just tell the others about your psychic powers? I'm not psychic, Tom explained. He sighed and tried to come up with a simple explanation. Of course he couldn't find one. I'm from I don't know, a different dimension, different planet? Whatever it is, I'm not from this earth. And where I'm from, Aang's life is a work of fiction. That's how I knew stuff. Other than me being here, I've seen all this before. Except Appa was supposed to be taken away by the sandbenders, right? Toph asked, to which Tom nodded. Cool. I wish I knew what was going to happen next. You're just taking this at face value? Well, you're not lying, so I know you believe what you're saying at least. Tom gave her a questioning look. Wait, how do you know I'm not lying? I thought you said you knew this story. It took a second, but again the answer came to Tom. Oh, right. Heart rate and breathing. He chuckled a bit. I forgot you were a human lie detector. So why not tell everyone? Tom thought about it for a second. If he told them now they'd believe him with Aang and Toph backing him. Well, I guess I don't want to change too much. If it wasn't a secret then we could just avoid half the story. But there are some important things along the way that I'd rather not miss. And besides, if I change too much, I won't know what will happen in advance anymore. True. But then why save Appa? Isn't that a pretty big change? Maybe. But some changes are worth making. And as it turns out, I may not have messed with the order of events all that much. I'm not happy about Appa getting hurt, but at least we're still walking to Ba Sing Se like we're supposed to. Makes sense to me, Toph said as she got up to go back to bed. She took a few steps before turning back to Tom. Still, secrets like this have a way of coming out all on their own eventually. Tom smiled. I hope to be disappeared off to another dimension by the time that happens. Toph nodded and returned the smile. You tell me how that turns out. With that she returned to bed, leaving Tom alone again to contemplate the campfire. Chapter 37, A Wish to Endure, Part 2. Appa's wounded leg meant that the group couldn't move the next day. As it turned out, this was a blessing in disguise as they quickly learned that moving during the day was impossible. It was so hot under the desert sun that it was outright dangerous. They decided that they would move during the cool of night once Appa was able. It only took the rest of that day before Appa could put his full weight on his leg. Everyone was hoping that Appa being able to walk would also mean he could fly, but unfortunately that wasn't the case. Aang explained that Appa's legs were just as important in his flying as his tail and that flying would be too much of a strain on the wound. As much as Sokka had a hard time piecing together how that worked mechanically, everyone agreed that they'd have to get out of the desert on foot. That left the problem of which way to go as they had nothing but the eternally shifting sand dunes to guide them. We're literally in the middle of the desert, Sokka said, his thrown-up arms silhouetted against the setting sun. How do we even know which way to start walking? I say that way, Tom said, pointing toward the horizon. We can't just pick a random and hope for the best. Sokka complained. It's not random, Toph assured. We still need to get to Ba Sing Se to tell the Earth King about the eclipse, right? That means we should head north. All we really know is that we're right in the middle of the desert, so just about any direction would be the shortest way out. Sokka glanced over his shoulder at the setting sun, then in the direction Toph had pointed. After a moment of contemplation, Sokka spoke up again. All right, but how do we make sure we don't lose our way at night? The sand dunes could throw us off track, and it's harder to get your bearings with just the moon. What about the stars? Katara suggested, don't ships use the stars to orient themselves? The comment gave Sokka a flash of inspiration. Reaching into his bag, he pulled out an expensive-looking scroll and opened it against the emerging stars. After looking between the night sky and the open scroll a few times, he nodded. Yeah, I think that might work. This is a star chart I had gotten from the library. I think we can make it. What about food and water? Toph asked. We have enough food for about a week, Katara said, looking over the supplies in Appa's saddle, but water might be a bit of a problem. We'll have to ration it. Toph snorted and crossed her arms. Great! Now I'm twice as thirsty. It should only take us a few days to get out of here as long as we don't get turned around, Aang mentioned. Once we get out of the desert, we should be fine. And Appa should be able to fly just a little as his leg starts to heal. We'll be just fine. He had to say it. While traveling at night was better than getting baked in the heat of the sun, the group quickly found out that the desert had a colder side as the nights turned frigid. It was slow going at first with Appa limping along, but his pace improved over time. Unsurprisingly, the water supply started to dwindle rather quickly. As the sun started to peak above the mountains to the east, the group set up their camp. They put the rain catchers back up using the same setup as before and hid from the rapidly rising heat. Fortunately, with their food stores in Appa's saddle, they didn't go hungry. They had a little water left, but it was pretty clear it was going to run out. That's when Sokka noticed a nearby cactus. Tom was just trying to get to sleep when he heard him pipe up. Hey look! There's water trapped inside these cactuses. Don't drink that! Tom shot up and ran around Appa to see Sokka and Momo finishing a big swig from the cut-up plant. Why not? It's very thirst-quenching. Tom face-palmed as the other looked to see what was going on. At least there aren't any friendly mushrooms. Everyone briefly gave Tom a quizzical look, but soon Sokka was the focus when he started to incoherently mutter out what seemed to be an advertisement for cactus juice. Momo seemed equally afflicted by whatever Sokka had. So, we're not drinking anything that comes out of a cactus, I guess. Aang said as Sokka and Momo started falling all over themselves in a kind of drunken stupor. Why not? Toph asked, though it was hard to tell if her question was genuine or not. Katara groaned as Sokka's behavior got more and more silly. Sokka, you know you shouldn't eat strange plants. She moved to collect their two compromised companions when she noticed Tom eyeing one of the dropped sections of cactus. I know we're all thirsty, Tom, but you can't seriously be considering. What? No! Of course not. Tom said assuredly. I was just thinking it might be nice if we could purify the water in that plant somehow. Do you think you could? Katara looked at the pool of liquid at the bottom of the section of cactus Sokka had cut for Momo. I don't think there's anything in it. I think it's just bad water. Well, most liquids you normally see is just water with something in it, Tom said, seeming to start to try to piece something together. This cactus puts a chemical in the water it stores that turns you into that if you try to eat it or drink from it. But I guess I'd be a little ridiculous to ask you to separate the water on a molecular scale. I don't suppose you know any tricks for purifying water? Toph asked, walking back under the shade of the rain catcher. Tom thought for a second. Not really. I don't know how to make a DIY water filter or something like that. I guess I could make, like, a sort of solar still, but you need plastic for that. What's plastic? It's this thin, clear stuff that's really light and strong, Tom explained. The idea is you use it to catch the sun and it makes impure water evaporate and then it condensates onto the plastic as pure water, leaving the impurities behind. I know you can use it to make salt water drinkable. Why would you salt water? Sokka asked, rolling around in the sand to the side of the conversation. That's what we have the ocean for. Katara walked over to the two afflicted troublemakers to guide them under the canopy and out of the sun. Well, would glass work for that? She asked as she helped them to their feet. After all, we know you can make that here. Tom smiled. Yes. Yes, that would probably work. Time to go into the glass-blowing business. He took a step to get to a safe distance from the others, but then stopped abruptly. I hope I don't horribly burn myself. With Katara tied up trying to keep Sokka and Momo from wandering off to their untimely deaths, Aang elected himself to help Tom with trying to make the glass for his solar still. It was really hard to get up enough heat to melt enough sand into an actual sheet. It wasn't easy to melt some scattered grains in the heat of the moment, but this was a tall order. What he finally came up with was a thin, slightly cloudy, dull sheet of something close enough to glass after an hour of effort. The fact that it was warped and not a flat sheet actually was a boon since it made collecting the water easier. Tom and Aang dug a pit and placed pieces of cactus with water in them in the hole around the sides. In the middle was a drinking cup and the glass was placed over that. Tom checked the still every few minutes in spite of the others telling him about watched pots. After more hours in the scorching sun, the still did indeed start working. As the cactus juice evaporated, it collected on the glass and dripped down into the cup as hopefully pure water. When there was enough water for a sip, Katara bent it out. Just because the water evaporated didn't mean it wouldn't still mess with your head. Tom volunteered to put his mind on the line and try it out. After gulping the half a mouthful of water down, everyone waited. Have I done anything crazy yet? I feel fine. Am I fine? It worked! Aang cheered. Our water worries are over. Again, he had to say it. By the time the poor cactus was a stub, they had only added a half a water skin's worth of water. But it was something. For more nights of thirsty trudging and 2 cactuses later, the Sea Wong sands gave way to craggy rocks. By then the cactus juice had worked its way out of Sokka and Momo's systems and everyone cheered at the sound of a distant running river. It didn't matter how far away it was, they could hear it and that meant they could find it. They had finally found their way out. Everyone made it out safely. Chapter 38, A Wish to Arrive, Part 1. It was unbelievably refreshing to have an inexhaustible supply of clean, fresh water after being in the desert for so long. Aang and Katara were enjoying the deep river with some swimming while Toph just stayed on shore, kicking her feet in the cooling river. Tom would have joined Aang and Katara, but he didn't really have anything to wear for that. He'd have to remember to get something to swim in once they got to Ba Sing Se. Sokka was the only one not content to just relax as he pored over maps he had taken from One Tong's library. He was concentrating on the map so hard he didn't notice his sister climbing to the top of a nearby cliff overlooking the river. Waterbending bomb. Katara's impact with the water resulted in a tidal wave rising over everyone. Aang was thrown from the river and Sokka and Toph were drenched as the wave came down on them. The only one that managed to avoid such a fate was Tom, having blocked the wave with his pressure barrier. Everyone laughed with joy at that except for Sokka, who shockingly managed to find something to complain about. Sure. 5,000-year-old maps from the Spirit Library. Just splash some water on them. Sorry, Katara said bashfully as the water bent the moisture out of the maps to instantly dry them. So did you figure out what route we're going to take? Aang asked as the group gathered around Sokka's newly dried map. We just got out of the desert, so we must be around here, Sokka explained as he pointed out a location on the map. We need to go to Ba Sing Se, which is here. It looks like the only passage from the south to the north is this sliver of land called the Serpent's Pass. You're sure that's the best way to go? Toph asked skeptically. It's the only way to go, Sokka emphasized. Unless Appa's ready to fly us over the lakes in our way. Aang patted his big furry friend on the head. He's doing better, but I don't want him to hurt himself again. Appa gave a contented grunt at the attention he was getting. Then I guess that's settled, Sokka said, storing his maps. To Ba Sing Se we go. No more distractions. Hello there, fellow refugees, a random stranger hailed. Sokka gave a suspicious look as Aang and Katara ran up to greet them. You do this to yourself, you know, Tom said with a knowing grin. Sokka just groaned as the two groups met proper. The newcomers were two adults, likely husband and wife given that the woman was clearly expecting, and a younger girl, probably their daughter. So are you guys headed to Ba Sing Se too? Aang asked. Sure are, the man said. We're trying to get there before my wife Aang has her baby. Great! We can travel through the Serpent's Pass together, Katara suggested brightly. All three refugees recoiled at that thought. The Serpent's Pass? Aang gasped, only the truly desperate take that deadly route. Deadly route? Toph parroted. She gave Sokka a good hard punch in the arm. Great pick, Sokka. Sokka recovered quickly enough. Well, we are desperate. You should come with us to Full Moon Bay, Ying's husband suggested. Farriers take refugees across the lake. It's the fastest way to Ba Sing Se. And it's hidden, Aang added, so the Fire Nation can't find it. Just to rub it in, Katara rubbed her chin as if in thought, peaceful ferry ride, or deadly pass. Sokka was not nearly as amused by his sister's sarcasm as she was. Still, it was hard to argue with her logic. It didn't take long to get to the cave in which the hidden port was located. Aang even suggested that Aang ride there on Appa's saddle, though she politely declined. Tom suggested that the three refugees stick with them until they got to Ba Sing Se, but they said they didn't want to be a bother and the groups parted. The cave the bay was hidden in was filled with the tents of the refugees that weren't able to get on a ferry for one reason or another. The place carried an air of oppressive sadness. It didn't take long for Aang and company to get up to the desk that granted tickets to the ferry. They got a good show of the kind of person in charge of distribution as an unfortunate and somewhat familiar cabbage salesman had his inventory destroyed. And by a trained platypus bear no less. The 40-something-year-old woman showed little concern for his grief as she demanded next, with her raspy voice. 5 tickets for the ferry to Ba Sing Se, please. Aang asked tentatively. Passports, the woman demanded in a sharp, automatic response. No one told me we needed passports, Aang admitted. Don't you know who this is? Sokka asked. He's the Avatar. I see 50 avatars a day, the woman scoffed, continuing her paperwork. And by the way, not a very impressive costume, she pointed out a group of people in outfits clearly meant to mimic Aang's. Still, Aang nodded contently at that sincerest form of flattery. Besides, no animals on the ferry, the woman added, motioning to both Momo on Aang's shoulder and Appa behind them. Do I need to call security? The attention turned back to the platypus bear who was still destroying what was left of the previous applicant's cabbage cart. That won't be necessary, Aang assured as he backed away. Toph stepped up as the woman called for the next applicant. I'll take care of this, she assured. Toph placed what looked like a business card on the woman's desk. My name is Toph Beifong and I'll need 5 tickets. The woman at the desk gasped at the sight of the simple slip. The golden seal of the flying boar. It is my pleasure to help anyone of the Beifong family, she said with a seated bow. It is your pleasure, Toph assured. As you can see, I am blind, and these 3 imbeciles are my valets, she explained, gesturing to Aang, Katara, and Sokka. Well, what about him? The woman asked, referring to Tom. That would be my bodyguard, Toph supplied right away. You can never be too careful these days. Right, of course, the woman agreed, still flustered, but the animal there is Dash. Is my seeing eye lemur, Toph said, cutting her off. And needless to say the big one is carrying my things. Well. The woman stammered, I suppose I can make an exception for your seeing eye, lemur, but I'm afraid the other one is simply too big. It just can't fit on the ferry. Well, if we load the saddle and all our stuff on the ferry, Aang said, thinking out loud, I guess he and I can make it across the lake on our own. All right then, Toph said, turning back to the lady, I'll only be needing 4 tickets for the ferry. The woman seemed more perplexed by the second, particularly at how the giant, fluffy, 6-legged thing was supposed to get across the lake at all, but she shook herself out of her thoughts long enough to continue her work. Right, well. Normally it's only 1 ticket per passport, but this document is so official. I guess it's worth 4 tickets. With that sorted out, Toph grabbed the 4 tickets and the group departed. Tom couldn't help but roll his eyes at the idea that something being judged as official enough to bend the rules for 18th century bookkeeping at its finest. He then looked to Toph, who was at the front of the group after her triumph. So I'm your bodyguard? Disappointed, she asked. Not at all, Tom replied, though I loathe to see the day you need one. Toph chuckled, don't worry, hotshot. That day'll never come. They didn't get far before Sokka got grabbed by a young, angry-looking female security guard who demanded he show her his ticket and passport. Is there a problem? Sokka asked worriedly. Yeah, I got a problem with you, the guard said, jabbing him with an accusatory finger. I've seen your type before. Probably sarcastic, think you're hilarious, and let me guess, you're traveling with the Avatar. Do I know you? Sokka asked, now just as curious as scared. You mean you don't remember? The guard asked. Maybe you'll remember this. She grabbed Sokka by the shirt threateningly, only to give him a kiss on the cheek. It only took another beat before Sokka realized who the guard was, Suki. The group moved to as secluded a location as they could find to talk to one of the first friends they had met on their journey. Suki took note that not everyone in the group had been with them at the time. So, she said in Tom and Toph's direction, I see you've made some additions to the gang. This is Toph and Tom, Aang introduced. We met Tom a little while after we left Kyoshi. And Toph we met a little while back. She's my earthbending teacher. Nice to meet you both, Suki said politely, the two in question returning the courtesy. You look so different without your makeup, Katara noted, and the new outfit. That crabby lady makes all the security guards wear them, Suki explained before turning to Sokka, and look at you, sleeveless guy. Been working out? I'll grab a tree branch and do a few chin touches every now and again, Sokka said while flexing, nothing major. Are the other Kyoshi warriors around? Aang asked. Yeah. After you left Kyoshi we wanted to find a way to help people, Suki answered. We ended up escorting some refugees and we've been here ever since. So why are you guys getting tickets to the ferry? Wouldn't you just fly across on Appa? Appa got hurt when we were in the desert on the way here, Tom explained. Is he going to be okay? Suki asked, genuinely concerned. He'll be fine, Aang assured. We just want to give him as much of a chance to rest and recover as we can. Well, that's good to hear at least. The conversation might have continued, but Aang and her family rushed up to the group. Avatar Aang, she addressed, clearly distraught, you have to help us. Someone took all of our belongings. Our tickets, our passports. Everything's gone. I'll talk to the lady for you, Aang assured. It went about as well as you'd expect. No passports, no tickets, the crabby lady snarled absolutely. But she's pregnant and all of their stuff was stolen. Aang pleaded, you have to make an exception. No exceptions. If I just gave away tickets willy-nilly, there'd be no more order. And you know what that means, no more civilization. What if we gave them our tickets? Aang suggested. No! But dash. Next. Don't worry, Aang said, returning to Aang and her family, you'll get to the city safely. I'll lead you through the Serpent's Pass. Chapter 39, A Wish to Arrive, Part 2. I can't believe we gave up our tickets to the ferry, and now we're going through the Serpent's Pass, Sokka said dramatically as the now slightly larger party made their way to the cave's exit. I can't believe you're still complaining about it, Toph grumbled everyone's thoughts in response. I'm coming too! The group turned to see Suki catching up with the group in full Kyoshi warrior regalia, which consisted of a green, lightly armored dress, a gold headdress and white geisha-like face paint. Tom had to admit it looked a lot better in person than it did in the show. The group was happy for the extra help, but Sokka looked unsure. "Are you sure that's a good idea?" he asked worriedly. "Sokka, I thought you'd want me to come," Suki returned, surprised by his reaction. "I do, it's just—" "Just what?" she asked, more forcefully. "Nothing," Sokka said after a moment, "I'm glad you're coming." With that the group departed, though Sokka lingered in the rear, looking unsure. As it turned out, Full Moon Bay was fairly close to the Serpent's Pass. It only took about 2 hours to get to it. And it wasn't that hard to spot either. While the pass was only about 8 to 10 feet wide in most places and not much more than double at its widest, it had many tall crests shrinking off into the horizon across the lake. "This is the Serpent's Pass?" Sokka asked, gesturing to the formation. "I thought it would be more winding." "You know, like a serpent?" "Guess they misnamed it." "Well, it's undulating," Tom supplied. "I guess that's true," Sokka agreed, "though I still think it's false advertising. The universe really does hate him, doesn't it?" "Look at this writing," Aang said, focusing on one of the legs of the Shinto-looking gate. She took a second to look over the characters and gasped, "How awful." "What does it say?" the blind girl of the group asked. "It says abandon hope," Katara read aloud. "How can we abandon hope?" Aang asked. "That's all we have." Tom chuckled. That's just someone thinking they're clever. You have us for whatever this place intends to throw at us." Tom was the first through the gate, smiling over his shoulder at the worried refugees. "What's that old saying? Hope for the best, plan for the worst?" The group progressed, some more tentatively than others, through the gate and up the first steep hill of the pass. Having Appa there actually made the track a bit more dangerous thanks to his size. He was the last in the group and had to be careful to stop if the people in front of him did, lest he knock someone off the cliff. Good thing the Sky Bison was careful and attentive despite his discomfort on the narrow space. Aang suggested that Aang ride on Appa given her vulnerable state, but she insistently declined, knowing Appa was hurt. While the offer was genuine, both the Airbender and the Sky Bison appreciated the consideration. In spite of the steep hills and valleys of the pass, the group made good time. The sun was starting on its journey toward the horizon and they had already made it a quarter of the way across the lake. With no incident, no less. With luck, they'd be able to finish the hike by tomorrow afternoon. There wasn't much to look at in terms of scenery with just the barren pass and the flat lake to look at, but everyone found their eyes drawn to the Fire Navy warship patrolling the waters below. The Fire Nation controls the western side of the lake, Suki explained the question on the tip of everyone's tongues. Rumor had it that they're working on something big on the other side and they don't want anyone to know what it is. "This is bad," Sokka mumbled worriedly. "They're going to see Appa." "I don't know how much it'll help, but I'll see what I can do," Tom said as he moved to the back of the group, right in front of Appa. He did his best to put out as much heat as he could to make a heat shimmer that could break up Appa's outline. It didn't take long for him to realize, never mind, this isn't working. Perhaps distracted by Tom, or perhaps by just plain bad luck, Ying's husband stepped on a loose part of the cliff. It gave way, starting him on a rather abrupt journey toward the water below. Using some quick earthbending, Toph was able to catch him on a ledge she formed and fling him back up to safety. The part of the ledge that had given way wasn't as lucky as its splash landed in the water. And while that wasn't so much of a problem for said rocks, the fact that they drew the attention of the Fire Navy ship was for everyone else. With Appa partially obscured by the heat shimmer, it took them an extra second to open fire, but they probably had orders to kill anything that moved, so they fired all the same. Aang was able to deflect the first shot right back at the ship with an impressive display of his airbending, causing it serious damage. Still, it fired off one more shot, this one nearly dead on target. The flaming rock smashed into part of the cliff above them and sending a shower of rubble in Suki's direction. Sokka shoved her out of the way, but now he was in danger of being crushed. Toph saved the day again with her earthbending, creating a ledge that guided the rubble away from Sokka and into the water. If Sokka was grateful for the rescue, he didn't show it. He ran to Suki with a worried expression. Suki, are you okay? You have to be more careful. Thanks for saving my life, Toph. Hey, no problem, Sokka. Tom heard Toph mumble to herself as he passed her as the group ran for safety. Unfortunately, Appa had to take off and fly for a minute or two as the pass got narrower for the few feet that the group ran as they escaped the now immobile ship. The group found a rather large area at the top of one of the Serpent's Pass's crests that was big enough for a campsite and far enough away from the ship they had escaped to be safe. This also gave Appa the chance to land for the first time since the escape. The first priority was to check Appa's leg and make sure he didn't reopen the wound. Fortunately, he hadn't, though it was clear he was sore and unhappy from the abrupt takeoff. With the sun set and the stars beginning their twinkling, everyone settled down and got ready for bed. There were a few shenanigans around camp, mostly involving Sokka and Suki, but Tom didn't really pay them any mind. Everyone was alive and no one had any permanent damage. That was his top priority. With nothing else to do, Tom tried to turn in early. This had the net result of him simply getting to sleep around the same time as everyone else. The next day was uneventful as they continued their journey through the Serpent's Pass. There weren't any more Fire Navy ships to stumble across and everyone made a point of staying away from the ledges. The only hazard left was boredom and that was survivable. The problem arose when they found a part of the pass that sunk so low that it had disappeared into the lake. It was far enough that you could swim it if you were healthy and athletic enough, though that was cold comfort to the blind girl and pregnant woman. Can Appa get them across? Tom asked, the group looking first to Appa and then to Aang. Well, he can't carry everyone. But I bet he'd be okay if we went two at a time, Aang suggested. Then he turned to his furry companion. What do you think, buddy? Appa gave a confirmatory roar. Okay, let's do this. Aang and her daughter were the first on in the saddle as Appa made his first trip over the gap. It took a pass or two before anyone noticed the long, dark shape that was passing beneath Appa as he slowly and carefully flew. At the third pass, the thing making the shadow surfaced, a massive, green sea serpent. The thing roared a shrieking roar and lunged toward Appa. I think I figured out why they call this the Serpent's Pass. Sokka called out unhelpfully. Tom, however, was a bit more prepared for action. Oh no you don't. He blasted his way up to the thing's gigantic face with a boost from the jets of fire technique and body slammed it, finishing with a flaming kick that pushed him away from its snapping jaws. As much as his kick saved him the immediate retaliation of the monster's jaws, Tom was left with no time or recourse to dodge the next attack, a tail slam that smashed him into the lake below. The hit was hard enough to make him lose all sense of direction and it even took him a second to register that he was in the water. With the tail slowing in the water, Tom was able to peel himself off it and get free. That still left the problem of being disoriented underwater with the 100-and-some-odd-foot sea serpent he just royally pissed off. He tried to look around, but he couldn't figure out which way was up. Suddenly the water around him seemed to be pushed out of the way and Tom landed on what he assumed to be the lake bed. Are you okay? He heard Katara ask worriedly. Tom looked up to see her reaching out with one hand to help him up and holding the other toward the top of the air bubble she had made for them. I'll live, he said, accepting the hand up. Before they could even think to do anything else, a shadow passed over them. The monster was swinging around to come after them. Hold on tight, Tom said. They wrapped their arms around each other and Tom summoned his pressure barrier around them both. With another fire jet, they blasted up toward the surface. With the heat from the barrier boiling the water in their way away, they burst to the surface with enough force to send them several feet into the air. That was amazing to dash. Ice platform please, Tom said, cutting off Katara's compliment. She hadn't noticed the momentum petering out, but now she was definitely noticing the sensation of falling. Oh, right. Right before they were back in the water, Katara let out a long breath that caused a thick sheet of ice to form on the surface of the lake for them to land on. The ice settled and the two breathed a sigh of relief. Wow. We make a pretty good team, don't we? I think we make a better team on shore, Tom said, not looking at her. Katara turned around quickly to see the monster had followed them to the surface. With a blast of her waterbending, the ice raft rocketed toward the shore that Appa was dropping Sokka and Suki off on. The monster's attack missed and Aang buzzed it before it could launch a second. Tom hopped off the ice raft the second he was close enough to shore. "Are you sure you're okay, Tom?" Katara asked quickly, staying on the raft. Tom gave his side a light pat. "Actually, I'm pretty much fine for once. Just stings a little." "Good," Katara nodded before turning back toward Aang and the sea serpent. "Aang!" Whirlpool! Using their waterbending, Aang and Katara created a whirlpool big enough to fit even the giant creature. After a few spins, the monster was flung into the side of one of the pass's taller crests. After that it decided to take its leave. The rest of the way out of the pass was largely uneventful. The only thing of note was when Suki approached Tom. "So, Firebender, huh? That's not a problem, is it?" Tom asked. "No," Suki said lightly, "it's just surprising." "What made you change sides?" "Change sides indeed," Tom chuckled. "I'm not from the Fire Nation." "Really?" Suki asked, surprised. "Where from then?" "It's kind of complicated," Tom answered unhelpfully. "Suffice to say, aside from the moral high ground, I have a vested interest in helping Aang and ending the war." Suki considered for a moment. "Well, you are kind of odd, but if Sokka and the others trust you, I guess I will too." "I appreciate it." It was a little past noon when the lake gave way to the solid ground leading up to the outer wall of Ba Sing Se. Finally they had made it through. "There's the wall," Sokka exclaimed, pointing to the structure just barely visible in the distance. "Now it's nothing but smooth sailing to Ba Sing Se." Suddenly Aang gasped, "Oh, no! What's wrong?" Sokka asked worriedly. "The baby's coming!" The universe hated Sokka a lot. Luckily Katara had helped deliver babies back home, so she knew what to do. With a little help from everyone, the healthy baby girl was born. With that one last hurdle cleared, the path to the wall was clear. Unfortunately, once they got to the wall, Aang and company saw they had one last challenge before they could see the city. Chapter 40, A Wish to Protect, Part 1. The group, now just a little bit bigger, continued toward the grand wall of Ba Sing Se with no further incidents. The way was rocky, but hardly comparable to even the flatter spots of the Serpent's Pass. Things were finally looking up as they did so at the wall from its base for the first time. Even Tom was awestruck at its sheer size. It was much taller than the Great Wall of China, the most impressive wall he had yet seen. With the help of Aang and Toph's earthbending, the entire group was soon treated to a rapid elevator ride to the top. Unfortunately, the scenery wasn't that appealing on the way up. "What is that thing?" Sokka gasped, pointing a truly gigantic, mostly cylindrical machine lumbering toward the wall. It was clear even from the top of the wall that the thing was Fire Nation. "I think," Tom said as they got to the top of the wall, "that's the thing the Fire Nation was protecting on their side of the lake." I think it's a drill," Aang gasped as he looked down at the monstrous thing. "It's a giant drill. We made it to Ba Sing Se and we're still not safe." "No one is," Aang lamented. Before anyone could do anything to console her, two Earthbender soldiers approached the group. "What are you people doing here? Civilians aren't allowed on the wall." Aang stepped forward immediately. "I'm the Avatar," he declared. "Take me to whoever's in charge here." Surprisingly, the soldiers acquiesced immediately and offered to have someone take Aang and her family into the city. It was a strange, but really welcome change of pace that an authority figure didn't start with trying to kill or capture them. Their host was even quite gracious. "It is an honor to welcome you to the outer wall, young Avatar. But your help is not needed." "Not needed?" Aang asked the middle-aged general as he casually strolled the enormous wall. "Not," the General Sung, emphasized, "needed. I assure you the Fire Nation cannot penetrate this wall. Many have tried, but none have succeeded." "What about the Dragon of the West?" Toph noted casually. "He got in." General Sung balked at that. Well, Technically yes. But he was quickly expunged. The general took a breath and recovered. Nevertheless, that's why the city is named Ba Sing Se. It's the impenetrable city. They don't call it Na Sing Se. The general laughed at what was apparently a hilarious joke. A second later he explained, that means penetrable city. Toph was unimpressed. Thanks for the tour, but we've still got the drill problem. Not for long, the general assured. With a proud stride, he made his way over to a telescope mounted on the outside of the wall. I've sent an elite group of earthbenders called the Terra Team. Wait, Tom mumbled to himself, realizing something for the first time. Terra is Latin. Is there Latin here? The general had his telescope to watch the events unfold, but even with the naked eye, it was fairly easy to make out what was going on. The group of earthbenders blasted their way through the line of tanks escorting the drill. Given the attack the entire platoon levied against the drill literally did nothing, one could wonder why they bothered to have an escort in the first place. The bad news didn't end there, though. After the initial attack failed, 2 people could be seen sliding off the top of the drill down to the earthbenders. It was impossible to make out any of the features of the newcomers, but you could just barely make out one of them mixing in with the earthbenders. The Terra team fell quickly after that. We're doomed! General Song lamented loudly, getting a great look at his elite warriors being felled so easily. Sokka gave him a quick, hard slap. Get a hold of yourself, man. You're right, I'm sorry. Perhaps you'd like the Avatar's help now? Toph pressed confidently. The general humbly trudged up to Aang. Yes, please, he pleaded weakly. With the general off to collect his fallen warriors, that left Aang and company to plan on what their help would entail. So the question is, how are we going to stop that thing? Aang asked, voicing what was on everyone's mind. Sokka noticed everyone's eyes turn right to him. Why are you all looking at me? You're the idea guy, Aang said, sounding like he was stating the obvious. What about Tom? Sokka asked, pointing at the quiet firebender. I bet he's come up with a plan. You want to hear my plan? Tom asked, Sokka nodding fervently in response. Okay. My plan is to follow Sokka's plan. Oh, come on. Sokka griped, I know you can come up with something. You're just doing this to mess with me, aren't you? That's absolutely correct, Tom said with a droll smile, returning Toph's fist bump. Nice. Sokka didn't share the positive sentiment. I'm the idea guy, huh? So, what, does that mean I'm the only one who can come up with a plan? That's a lot of pressure. You're also the complaining guy, Katara supplied unhelpfully. Sokka actually seemed to calm down at that comment, that part one don't mind. Ironically, it was actually Ty Lee, one of Azula's friends, that provided the inspiration needed for Sokka to come up with his plan. When the Terra team was brought back in from the field, they were revealed to be completely helpless despite being outwardly undamaged. Once one of the soldiers gave a description of the person who attacked them, Katara knew exactly who she was. She doesn't look dangerous, Katara said, but she knows the human body and its weak points. It's like she takes you down from the inside. Sokka started jumping around as inspiration struck. That's how we're going to take down the drill. The same way Ty Lee took down all these big earthbenders. By hitting its pressure points. Toph elaborated, having quickly caught on. We'll take it down from the inside, Aang finished as they all looked down at the looming vehicle. See? I knew my plan would work, Tom noted, earning a glare from Sokka. The group made their way down to ground level to get to the drill itself. The small trenches that the Terra team had used were still there, so they used them as cover to get closer to the drill without the crew of the giant thing noticing. Once I whip up some cover, you're not going to be able to see, so stay close to me, Toph warned. She hopped up from the trench and blasted the ground before her, causing a huge cloud of dust. The cloud was big enough to get them into the shadow of the vehicle. Toph opened up a hole in the ground to tunnel under the drill and find a way inside. Once they came up under it, they saw a series of openings that they could use to get in. Aang hopped up to one and helped lift up first Katara, then Sokka, and finally Tom. He waited for Toph, but she stayed where she was. Sokka stuck his head back down when she didn't come. Toph, come on. No way am I going in that metal monster, she replied. I can't bend in there. I'll try to slow it down from out here. That was enough for Aang and Sokka. Okay, good luck. The group took a quick look around the area they were in. Most of the place consisted of metal tubes of various sizes, many with valves on them. I need a plan of this machine, Sokka said as he looked for any weakness to exploit. Where are we going to find something like that? Sokka's response was to draw his machete and smash one of the valves. It broke off and the room started filling with steam. Great! Now we'll never get Half-Life 3. Tom mumbled to himself. What are you doing? Aang demanded as the room got cloudier. Someone's going to hear us. That's the point, Sokka smiled. He saw Aang and Katara's unconvinced looks and decided to explain. I figure a machine this big needs engineers to run it. And when something breaks, they come to fix it. Katara finished. They all found little crevices within the room to hide in. It was filled with nooks and crannies that made perfect hiding places with the steam for cover. It only took about a minute for an engineer to show up to the broken valve. Once he passed the group, Katara popped out and used the steam to cover the engineer in a layer of ice. Hi. This'll work. Thanks! Sokka said as he grabbed a piece of parchment out of the man's hands and ran off with the others. In another room, Sokka unfurled the schematics and looked them over. After a moment of thought, he spoke. It looks like the drill is made up of two main structures. There's the inner mechanism where we are now, and the outer shell. The inner part and the outer part are connected by these braces, he said, pointing them out on the detailed diagram. If we cut through them, the entire thing will collapse. No one saw a flaw in his logic, so they all set out for the outer shell. With the guidance of the stolen schematics, they were able to find their way to the shell of the drill. It looks a lot thicker in person than it does in the plans. Sokka sighed as they walked up to it. We're going to have to work pretty hard to cut through that. What's all this wee stuff? Katara asked. Aang and I are going to have to do all the work. Hold on a sec, Tom said, walking up to the brace. Let me see if I can just melt through it or something. That'd be pretty quick. Oh, no you don't, Katara said, catching him by the shoulder. What? Every time you do something like that you end up getting hurt or passing out or something, Katara told him. Just let Aang and I take care of this. Tom was taken aback by that comment for a moment. Excuse me? I'm not some delicate flower. I'm pretty sure I can take a piece of metal in a fight. Oh really, Mr. Gorilla Ox? Then why did you cook your palms last time you took on a piece of metal? What? That one tank? That was forever ago. That's not the point. Guys! Aang shouted over the argument. We don't have time to argue. If Tom heats up the metal red hot, me and Katara can cool it down to make it more brittle. That's probably the fastest way to get through this thing. What do you say? Well, alright, Katara agreed after a moment. I still don't see the point in doing this the hard way, Tom said, mostly to himself. Katara gave him a sharp jab to the ribs and shot him a death glare. Knowing it was an argument he wouldn't win, Tom sighed, but fine. Knowing quenching the brace after it was heated up would evaporate the water they had, Katara went back into the inner mechanism while Tom heated up the brace to find some extra water to expend. When she got back, Tom was starting to leave an impression on the metal as he heated it up. Tom, she more scolded than anything else, that's enough. He grumbled, but backed off all the same. After quenching the brace and getting rid of the extra steam, Katara and Aang started slashing at the side of the brace with rapid passes of water. It wasn't like a water jet, but it still sliced enough to make visible headway with each pass. Even with the brace weakened, it still took a good 15 or 20 minutes to get all the way through it. With the last few hard strikes, the brace finally was cut in two. Unfortunately, it only slid about 4 inches from its place. At this rate we won't do enough damage before the drill reaches the wall, Katara said as she tried to catch her breath. Well, melting through it would go pretty fast, Tom suggested. Drop it, Tom, Katara growled back. It took a second, but the entire drill started to rumble and groan. You hear that? We took it down, Sokka declared in a rare moment of optimism. We'd better get out of here. They only got a few steps before someone's voice started echoing through the structure's rudimentary PA system. Congratulations, crew! The drill has made contact with the wall of Ba Sing Se. Start the countdown to victory. And still no Half-Life 3, Tom sighed. Sad. Chapter 41, A Wish to Protect, Part 2. This is what you get for being optimistic, Sokka, Tom said calmly as the Water Tribe warrior uselessly pushed against the giant brace. Don't go messing with the natural order. This is bad, Katara breathed, ignoring both Tom and her brother, choosing to stay focused on their situation. After another second, Sokka gave up on his fruitless efforts. We're putting everything we've got into busting these braces, but it's taking too long. I know what would make it go faster. Tom mumbled. Katara gave him a growl and a cross look, making the firebender shrug irritably and take a step out of the conversation. Aang perked up, striking inspiration. Maybe we don't have to cut all the way through. Toph has been teaching me that you shouldn't put all of your energy into any one strike. Sokka, take a fighting stance. Sokka did so, taking up a boxing-like form that wasn't overly stable, but, unbeknownst to him, would prove the point just fine. You've got to be quick and accurate, he said, as he started breaking Sokka's stance with some footwork and a few light jabs. Break your opponent's stance, and when he's reeling back, you deliver the final blow. With that, Aang gave Sokka a light whack on the head that caused him to drop to the floor. His own weight becomes his downfall. Literally. So, we just need to weaken the braces, instead of cutting all the way through, Katara said, catching on to the plan. Then I'll go to the top of this thing and deliver the final blow. Aang finished. And then, using multimodal reflection sorting. Tom mumbled to himself. What was that? Aang asked. Nothing, Tom said lightly, heading back into the inner mechanism to head to the next brace. Let's go bust some braces, yay team. See, that's more of what Team Avatar needs. More enthusiasm. No one could really tell if Sokka was serious or not, but they all carried on regardless. With new purpose and much less brace to cut through, the group made their way through dozens of braces on either side of the machine. There were quite a few close calls as they had to damage braces on both sides, and the inner mechanism was filled with engineers, but they managed to do their damage undetected. They had damaged braces along almost a full section of the drill after a little over an hour. It was tiring work, but the rush of adrenaline from defeat being so close kept them working. By the time they had gotten through most of the braces in one section of the drill's segmented body, Tom started watching the area around them with his bow at the ready. Eventually the crew of the drill would take notice and retaliate. It was only a matter of time. He caught a glimpse of movement on an area above them. Azula only took 2 steps out from the inner mechanism before she had to dodge one of Tom's arrows. It's Azula and her friends, Sokka exclaimed as he ducked Azula's counterattack. Tom fired off another shot that forced her and mine back into the cover of the inner mechanism. Finish that brace and get back inside, Tom said as he did his best to pin the deadly trio down. It only took about 20 more seconds before Aang and Katara finished the brace and started back toward the inner mechanism. Sokka and to her right behind them, both just barely avoiding the barrage of knives and flames that began as soon as Tom's arrows stopped. The group traveled deeper into the drill, Azula hot on their heels. At AT intersection, Aang stopped and pointed down a hall that led towards where they had gotten in. Guys, get out of here. I know what I need to do. Wait, Katara called to him, you need this water more than I do. Katara tossed him her water skin which he caught. I'm going with you, Tom said, following Aang down his corridor. Aang gave him a questioning look as they started down the long hall. Azula's going to be right behind us. I'll take care of her while you bring down the drill. Okay, let's do it. Aang, literally running like the wind, outpaced Tom as they headed toward the top of the drill. The closer they got toward the front and the higher they got, the more engineers they saw. Still, they were all working on something, so with no guards, both Aang and Toph were able to make it to the top without encountering resistance. Obviously, no one on the design team for the monstrosity ever thought about intruders, as there were no doors to lock or even to close to slow down intruders. By the time Toph got to the top of the ladder that led to the highest part of the drill, other than the bridge, he saw that Aang was already hard at work cutting into the shell. "How's it going?" Toph called from the other side of the barrage of boulders being tossed as uselessly at the drill from atop the wall. "I'm making progress," Aang strained as he remained focused on the task before him, "but I need more time." "Don't worry, I've got you covered." Toph turned back to the back end of the drill. It wouldn't take Azula long to catch up with them. Toph wasn't necessarily any faster than she was, so she'd be right behind him. Sure enough, Azula hoisted herself up from the ladder to the top of the drill about a minute later. "Hello again, my knight," Azula said, smiling as she approached Toph. "We really have to stop meeting like this. It's dangerous to get in my way. It'd be a shame if something happened to you." Toph smiled back at her, getting into a fighting stance. "I don't know, I seem to be holding out just fine." Azula chuckled as she readied herself for battle. "How naive. I guess you haven't learned your lesson yet." She rushed at Toph, tossing two-fingered fire darts his way as she approached. They were hard to dodge, due to their speed, but Toph managed. When Azula closed and she tried a high kick, but this was much easier to dodge. The attack was frighteningly powerful, but much slower. Toph took the chance to counter-attack there. Azula was still recovering from her kick, so Toph punched at her exposed side. The attack looked perfect, but the strike in flames that followed only met empty space. Azula had already leaned out of the way and readying her counterattack. Toph leaned away from her fire blasts and tried to sweep her feet out from under her with a jet of flame. Azula jumped over the attack and flipped over Toph's head. Knowing her real target was Aang, Toph felt safe in delivering a slower, but very powerful kick to Azula's side. Having turned her back on Toph, she didn't see it in time and the blow knocked her off her feet. She got up right away, though. "I guess you're just as rude as your brother," Toph said, waiting for her counter. "It's not polite to turn your back on your opponent. Very unbecoming of a princess." "Oh, you're right," Azula agreed lightly. "It was impolite of me not to give you my undivided attention." Azula blasted another combination of fast but light and slow but powerful attacks at Toph. Some of them were way too close for comfort, at least partially being blocked by his pressure barrier. After Azula's attack was weathered, Toph hit back with fire blasts of his own. Azula was able to avoid them, but they too got surprisingly close. Well. Now you've really got my attention. I could almost mistake you for having royal blood." Toph shrugged in his fighting stance. "Well, I don't think being born into money and influence makes you a better fighter, but I guess I can't really complain about that sort of thing." "It's a pity I have to kill you," Azula said honestly. Come to think of it, that was probably the most sincere-sounding thing Toph had ever heard her say. "It doesn't have to be that way, you know. Think of what you and I could do together. Side by side. Besides, isn't the knight supposed to protect the princess?" "Sorry, but I've already got a princess." Azula shrugged herself and sighed. "Have it your way." In the blink of an eye, she was on him. Toph barely blocked the flurry of attacks Azula sent at him. Every time Toph thought there was going to be a break in the attack, another strike came. Toph didn't even see the hit coming when Azula's knees slammed into his side. The kick she sent at his head probably would have knocked him out cold had he not barely blocked it. Toph struck back with a punch of his own, but Azula was able to back away from it. "Once again, you impress me. That was supposed to break your ribs, but it looks like I underestimated you." Toph gripped his throbbing, stinging side. "Great," he mumbled to himself, "she's turning into Frieza. I know how this fight goes." Azula lead off the exchange again, but this time Toph seemed to vanish in the heat and setting sun. "Oh, no you don't," Azula told herself. She caught a glimpse of movement trying to get past her and knocked Toph out of his dash with a wide chop, hitting him in the throat. While he staggered back from that hit, Azula slammed him in his already damaged side with a strong kick. Tom couldn't do anything but stumble back. Still no broken ribs. It really is too bad you won't come to your senses and join me. You're quite the fighter. So are you, though that's no surprise, Tom admitted. You leave me no choice but to use my ultimate technique. Azula raised a skeptical eyebrow. Your ultimate technique? And what might that be? Tom smiled as he answered, Kaioken. Ko what? In spite of the joke, there was nothing funny about what happened next. Before Azula even had the chance to see it coming, a flaming punch slammed into her, sending her flying. Using the flames around his body to propel him through the air, Tom rushed past the reeling Azula to slam her in the back of her head with his elbow. The hit stopped her forward momentum and Tom took the opportunity to club Azula into the ground with his fists. Despite the savage attack, Azula was far from down and out. She used her position on the ground to put extra power into another kick. Tom backflipped away, kicking Azula in the back as he moved. The two combatants ended up pretty far away from each other. Tom let the flames around him disappear the instant his last blow landed, not wanting to waste any more of his strength than he absolutely needed to. He was breathing really heavily and each gasp shot a new wave of pain through the side that Azula had targeted. It worked! Tom gasped. The TFS gag actually worked. This is the greatest day of my life. For all of the pounding she had just taken, it only a second or two for her to pick herself up. Well, unfortunately for you, she half spoke half growled as she dusted herself off, this is also going to be the last day of your life. Oh, come on! Tom complained as he still tried to catch his breath, what is she even made out of? Things went from bad to worse as he saw Azula start to charge up a lightning attack. His options against an attack that powerful were severely limited, but fortunately for him, he didn't have to counter the attack at all as a flurry of rocks peppered Azula and forced her to abandon the attack. Aang stepped up next to Tom, clearly fresh and ready to fight. I can't deliver the final blow on the drill with Azula still here, Aang explained, we'll take her down together. I'd like to say I can finish this on my own, but I think the writing's on the walls, Tom sighed. The three combatants readied their fighting stances and Azula charged. Just before the fight could begin, something hit Tom and Aang from behind hard enough to push them forward. Mud from the slurry pipes in the drill was gushing out the front of the machine. Katara and Toph must have been plugging the drain with their bending. With Aang and Tom being pushed forward and the slippery ground preventing Azula from stopping, the three slammed into each other and began sliding off the drill in different directions. With no way to hold on, Tom could only try to land on his feet. He did, sort of, though he ended up with a face full of mud when his legs buckled and he collapsed in the expanding puddle. Now he knew it was all up to Aang. And frankly, he knew of no one better equipped for it. Aang was able to deliver the final blow to the drill, though the drill ended up spewing wave of mud in every direction, one of which washed away Tom. He lifted himself up from the puddle he finally settled in to see the drill was indeed destroyed. Yay! Go team! He mumbled to himself before flopping back down into the mud. Thanks to Katara and Toph's bending, once the Fire Nation troops had been driven away and everyone was back on the wall, it was easy to clean all the mud off everyone. With the sun already dipped below the peaks in the distance, it was decided that they would head to the city proper in the morning. General Song gave them an entire barracks to themselves, even after Aang insists they don't need to trouble them so. It was late and Katara noticed Tom staring out of the window of the barracks at the now derelict and abandoned drill. Hey, Tom. Come to say I told you so, he grumbled, still staring off into space. Katara put her hands on her hips and gave him a cross look. Come on, Tom. Does that really sound like something I'd do? The firebender sighed. I guess not. Sorry. It's okay, she said, sitting next to him, I think we both let the stress get the better of us. She put a hand on his shoulder to get him to look at her, and you know I only worry because I care, don't you? Yeah. With a better look at him, she could see he had a stormy look on his face. What's wrong? She asked kindly, you can tell me. I I lost. Again. Tom growled, though more at himself than anyone else. I keep losing to those two and I don't know why. You mean Azula and Zuko? She asked. Tom nodded and she gave him a comforting smile. Well, they've been firebending their whole lives. I know you'll catch up. Tom started to say something, but Katara cut him off right away. Listen, I know you have what it takes to be the best firebender there is. You just have to give it time. You're a patient guy, just keep up the good work. That's nice of you to say, but... It's the truth, she said forcefully, catching him off guard. You're one of the strongest and smartest people I know, Tom. You've come so far almost completely on your own. You should be proud of yourself. Besides, there's no way we would have been able to damage so many braces without you. And Aang said he wouldn't have been able to cut deep enough into the drill shell to deliver the final blow. We couldn't have done it without you. Listen, get some sleep, Katara said with a smile. You're going to need to be at full strength when you meet Azula next time. Thanks, Katara. Anytime. Chapter 42, A Wish to Meet, Part 1. The train ride to the city was blissfully uneventful as Aang and company made their way to the city within the wall they had just defended. Needless to say, Appa was too big for the train car, so he had to get to the city another way. Aang decided that he needed some exercise and that he was healed enough to make it to the city by flying. That meant Aang was going to be flying to the city with Appa while the rest of the group took the train. Katara was the first in the train to notice the approaching city. Look! The inner wall. While the inner wall wasn't nearly as big or impressive as the titanic outer wall, it was clear that such a structure would have been impossible without the help of many earthbenders. It would only be a minute or two before they pulled into the city proper and finally got a look at it. I can't believe we made it to Ba Sing Se in one piece. Hey, don't jinx it, Sokka warned. We could still be attacked by an exploding Fire Nation spoon. Or enter the city to find it's been flooded with an ocean full of killer shrimp. Nobody knew quite what to make of that statement, so Toph spoke up. You been hitting the cactus juice again? I'm just saying, weird stuff happens to us. As if to affirm Sokka's comment, a large man sucking on an ear of corn decided to sit down between Sokka and Toph, uncomfortably pushing them aside. The real problem we're going to be having is getting an audience with the king, Tom spoke up, ignoring the large corn enthusiast. Even if we're with the Avatar, they'd have no reason to trust a bunch of kids with the military. I say we cross that bridge when we come to it, Sokka returned, getting up and finding a new seat. You mean if we come to it, Toph countered. Newsflash, my family is probably the most influential in the whole Earth Kingdom and I've never even seen the Earth King. There's no point in assuming failure before you've even tried, Tom replied calmly. Tom's right, Katara added. We should at least try to get the Earth King's support after coming all the way here. Finally they entered the tunnel in the inner wall that led into the true city of Ba Sing Se, and the first thing they saw as the stone walls passed by was the city's sheer size of all of it. There weren't many factories around the visible, but the number of roofs was awe-inspiring. It truly justified its prominence on the map. Its size on maps wasn't exaggerated one bit. In some ways it felt endless. The train and Appa both stopped in the train station at about the same time and the two groups met back up after their temporary split. Back in the city. Toph grumbled, Great. What's the problem? It's amazing. Sokka said, still looking at the stunning sight. It's just a bunch of walls and rules, Toph answered. Just wait. You'll get sick of it in a couple of days. Suddenly a woman, about 25 years old or so, approached them from seemingly out of nowhere. She had black hair in a simple, modest style, a pale lime green dress, and a smile so plastered on it made you wonder how she ate. Hello, my name is Judy. I have been given the honor to show the Avatar around our wonderful city, the woman introduced in a forced sweet tone. And you must be Sokka, Katara, Toph, and Tom. Welcome to our wonderful city. Shall we get started? Yes, Sokka said immediately. We have important information about the Fire Nation army that we need to deliver to the king right away. Great, let's begin our tour. And then I'll show you to your home here. I really think you'll like it, Judy said without skipping a beat or shifting her tone. Sokka was flabbergasted at first, but pressed on anyway. Maybe you didn't hear me. We need to talk to the king about the war. It's important. You're in Ba Sing Se now. Everyone is safe here. Judy replied in the same sugary tone, but this time she added in a bit more force behind it. The group made it down from the elevated train station to a carriage waiting for them at the ground level. A few seconds after they arrived, a cage big enough to hold Appa was carried out by 2 guards. If you would be so kind as to guide your pet into this cage so that we may transport it safely to your new house. That is not happening, Aang warned, stepping between Judy and Appa. The others also got in the way. You are expressly forbidden from allowing a pet roam free in the streets, Judy once again adding a little power to prove her point. However, Appa countered that point with a roar so loud the near side of the lower ring stopped to try to see what caused the disturbance. Oh, on second thought, perhaps an exception can be made seeing as you're the Avatar. I suppose an exception can be made here. With that their tour began, starting with the lower ring, with Appa lumbering along behind the carriage. This is the lower ring. What's that wall for? Katara asked, noting what seemed to be another inner wall. Oh, Ba Sing Se has many walls, Judy explained. There are the ones outside to protect us and the ones inside to maintain order. This is where our new arrivals live, as well as our craftsmen and artisans. People who work with their hands. It's so quaint and lively. The carriage then passed an alleyway that had 2 men admiring a particularly deadly-looking scimitar. You do want to watch your step, though. Why do they have all these poor people walled off in one part of the city? Katara asked as they passed scenes of various states of poverty. This is why I never came here, Aang admitted. I always heard it was so different from the way the monks taught us to live. The tour moved on to the middle ring. This was the shortest part of the tour in spite of rushing through the lower ring as quickly as possible, since the middle ring wasn't that big. All the while, Sokka tried to get through to the apparently thick-headed Judy, who made a point of redirecting every question asked to be about the city and everyone's apparent love for it. Finally they reached the deepest part of the city. The upper ring is home to our most important citizens. Your house is not too far from here. Along the way to their house, they passed yet another wall. Katara again asked about it. What's inside that wall? And who are the mean-looking guys in robes? Her brother added. Inside is the royal palace. Those men are agents of the Daily, the cultural guardians of Ba Sing Se, Judy helpfully explained. Can we see the king now? Aang asked out of the blue. Oh, no, Judy said with a polite chuckle. One does not just pop in on the Earth King. Finally they disembarked at a cozy little one-story house near a park. It had more than enough rooms for all of them and plenty of space for Appa. Here we are, your new home. A messenger ran up to Judy and handed her a scroll as Aang and the others were climbing the front steps of their new abode. More good news, Judy beamed. Your request for an audience with the Earth King is being processed and should be put through in about a month. A month? Sokka gasped. 6 to 8 weeks, actually. That's 2 months, Tom pointed out. Give or take. Ugh. Chapter 43, A Wish to Meet, Part 2. With nothing else to help them with, Judy told the group that she'd be by with their lunch and dinner after that and to call her if they wanted to see any of the city's sights. It sounded just like any of the other sugary sweet things Judy had been spouting all morning, but like a few of the little things she had said in the beginning, it was pretty clear to the sharp-eared that the offer to chaperone wasn't a courteous suggestion. For the first time since they had arrived at the outer wall, they were alone. The house they had been given was truly a nice one. It was clear that even if they were going to be stuck here for a month or 2, they would at least be comfortable. The house consisted of one large central room with a foyer and a cozy living room right behind it. Off to the corners were the bedrooms holding several bunk beds each and other rooms holding various amenities behind them. It was definitely a nice house in the safest city in the world. But even the safest city had almost fallen just yesterday. They had a mission they needed to complete, and it wouldn't be done until they met with the Earth King. So now what do we do? Sokka griped after they had unpacked all of their belongings. What can we do? Aang asked as he came in from the backyard after tending to Appa. I think we just have to wait and get our audience with the Earth King. Or we could just go see him now, Toph suggested. Everyone looked at her quizzically. It doesn't matter that the palace is behind some wall, we have Appa. I don't know. Aang worried out loud. I think that should be our last resort if it comes to that, Tom spoke up. If we go into the palace from the air without permission, the guards might see it as an attack. And Appa is only just recovering. If we do have to fly in like that, it'd be better if we wait for Appa to be completely healthy first, Katara added. I agree. So that means we have at least a couple of days before we can even think about doing anything rash, Aang said. Well then I'm out of ideas, Sokka sighed. Ditto, Toph agreed. Well, the best thing to do would be to try to get in the king's good graces, Tom thought out loud. It'd be a lot easier to get inside the palace if we were invited by the king himself. How do we do that? Katara asked. Best thing I can think of is to just talk to people and try to get to know someone the king is on a first-name basis with. Toph, do you know anybody that might have an in with the king? Yeah, I don't really know any of my parents' friends, Toph said nonchalantly, you know, 'cause, helpless little blind girl. Too embarrassing to show off in public. Tom recoiled, cursing himself for forgetting that detail. Sorry. The Earthbender just shrugged, Sokka. Besides, I don't think there's anyone that close to the Earth King at all. Like I said before, if anyone would be that close to the king, it'd be my family. And we're not. Still, I think it's worth a shot, Sokka said. It's not like we can do anything else for now. Should we call Judy? Aang asked. Actually, I get the feeling she's just here to keep us from messing with the city, Tom said. Yeah, Sokka agreed. I got that vibe from her too. But didn't we just say we weren't going to break rules right away? Katara noted. Tom just shrugged. This isn't one that'll get us tried for treason. Besides, it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. I like the sound of that. Toph cheered as she popped up and headed for the door. As much as Aang and Katara weren't as keen on the idea, they couldn't really fault the logic, so they went along with it. The day was then spent trying to get to know as many people as possible. One thing became immediately clear as they met more and more citizens in the upper ring: there was more to the city than met the eye. Everyone seemed friendly at first, but they all quickly clammed up at the mention of certain things. The war, the Earth King, the Dai Li, they seemed to be topics that scared people silent. They didn't make any real progress, but they definitely learned a lot about the city itself. They all arrived back at their house before the sun set that evening, all sharing their lack of luck in terms of finding anyone with an in with the king. They were about to go inside when Sokka noticed their neighbor across the road peeking out the window of his door at them. Hey, come with me. The others followed Sokka to the door where he knocked. A middle-aged man opened it with a smile only slightly less plastered on than Judy's. You're the Avatar, he said to Aang. I heard you were in town. I'm Fong. Nice to meet you, Fong, Aang greeted politely. So Fong, Sokka asked, what's going on with the city? Why is everyone here so scared to talk about the war? War? Scared? What do you mean? Fong asked. He tried to look calm, but apparently he was a pretty bad liar. I can feel you shaking, Toph noted passively. I can see you shaking, Tom added. Fong dropped the facade and spoke honestly. Look, I'm just a minor government official. I've waited 3 years to get this house. I don't want to get into any trouble. Get into trouble with who? Katara asked. Fong shushed her and leaned in to speak more quietly. Listen, you can't mention the war here. And whatever you do, stay away from the Dai Li. With that he quickly shut the door and disappeared from the window. With nothing else to do, the group decided to call it a day and spend the rest of it relaxing. The next morning, everyone woke up rested for the first time in a long time after a rare day of peace. Katara went out to get the newspaper from the mailbox and returned with it and a smile. I know how we're going to see the Earth King. How are we supposed to do that? Toph grumbled. She put on Judy's fake smile. One doesn't just pop in on the Earth King. The king is having a party tonight at the palace for his pet bear, Katara read from the paper she held. You mean platypus bear? Aang asked. No, Katara said, looking at the notice again, it just says bearda. It's a grizzly bear, Tom spoke up. Sounds friendly, Sokka joked. It's basically like a platypus bear, but with a short muzzle instead of a bill and a stubby little furry tail, Tom explained. There was a pause before Toph spoke up. This place is weird. The palace will be packed, Katara said, getting right back to the point. We can sneak in with the crowd. Won't work, Toph immediately dismissed. Why not? Well, no offense to you simple country folk, but a real society crowd would spot you a mile away. You've got no manners. Excuse me? You're not exactly Lady Fancy Fingers, Katara returned. Toph made a point of burping at that moment. I learned proper society behavior and chose to leave it, Toph said, tossing a half-eaten pastry aside. You never learned anything. And frankly, it's a little too late. But you learned it. Sokka said, you could teach us. Yeah, I'm mastering every element. How hard could manners be? Aang asked, grabbing some drapes and using them as a cape. Sokka did the same and they were largely ignored as the two of them goofed off. I think I've been underestimated, Tom said. How do you know I'm not sufficiently cultured? Toph raised an eyebrow for a moment. Yeah, I suppose you do have a bit of that upper crust feel to you. And now that I think about it, Katara could probably pull it off with a little guidance. She chuckled as she glanced over at Aang and Sokka smash their heads together as they tried to outbow each other. Though those two would probably be lucky to pass as bus boys. We should also probably have fake names ready too, Tom added. If people know Aang is here, they might know our names as the Avatar's friends. The rest of the day was spent with Toph teaching Katara everything she needed to know about proper Earth Kingdom society behavior, as well as giving Tom some pointers on Earth Kingdom customs he should know. That evening the three of them got dressed for the party and got ready to head to the party. We'll get in the party and let you in through the side gate, they told Sokka and Aang as they left. They made a point of not being the first in line, letting a few dozen groups line up ahead of them before they joined in. It took a few minutes, but eventually their turn came up. Invitation, please. I think this will do, Toph said, flashing her family's seal that she used to get the tickets for the ferry they never used. Unfortunately, the guard was not impressed. No entry without an invitation. Look, Toph said strongly, the Pangs and the Yumsun Hans are waiting in there for us. I'm going to have to tell them who didn't let me in. Step out of line, please, the guard ordered. There wasn't really anything they could do, so they had to acquiesce. As they walk away, they notice someone pull up in an important carriage. He headed for the gate and was going to forego the line, so Katara decided to approach him. Sir, sorry to bother you, but my cousin lost our invitations. She leaned in to whisper the next part. She's blind. Do you think you can help us? Our families are inside and I'm sure they're worried about us. It would be my honor, the man in dark green robes said. He seemed to be somewhere in or near his 40s, but looked very spry and healthy, not a gray hair to be seen in his long braid or thin mustache and goatee. The gold trim in his robes and his regal posture signified his status. The four made it inside, the guard not questioning the man who led the three youngsters, and they entered the palace ballroom. It was grand, with hanging lanterns from its seemingly endless ceiling and art covering its vast walls. In the center of the room was a massive dinner table, with a grizzly bear in a little outfit chowing down on every piece of food placed anywhere near him. Hundreds of people, all dressed to match the luxurious setting, mingled around the huge room. Magnificent, isn't it? Their escort asked, as he looked around with pride. By the way, I'm Fong. I'm a cultural minister to the king. I'm Juamai, Katara introduced, and my cousin is Hui. Tom couldn't help but smile a little at what Toph would have been introduced as had he not been there. And my name is Shirji. It's a pleasure. The pleasure is all mine, Long Feng insisted. Now where's your family? I'd love to meet them. Katara looked around for a moment. I don't see them right now, but I'm sure we'll find them soon. The three of them tried to walk off, but Long Feng appeared in front of them again. Don't worry. As your escort, it would be dishonorable to abandon you children without finding your families first. We'll keep looking. He turned to do so, but Tom smiled and nodded to Katara and Toph. My, it seems a little warm in here, doesn't it? A second later, Long Feng sensed his companions weren't following him and he turned around only to see a vague blur disappearing somewhere into the crowd. Tom could only imagine the look on his face, taking special joy in duping him since he knew the kind of person Long Feng really was. Finally in the clear, Katara, Tom, and Toph looked around for the side entrance, finding it after a little while. They met up with Sokka and Aang, who had already donned waiter outfits as disguises. However, as soon as they rejoined the party, Ju-Di appeared from the crowd. What are you doing here? You have to leave immediately or we'll all be in terrible trouble. She tried to push Sokka towards the door, but he used the try he had been holding as part of his disguise to stop her. We're not leaving until we see the king. You don't understand, she insisted, you must go. She shoved Sokka again, this time hard enough to make him bump into Aang. Aang almost lost control of the teapot he was holding, but Tom held the lid on and kept it from spilling. We're not leaving. But if you don't go, we'll make a scene. I'm pretty sure that'll end worse for you than for us. I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that. Please leave! She was still shoving Sokka, who ended up grabbing Momo's tail, which had been sticking out of Aang's hat like a braid. That caused Momo to freak out and fly into a few people, causing them to panic at the sudden attack. Sorry, Aang called out, my bad. I'll get him. Aang had to use his airbending to catch up with the swift lemur and he lost his disguise in the process, causing the partygoers to start to murmur and Ju-Di's plastered-on smile to finally fall. You keep their attention while I look for the king, Sokka whispered to his friend. It wasn't that hard for the young avatar to stay the center of attention. With his charm and a little bit of his air and waterbending, he had the entire ballroom totally enthralled. And the king's bear too! After just a minute or two of that, a palanquin was wafted out with its rider hidden behind a veil. Tom knew what was about to happen next and readied himself to retaliate, but the Dai Li had already grabbed Toph and Katara before he even noticed. With no real warning, he got nabbed by the stone gloves of one of the agents too and was escorted to the dimly lit, green-tinted library. Long Feng and Aang soon followed those who were invited less than cordially. Why won't you let us talk to the king? Sokka demanded, we have information that could defeat the Fire Nation. The Earth King has no time to get involved in political squabbles and the day-to-day minutiae of military activities, Long Feng retorted. This could be the most important thing he's ever heard. Aang insisted. The most important thing to His Majesty is maintaining the cultural heritage of Ba Sing Se. All his duties relate to issuing decrees on such matters. It's my job to oversee the rest of the city's resources, including the military. So the king is just a figurehead, Katara gasped. He's your puppet. Toph snapped. Oh, no, no. Long Feng assured, His Majesty is an icon, a god to his people. He can't sully his hands with the hourly changes of an endless war. No one here is buying your act, Tom insisted, why don't we just be frank? You know the Fire Nation almost got in just 2 days ago. The information we have could end the threat to your city permanently. You overestimate the threat that little nation of people pose to this city, Long Feng shot back. And if we're being frank, let me tell you this, it is the strict policy that the war not be mentioned within the walls. Constant news of an escalating war would throw the citizens of Ba Sing Se into a panic. Our economy would be ruined, our peaceful way of life destroyed. In silencing talk of conflict, Ba Sing Se remains a peaceful orderly utopia. The last one on Earth. You can't keep the truth from all these people, Katara insisted. I'll tell them. I'll make sure everyone knows. Aang promised. Oh, Please, Tom scoffed, everyone already knows. They're all just browbeaten into pretending they don't. And so what if they are? Long Feng asked. Until now you've been treated as honored guests in our city. But from now on you will be watched constantly by deadly agents. If you even speak of one more seditious act, you will be expelled from the city. I understand your sky bison is recovering from some unfortunate injuries. It would be quite a shame if there were to be complications. Is that a threat? Aang growled, a bluster of air adding to his tone. If that is all, Long Feng more informed than asked, Ju Di will show you home. A woman with Ju Di's clothes and hair stepped in, but when she turned to face them, Aang and company were in for a shock. Come with me, please. What happened to Ju Di? Katara asked the total stranger who only bore a vague passing resemblance to the Ju Di they had met on their first day in the city. I'm Ju Di, the woman insisted with a plastered-on smile. I'll be your host as long as you're in our wonderful city. Chapter 44, Tales of Ba Sing Se, Tom. After the failed attempt at seeing the Earth King, as well as the threat Long Feng leveled at them, Aang and company decided to play along for the time being. Until they came up with a new plan, there wasn't really anything they could do. The short carriage ride was conspicuously silent. The new Ju Di tried to strike up a conversation as if nothing was wrong. She even asked how everyone had liked the party, but she was totally stonewalled. It was hard to tell if that left a crack in this new handler. It was really late, so everyone turned in almost right away after returning to their new home. Even with the little bit of excitement at the Earth King's party, the 3 consecutive days and nights of peace were more than welcome. Tom even managed to wake up at a reasonable hour, he was so rested. As with the night before, since they didn't have any kind of plan to deal with Long Feng's grip on the city and the king, they all collectively decided not to do anything too rash. Yet, that morning Katara convinced Toph to spend the day with her on a girls' day out, and Aang wanted to have a look around the city. That left Tom and Sokka to pretty much wander around, looking for something to occupy them for the day. Tom tried to let the soothing upper ring guardians and parks keep his anger in check, but he found himself seething. The million-dollar question kept shoving away all other thoughts in his head. What the hell am I doing here? He growled to himself. For all he had tried to do, nothing seemed to be changing. The same roadblocks were stopping Aang and the others, and his extra pair of hands weren't really changing anything. And even more than that, there was something that nagged at him. Feeling like you don't contribute to something big, whether you're right or not, isn't that strange a thing when you're feeling contemplative? The bigger problem was that he was in a cartoon. No matter how hard he tried not to, he couldn't help but see black outlines around everything that weren't there. The living, breathing people could have just been 2-dimensional representations of life. And the worst part was that he was just waxing poetic. Had any of it been literal, the idea that he was just having a psychotic episode or something would have seemed more plausible. It just seemed wrong to be there. And to have superpowers. This was all a fantasy world, and Tom felt out of place participating in it. It didn't matter that he was used to the green parks or fancy clothes of the people he passed by. He'd been to China before, but everything about Ba Sing Se, the Earth Kingdom as a whole, even, was still as foreign as it could be. Tom wandered for a few hours and eventually found himself in the lower ring. Maybe it was the density of people anchoring him somehow, but he felt more comfortable there. The marketplace he found himself in was friendly and safe enough. He decided to buy a few things on a whim. Some food to munch on as he continued to wander, and a trinket or two he could use as a souvenir. He was passing an alleyway when he heard someone yell from within. He followed the voice and saw a couple, probably refugees by the looks of them, surrounded by about a half a dozen rough-looking thugs. The refugees seemed to be doing their best to defend a small basket of goods. "Playing nice, kids?" Tom asked as he approached the scene. The thugs turned to see the intruder. They didn't seem to take well to being called kids by someone much younger than them apparently. "Buzz off, you brat. This doesn't concern you. Leave? Now." "But I just found something to take my anger out on." Not liking Tom's calm attitude, the closest of the thugs threw a wild punch at the firebender. The attack was easy to dodge, only needing a light lean out of the way made the thug overbalance and stumble past Tom. A quick kick to the back of the thug's knee made him crumble to the ground on the spot. Jokes aside. If you don't want to hurt, leave. If you don't mind spending the next few months in a cast, let's get this party started. The group charged Tom, but there wasn't anyone in the group who even seemed to have a lick of formal training. By focusing on avoiding their attacks, Tom was able to bring each of them down one by one. After breaking the leg of the last of the group, Tom turned and left the alleyway feeling at least a little bit better. The couple followed Tom as he left. I don't know how we could ever repay you. Just try to be careful of secluded places like that, Tom told them. There won't always be someone to save you. They nodded, with tears in their eyes, thanking him again. What Tom had done had really mattered to them. Had he not been there, they would have been robbed. Probably roughed up too. That was something. And Appa wasn't suffering right now. He and Aang didn't have to deal with being apart. And there was you too. That was a life that would have been lost without Tom's intervention. Even the fact that the canyon guide was still ferrying people across the Great Divide mattered. That was all Tom could do. Make the most of the hand he was dealt. And now that he gave it a bit more thought, he wasn't doing that bad a job of it after all. Tom was on his way back to the upper ring after the sun started to head down towards the far-off mountains. He didn't have to deal with any more of the lively activities of the lower ring, but to his surprise, he was stopped by a strange group of people in the middle ring on his way home. He wasn't even sure who they were or what they wanted. Well, it seemed pretty obvious that they wanted a fight, but why escaped him? After their aggression only earned a scoff from Tom, one of them went as far as to throw a punch. This guy wasn't like the thugs from the lower ring. He had good form, and Tom could tell it would hurt bad if it connected. He deflected the punch in time, shoving the attacker back and subtly hit him in the gut with an elbow as he was shoved back into his fellow hecklers. Almost too quickly, several Dai Li agents appeared from the shadows. Is there a problem here? Come on, you coward, one of the hecklers jeered, give me a real punch. Do it! Now Tom knew there was something suspicious was going on. You're trying to pick a fight with me right in front of the Dai Li? He asked out loud. A second later he put it together and chuckled. Oh, I see. Tell your boss he'll have to try harder if he wants to kick us out of the city like this. With that, Tom just brushed past the Dai Li agents, the ones out of uniform that were trying to pick a fight with him that is, and continued on his merry way home. How was your day? Aang asked as Tom returned home. Not bad, all things considered, Tom admitted. Oh, good. By the way, where would Appa be right now if you weren't here? Tom looked up at the unexpected question. Long Feng supposed to have found and captured him. Why? Well, some weird guys were trying to lead him out of the yard when I got back here today. I figured that that's not something that's supposed to happen. You're right, Tom thought out loud. And some Dai Li tried to pick a fight with me to get me kicked out just a few minutes ago. Long Feng is really desperate to get rid of us. You think the people messing with Appa were Dai Li? Aang asked. I can't see anyone else doing it. We'll have to be careful of more traps. Before the conversation could go any farther, Katara and Toph arrived home, made up from their girls' day out. We'll talk more about this later, Aang told Tom. The firebender nodded. His knowledge may have made some changes for the good, but he had to be careful. His just being there may cause changes he could never predict. Things won't be exactly as he remembers them. And not all the changes will necessarily be for the better. Chapter 45, A Wish to Overthrow, Part 1. It felt like lifetimes spent doing nothing in Ba Sing Se, but in reality, it was only about 3 weeks. Everyone spent their days in a mix of fruitlessly trying to expedite getting to see the Earth King and just relaxing and enjoying the rare stretch of peace. It was about midday when Tom decided to take a walk somewhere. He called back to Sokka, the only person in the house, who just blearily mumbled something back about trying to take a nap. Tom was a few feet down the street when someone appeared from behind the shade of a tree and blocked his path. Tom instantly recognized the dark-haired teen wearing twin-hook swords and the garb of a vagabond mercenary. The intruder smiled coyly at Tom's ever-souring expression. "Long time, no see, Tom," Jet said in an infuriatingly casual tone. "Oh, good," Tom grumbled in return, "the domestic terrorist is back." Tom watched Jet carefully as the former leader of the freedom fighters shrugged casually. "Come on, now. Is that any way to greet an old friend?" Tom noted the lack of wheatgrass in Jet's teeth as a signal that the young man wasn't there of his own free will. Jet gave Tom a questioning look when the firebender dismissively sighed and turned his back. "Look, I know Long Feng turned you into a meat puppet and sent you to pick a fight with me. Frankly, I'm disappointed he hasn't come up with anything new to try to get us kicked out. But you're not going to bait me into throwing a punch at you." Something about what Tom said must have stirred the real Jet as he started holding his head and backing up a few steps. "What are you talking about?" Tom smiled. "Heh. Wow, that was easier than I thought. Still, this does seem uncharacteristically uncreative for Long Feng. My head hurts." Jet groaned as he started to wake up more and more. Tom rolled his eyes in a less than sympathetic moment. "Cry me a river, asshole." He turned away and tapped his chin in thought. "Though now that I think about it, you would only be a half step up from random thugs to me as far as Long Feng is concerned. Even if brainwashed you told them about the fact that I hate you, even you don't know why." Tom tried to continue to think out loud, but Jet's mumblings as he tried to free himself from within his own subconscious were distracting. Not that Tom had much patience where Jet was concerned to begin with, but he quickly snapped at him. "Jet. What? The Earth King had invited you to Lake Laogai." Suddenly Jet stood straight up and his eyes went blank. "I am honored to accept his invitation," he said in a creepy monotone. Tom smiled again. "It worked. Now I have a chance to think." Just. After a second, Tom pointed out the house he and the others had been staying in. "Just go into that house and wait for me to call, will you?" Jet did so, and Tom watched him pass with perhaps a bit too much satisfaction. Oh, how much can I abuse this? Still, he couldn't help but find it odd that Long Feng would essentially try the same trick twice. But he noticed something as Jet absently trudged toward the house. There was frantic movement behind the house and, black robes? Son of a bitch, he's a distraction. Tom's entire body erupted in the flames of his dragon burst as he darted toward the roof of their Ba Sing Se house, then over it and above their backyard. Poor Appa was already being tied down with chains by the half-dozen Daily agents surrounding him. A rope around his snout kept his booming roar from alerting anyone of his peril, but the rest of him was doing a good job of defending himself in spite of how badly outnumbered he was. Tom joined in, hitting one of the Daily agents from above. His intervention gave Appa a much-needed respite as the Daily turned their attention from the sky bison to the intruding firebender. "Sokka! Get out here now!" Tom called before getting smacked in the back by a stone boot that sent him face first into a nearby tree. He recovered quickly enough to see Appa pull the rope muzzling him off and let out an ear-splitting roar that caused everyone in the immediate vicinity to flinch and cover their ears. After everyone recovered, Sokka burst through the door. He instantly saw what was going on and knocked one of the Daily flat with a toss of his boomerang. The Daily tried to renew their capture attempt on Appa, but by that point he was starting to get loose and trying to take off. Tom and Sokka ready to help their friend out, but suddenly Aang dropped down from above, his glider at the ready. Before the Daily could prepare themselves, Aang was already on the attack. He blasted the powerful earthbenders away with ease one by one with strong blasts of air. Clearly the stealthy Daily had many more agents nearby than it appeared, because the more Aang knocked away, the more seemed to be trying to join or rejoin the fight. Tom and Sokka jumped into the fray again, and once Appa had fully untangled himself to help as well, the Dailies saw the battle was lost. With a swift and simple motion, they disappeared underground. Everyone relaxed, but Sokka and Tom quickly noticed the uncharacteristic rage on Aang's normally cheerful face. Long Feng has gone too far this time, the Airbender growled. They've been planning this for a long while from how well that was set up, Tom noted. Sokka raised an eyebrow at that. Are you sure they weren't just waiting for everyone to leave? Maybe they thought I was already out? They've been watching us this entire time, Tom reminded him, and that's not all. He tried to distract me on the way out with Jet. Jet? Aang and Sokka explained in unison surprise. Before Tom could explain, he noticed the warrior in question creep blankly up behind them. You called? Jet asked, still in the hypnotized monotone. Aang and Sokka jumped at Jet's intrusion, but Tom just groaned. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I prefer normal Jet. He's just creepy like this. Why is he like this? Aang asked as he poked the unresponsive Jet in the arm with his glider. Sokka was also giving Jet questioning looks. That would be Long Feng's doing, Tom explained. There's a camp under the nearby Lake Laogai. He's been using it to train his agents and brainwash dissenters. Jet must have caused trouble and they re-educated him to use against us. Sokka nodded in understanding. Huh, he thought out loud, that's pretty clever. It's not clever, it's awful. Aang snapped back. He patted Appa's head, the sky bison still pretty shaken up by the attack. Long Feng's just as bad as the Fire Nation. Maybe worse. We have to stop him. Now. Before that conversation could continue, Tom just barely heard a feminine gasp from around the corner and the sudden sound of rushing water. Oh. Taking his best guess at where the attack would come from, Tom jumped between Jet and the sudden torrent. A blast of flame knocked the punch out of the incoming water whip and he put his hands up toward the now visible Katara. Now hold on a second. What is Jet doing here? Katara demanded, ready with another water whip. Calm down and I'll explain. Why are you so mad, Katara? Toph asked, appearing behind the furious waterbender from around the corner. Why am I mad? She snapped back. You have no idea what Jet did the last time we met. Well, he's not going to be doing much of anything right now, Tom explained forcefully enough to get Katara's attention. Finally, Katara noticed Jet's unnatural blankness. What's the matter with him? Tom briefly explained what he knew to the girls and Katara calmed down for the most part. That let them turn to the still passive Jet. So, Aang finally said, how do we snap him out of it? That I don't have a clue on, Tom admitted. Just to try something, he snapped his fingers in front of Jet's face a few times. To everyone's surprise, it worked, Jet suddenly jumping to life. Though suddenly coming to surrounded by people he had fought in the past wasn't the most pleasant experience for Jet himself. What's going on? How did I get here? What are all of you doing? Oh, that worked. It took several minutes to calm him down. Once he had regained his composure, the group moved inside to talk. Aang made a point of keeping one foot out the back door, not wanting to risk letting the Dialite get the jump on Appa again. For the third time, Tom explained about what he knew of the Dialite's shadier dealings. Jet added more details, the conversation jogging his real memories of Lake Laogai and the camp hidden under the surface. But that still left what to do. I say we get the heck out of this crazy city. Toph suggested emphatically. But we need the Earth King's support for the invasion plan, Sokka pointed out. To do that we need to break Long Feng's control on the city. What invasion plan? Everyone turned to Jet, realizing they had a third wheel in the room. He noticed their looks and shrugged. What? Perhaps you should go, Jet, Tom suggested strongly. Go? Yeah, Katara joined in, we don't need your help. Jet's expression hardened in response to the cold looks from Tom and Katara. Look, I want to help and all, but more than that, this is personal. After what Long Feng did to me, I deserve a chance at some payback. And what do you deserve for trying to slaughter a village full of civilians? Tom shot back. I came here to Ba Sing Se to get away from that part of my life, Jet returned, not backing down. I don't care if you believe me, but I'm a different person than I was back then. I think it's fine if he wants to help, Aang interjected. After all, doesn't everyone deserve a second chance? No! Some people don't. Everyone looked at Tom in surprise. He'd filled rooms with his voice before, but it was rare that he'd do it with such raw emotion. Or at least raw anger. There was a pause, but Jet recovered and spoke up again. Look, I don't know what your problem is with me, but I'm going to go after Fong. I figured a practical guy like you would rather work with me so we don't get in each other's way. We don't even have a plan yet. We could probably use the help, Sokka pointed out. Tom groaned in defeat. Actually, I think I finally have an idea on how to deal with Fong, and some extra hands and first-hand knowledge of the Laogai camp layout would probably help. Speaking of extra hands, Sokka thought out loud, you don't still have your old gang, do you? I came to the city with Longshot and Smellerbee, but I lost touch with them when the Daily captured me, Jet explained. I'm guessing they're in the lower ring? Tom asked, to which Jet nodded. Okay, then. Let's see if we can round them up. I need to talk to Aang and Toph about something, so Jet, why don't you make a list of the places we might be able to find your friends? Sokka, Katara, you two go with Jet to the lower ring and start looking for them. The three of us will join you a little later. How about I make half a list and a meeting place, Jet suggested, that way we can cover more ground quicker. Good idea, Sokka agreed, walking off to get some paper. No, it's not a good idea. Katara protested, why are you sticking me with him? She pointed an accusatory finger at Jet. Just humor me, will you? Tom answered. She didn't seem to appreciate that, but she dropped the subject all the same. Sokka then returned with the paper and brush for Jet, but also with a question that made Aang break out into a cold sweat. By the way, Tom, how'd you find out about Laogai in the first place? Tom didn't bat an eyelash, expecting to get the question at some point. What did you think I've been doing with our time here? The vagueness of the answer was apparently lost on Sokka, who took it at face value. Though Tom did notice Jet shoot him a suspicious glance. That didn't matter, though. Jet left the list of a few locations to look for his friends and left with the Water Tribe siblings, Katara giving him a hard time all the way out the door and probably beyond. That just left Tom, Toph, and Aang alone in the quiet house. It's a good thing you had that excuse for your knowledge ready, Tom, Aang said, finally calming down from what he thought was a close call. Tom scoffed, what do you think I've actually been doing while we were here? Oh. So, there a reason you wanted to just talk to the two of us who know about your metal knowledge? Toph asked, getting right to the point. Meta knowledge, Tom corrected. Whatever. Well, I'm guessing things are really different, Aang pointed out. Isn't this where Appa is supposed to turn up after we lose him in the desert? Yeah. He's supposed to be what we go to Laogai for. The fact that Fong doesn't have him as leverage against us is probably why he's just throwing the dialy at us so directly. So if the big fuzz ball's in the backyard where he belongs, what are we going to the evil underwater lair of doom for? Toph asked, clearly not liking the idea. If we can show the Earth King what Fong and the dialy are doing to people there, he'll have to have them arrested, Tom explained. But how are we going to get to the Earth King in the first place? Aang asked. Every time we get close to him, Fong gets in our way. That's because it's been the five of us trying to get in together, Tom pointed out. This time, it's just going to be you and me, Aang. We'll sneak in and talk to the Earth King hopefully without anyone noticing. Then why do we need this Jet guy and his friends? Toph questioned. That's the part one needed them out of the room for, Tom said cryptically. I'm trying to do things a little out of order. In the show version, Fong was able to destroy the evidence of the underwater headquarters before the four of you could show it to the king. You used the drill at the outer wall to prove the existence of the war and conspiracy to him. So you're skipping a step, Toph inferred. Right. So then why didn't you just leave out what was supposed to happen and tell this to everyone, the Earthbender more pointed out than asked. I intend to, Tom explained, but there are some other details you two should know. You in particular, Toph. Even if Aang and I get in and out of the palace with the Earth King without a fuss, there's almost no chance Fong won't figure out what's going on before we get to Laogai. While Aang and I get the king, you and the others need to protect the entrance to the facility from the dialy. Toph smiled. Oh, I get it. They might earthbend the door into oblivion before we even know they're there. Well, now that I know they're coming, they won't have a chance. It's time for some payback. Is that it? Aang asked, clearly itching to get a move on. No, there's one more thing. Aang frowned, but nodded for Tom to continue. Jed is supposed to die during the fight in the facility. What? Both younger benders gasped. Long Feng kills him after he breaks the mind control on himself. Well, what do we do? How do we stop it? Aang asked, clearly shaken by the revelation. Relax, Tom insisted, things are already so different that I doubt the scene will even happen, let alone the same way. Just be careful and remember that Long Feng plays for keeps. It was a sobering thought to end on, but one worth remembering. The group had faced the threat of death pretty much every time anything of note happened to them, but they'd never lost anyone. Appa was never taken and Aang never put together that he was supposed to die with no Tom to intervene. Or at least if he did, Tom hadn't noticed. Needless to say, the three of them took Appa down to the lower ring. It was far more conspicuous than the train, but after what had just happened not half an hour before, Aang wasn't letting Appa out of his sight. Once they landed, the three of them chose to split up. Toph stuck with Aang, not knowing anything about Smellerbee or Longshot. Her 3600 vision would be better used with help, they decided. They'd just take a few minutes to look around the neighborhood before checking the next spot. By that point the sun was already setting, casing long, dark shadows over streets and alleys. Tom was looking around one of the quiet alleys when he felt eyes upon him. He whirled around, but saw nothing. If anything, that put him more on edge. There were occasions where the feeling of being watched meant nothing, but more often than not, there really was someone about. He looked all around, even glancing up. It was a good thing he did, otherwise he wouldn't have noticed the twin swords descending toward him with lethal intent. Tom rolled out of the way just in time, one of the blades nicking the waist of his hoodie. He drew his own sword quickly, its short length escaping from its sheath faster than the attacker probably expected given the length of the sheath itself. Blades clashed loudly, louder than Tom would have liked with the Daily so eager to find an excuse to kick he and his friends out for any infraction. One rare stroke of luck, Tom noticed, was that they hadn't already arrived to break up the fight. They must have been shaken up from their failed attempt to capture Appa or something, because Tom's attacker had plenty of time to try to slice him up. All Tom could focus on at first was the large and powerful blades whirling at him like a cyclone of metal death, but once he got his bearings he noticed a familiar blue Oni mask. Oh, you've got to be kidding me! With a jet of flame from his offhand, Tom pushed his attacker back. As much as I'd love to settle the score with you, this isn't the time or place, Zuko. The assailant stopped and let his blades lower slightly, though by no means his guard. The Avatar told you, the disguised prince grumbled. Tom was about to respond when he noticed a figure approaching behind Zuko. Even before the intruder spoke, Zuko was turning at the presence and readying his blades. But he had nothing to fear. My. I didn't expect to see such a fine display of swordsmanship right here in the streets of Ba Sing Se. Iroh said sarcastically, stroking his long beard. Uncle? Though I can't help but wonder who the mysterious blue spirit could possibly be under that mask. Tom had to admit, it was pretty enjoyable watching Zuko get metaphorically roasted by his uncle. Zuko was much less pleased, needless to say. He pulled the mask off in frustration. I don't even know why I wear this stupid thing, he snarled as he threw it aside. It clattered against the stone path with an echo that lingered in the alley. Maybe don't declare familial connections when you're in disguise, next time? Tom sarcastically suggested. Zuko turned to return the insult with his blades, but Iroh's cross voice stopped him. That's enough, Prince Zuko. This is the Avatar's friend, Uncle, returned, not moving, but not backing down. He was still facing Tom, away from his uncle. Something about the look on his face seemed subtly tried to Tom. If I defeat him, I can use him to get to the Avatar. Do you really think we can afford to get into a fight that would knock either of us down hard enough in the middle of the Earth Kingdom's capital? Tom asked, though it was more of a statement. Frankly, he was shocked that the daily still hadn't shown up. He is right, Iroh agreed. This is not the place for a battle between firebenders of your magnitude. I don't have a choice. Zuko shouted. Again, no daily? Capturing the Avatar is the only chance I have to return home. To redeem myself. I have to claim my destiny. Is it your own destiny? Iroh shot back, cutting off Zuko's rant, or is it a destiny someone else chose for you? Stop it, Uncle. And how is it seeing the Fire Nation's spread of culture from the other side? Tom added. If they would just stop resisting, they dash. Because you, of all people, are the one to tell someone to just roll over and give up. Tom's words silenced Zuko. There was a storm raging all over his scarred face, the shadows of the ever-dimming sun dancing all around him like they were trying to swallow him up. Prince Zuko, Iroh spoke softly and calmingly, I implore you. You must find the courage to seek your destiny out for yourself. I ask you to look inward, and ask yourself what it is that you want from your life. What you want. Zuko's eyes darted between Tom and his uncle. He shook as the world seemed to be closing in on him in the narrow alley. As the sun disappeared from the sky fully, Zuko let out a pained roar of frustration, throwing his twin swords to the side. Iroh walked up to him, placing a caring hand on the shaken Zuko's shoulder. Let's go home for now, nephew. Zuko picked up his dropped weapons and started away. He was only a few steps away when Tom's voice stopped him. You know, I'd still like a rematch with you sometime. One with no strings attached. Zuko was turned away, but Tom still caught just the edge of a smile on his face. You know what? You're on. He turned to face Tom, sneering at him confidently, and I'm gonna beat that cocky attitude out of you once and for all. With that he passed Iroh, who watched him go with a smile of his own. Before following his nephew, Iroh turned to Tom, bowing to him. Thank you for your help. I know my nephew can be abrasive, but he does truly respect you. He paused to give Tom a bright grin, and I do too. You're too kind, sir, Tom said with a bow of his own. Still, Iroh noted, looking Tom over, you are a strange one. You're clearly not from around here. Would you mind telling me who exactly you are? Why do I get the impression you know more than you're letting on? Oh, I don't know that much, the older man assured. Would you at least grant me your name? Tom. Ah, a fine name indeed. Short for Thomas, I assume? Tom couldn't help but flinch at that, but Iroh only chuckled at his reaction as he headed for the opposite end of the alley to follow Zuko. Okay, maybe I know a few things. He disappeared around the corner before Tom could think to say anything. Tom followed, but by the time he rounded the same corner, Iroh had vanished into a building or nearby crowd as he was nowhere to be seen. Tom stood at the mouth of the alleyway so perplexed he didn't even notice Aang drop down next to him from a roof. So, that's why he's been after us. Tom jumped, finally noticing the Airbender. Huh, he asked once he recovered, I thought you knew Zuko's deal. Well, I knew he was banished, Aang said contemplatively, but I never really understood what it meant to him. He paused and thought for a moment. He was always trying so hard to kill us, I guess I never really thought about it. I guess this is what you meant when you said he wasn't evil. I just hope I haven't screwed him over by saving Appa back in the desert, Tom mumbled almost more to himself than to Aang. Huh? Why would that affect Zuko? Believe it or not, he's supposed to be the one to save Appa from Long Feng. Really? Aang asked skeptically. Well, Tom shrugged, maybe with some insistence from his uncle. Yeah, that sounds more realistic. Also, we should probably go before more dailies show up. Oh, that explains things. Aang turned to leave, but Tom re-entered the alleyway. What are you doing? Aang asked hurriedly, we need to get out of here. Tom simply bent down and picked up Zuko's discarded mask. I wanted to grab this, he explained, showing the item to Aang, you never know when an extra identity will come in handy. The two left the alley and met up with Toph, who was waiting nearby, watching out for the surely incoming Daily as well as watching over Appa. They hadn't found anything in the area, so they moved on. Tom tried to spot the tea shop he knew Ira worked at, but it was impossible with how normal it looked from the air. They checked the other places on the list without incident, but also without any luck, not finding Smellerbee or Longshot. They decided to check up on the others, hoping they had better luck, and it turned out they had. After a quick bit of introduction and pleasantries, the group got down to business. Tom told them his plan of showing the king the Lake Laogai headquarters and that everyone besides Tom and Aang would be guarding it so it couldn't be destroyed if Feng found out. By the time he finished giving all the details, well, perhaps not all the details, everyone was on board and ready to go. It was a few hours into the night and there was no reason to put things off, so everyone prepared to get going. "Oh, there's one more thing I thought of," Tom said right before they left. Everyone turned to him, a bit surprised. Right away, Jet noticed Tom staring right at him with a grin. "Hold on. You're not gonna do what I think you're gonna do, are you? Jet, the Earth King has invited you to Lake Laogai." Chapter 46, A Wish to Overthrow, Part 2. A quiet blur dashed toward the Earth King Palace wall under the cover of a thin moon. There were few visible guards outside the innermost wall of Ba Sing Se, but the biggest concern by far was unseen eyes meant to spot intruders. Once the mirage reached the cover of the wall's shadow, it solidified into its true shape. Or shapes, actually. Aang wiped the sweat off his brow dramatically. "How do you stand that heat all the time?" he asked in a hushed voice, his perspiration clinging to him in the humid spring air. "Actually, I prefer to be warmer," Tom whispered back, "but there is a trick to this technique. You've got to teach me it." Aang thought for a second, glancing away from the wall. "Actually, maybe you could teach some other stuff too? Technically, I have already learned waterbending and earthbending. I'm supposed to learn fire next." Tom frowned. "Okay, 1, I'm not stealing your actual teacher's job, and 2, he paused to point up the sheer stone that separated them from the palace proper, now isn't the best time for firebending lessons." "Good point. Now how are we going to get over this wall?" Tom wondered quietly out loud. Sure, the barrier was nothing next to even the inner walls, but it was still one of the more impressive walls Tom had seen and very tall. Aang just flashed his big, bright grin. "I had an idea for that. See anyone around?" Tom glanced around. There was no one on their side of the wall, but it was impossible to tell if there was anyone on the other side. Tom shook his head and Aang turned his focus to the ground beneath them. "Great! I learned this trick watching the Daily." Suddenly the ground sank out from under them and they dropped below the level of the street. Before Tom could really react to that sensation, he heard the stone above them close. There was a second of claustrophobic darkness before Aang spoke up again. "Huh. It's really dark like this." Tom snapped his fingers and a little flame lit above his index finger. "Well, good earthbenders see with their feet, right? Speaking of which, you should probably check what kind of guards we're dealing with on the inside before we move forward." "Good point." Again. Aang's face hardened in concentration as he dropped into an earthbending stance and closed his eyes. In the stance he gave the ground a hard stomp. Obviously there was no visual cue for Tom like there was in the show when it happened, and he had to admit, it felt a little incomplete without it. Not even any slow motion. Reality is boring. After a second Aang opened his eyes, looking up at Tom from his hunched stance. "It looks like there aren't many guards right inside the walls. There's a moat in the courtyard and the palace is behind that. Most of the guards are either at the front gate or on the other side of the moat by the palace." "I don't suppose you know where the Earth King is?" Tom asked. Aang just shook his head. "I'm still pretty new to the whole seeing with my feet thing, and I don't even think Toph could find him at this distance." "I thought not, but it was worth asking." "Well, we better get going all the same. I think the air is getting a bit thin in here." "Oh, right. Air hole." With their ability to breathe restored, they moved under the wall below ground. It was a slow process at first as Aang wasn't used to the speedy, sliding earthbending he was trying to emulate. Eventually, he just gave up and brute forced the rock out of the way and made a tunnel that went a few feet before curving up. He was more gentle breaking the surface, trying to make as little noise as possible. They both popped up out of the ground and looked around, quickly noticing the palace guards staring at the pair in shock. Tom rolled his eyes, then drew his sword and bashed the guard in the head with the hilt. Tom looked to Aang as the guard hit the dirt. The Avatar just put his hands up in his defense. What? I said I wasn't as good at seeing with my feet as Toph. Tom smiled. Come on, he beckoned, spotting the palace off to their left. The moat was easy enough to cross thanks to Aang bending a gust for them strong enough to allow them to jump the gap. They quickly rushed to the shadow of the palace, hopefully unseen by any guards and especially the Dai Li. Things would get very tricky if Long Feng discovered they were there too early. No alarm seemed to be raised so far, so the duo took that as a good sign. They moved toward a side entrance, scanning it and spotting a few guards there. They were absently chatting to themselves, and two of them were already knocked out by the intruders before the other three realized what was going on. Clearly they weren't expecting anyone to be crazy enough to attack the royal palace of all places and had completely let down their guard. The remaining guards around the side entrance were knocked out and Aang and Tom rushed inside. Once inside, they looked for a secluded room, finding a maintenance closet to hide in. With a handful of guards knocked out cold at their post, Tom and Aang knew they didn't have much time before they were noticed. Want to try looking for the king with your earthbending again? Tom asked. Aang nodded and gave the ground a stomp, concentrating for a moment like before. Once Aang opened his eyes, Tom spoke again. Anything? Maybe, Aang said contemplatively. He went for the door and nodded for Tom to follow. The two of them rushed through the grand and ornate hallways with purpose. They had to bypass a fair number of guards along the way. It wasn't that hard, given they had access to all four elements between the two of them. Still, they noticed the guards seemed a little on edge. Their infiltration had probably already been discovered. Still, no alarm raised was probably a good thing. The two darted into a room and looked around. They both breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the Earth King staring at them in surprise next to his pet bear Bosco. Bosco seemed to be pleased by Aang's presence, but the Earth King himself was less enthusiastic. Who are you people? What are you doing here? The king stammered, even going as far as to pick up a decorative sculpture on a nearby desk to defend himself. Or, to at least look like he was defending himself at least, he nearly dropped it from how much he was shaking. Tom stepped forward and bowed politely. Please forgive our intrusion, but we have urgent need to speak to you. Aang stepped forward and bowed as well. We've been trying to reach you for weeks. Weeks, you say? The king shot back defensively. If that's true, why haven't you made an appointment with my administrators? But we have, your earthiness, Aang insisted. I'm sure you're aware that the Avatar is in the city. The Avatar is in the city? The king gasped in surprise. He then looked the pair of intruders over for a moment. Wait! He pondered out loud, are you telling me you are the Avatar? Tom pinched the bridge of his nose, the Earth King's finger leveled at him and not Aang. So I guess Long Feng never even bothered to throw us into the sea of red tape to begin with, and also this still happens. Actually, Aang spoke up, ignoring his admittedly strange friend, I'm the Avatar. The Earth King seemed skeptical, probably due to Aang's age, but he calmed down all the same. Well, then. What business does the Avatar have with me that's so urgent that you have to break into my office in the middle of the night? I'm afraid we have to deliver some bad news, Your Majesty, Tom said. Your advisor Long Feng has been withholding important information from you. Your kingdom has been at war for almost 100 years now with the Fire Nation. You can't be serious. That's not all, Aang added. Long Feng brainwashed our friend and then abusing his position to try gain control of the city. The king stopped to contemplate what he heard. After a moment filled with a pensive silence rarely interrupted by a groan of snore of Bosco, the king's gaze turned to Aang. What you have told me is very disturbing. However, it also seems very far-fetched. Even coming from an Avatar, news of a 100-year war just sounds absurd. We understand your apprehension, Your Majesty, Tom said, stepping forward with a bit of dramatic flair thrown in for the inexperienced king. It would be ridiculous to expect you to trust the two of us over Long Feng with no proof. He is my most trusted advisor, the king pointed out. That's why we waited until we had proof, the firebender finished. Proof, you say? Before the conversation could continue, Long Feng burst into the room. He seemed haggard, like he just put himself together in a hurry in the middle of the night. He probably had. He strode in the flung open door quickly and with familiarity. My king, I dash. You! Long Feng stopped the instant he saw Aang and Tom standing across from the king. He dropped his stance and leveled his fists at the intruders. I don't know how you two got in here, but you've just made a big mistake. I promise you and your friends will never see the light of day again. You leave our friends out of this. Aang declared, falling into a fighting stance of his own. Tom merely shot a grin at Long Feng, which put the minister even more on edge. Doesn't that seem odd, Your Majesty? Tom said lightly, we're not doing anything to threaten you, yet Long Feng seems more than comfortable starting a fight that could harm you. Don't try to paint me as the villain here, Long Feng shot back in anger, you're the ones who broke in here and assaulted several of His Majesty's guards. You did what? We had to, Aang insisted, Long Feng wouldn't let us speak with you. It is because these hoodlums are part of an anarchist cell that means to overthrow you, the wicked minister decided. He seemed satisfied with his lie until he saw Tom's unshaken confidence. The firebender turned his back on Long Feng to address the king directly. Majesty, I said we have proof of Long Feng's wrongdoings. What proof? The minister snapped. Allow us to present to you our evidence, Tom continued easily. If what we show you isn't to your satisfaction, we will submit to any punishment Long Feng sees fit. That seems fair to me, the king said with a nod. Your Majesty, think of your safety. They're here to assassinate you, don't give them the opportunity. The king didn't seem all that convinced by Long Feng's accusation. Especially when the otherwise ignored Bosco decided to get some attention from Aang, licking his face and causing the young airbender to totally lose the plot and start petting the innocent bear. The king seemed just as amused himself, though. Come now, how could these boys be so evil? You know Bosco here is a great judge of character. The logic seemed lost on Long Feng, but the king's serious expression returned a moment later. Besides, if they were here to harm me, they had ample opportunity to try before you arrived. I will hear them out and see this evidence. Long Feng's poker face barely held, but he straightened up and resumed the regal stance he most often took. Very well. And what is this so-called evidence of my wrongdoing? That would be your headquarters underneath Lake Laogai. Tom took quite a bit of pride in seeing Long Feng's mask shatter completely. It was only for a moment, but it was even clear enough that the Earth King seemed to notice it. That would be a grievous breach of Long Feng's duties, the king noted. One of his most important responsibilities is to protect the natural beauty of Ba Sing Se. Building any structure at the lake has been outlawed for generations. That's right. Long Feng insisted, his mask already long restored, and you'll find no structure obstructing Lake Laogai's shores. No, but there's something under the lake itself. Aang said, finally separating from Bosco and turning to the king. He uses earthbending to hide the entrance under the water. That's preposterous. Long Feng snapped, trying to play his panic off as frustration. His Majesty has no time for your wild fantasies. Actually, I have always wanted to see the pristine Lake Laogai. Everyone turned to the king, interjecting with an authoritative step forward. His emphasis showed how seriously he was taking Tom and Aang's allegations, but there was still a lightness in his voice. Like a man ready for a grand adventure. You've never been to Lake Laogai, Your Majesty? Aang asked, as light-hearted as ever. The king smiled absently. I've never even been outside the palace, actually. I'd just like to point out that I'm against this, Long Feng said with resignation in his voice. Neither the Earth King nor Bosco noticed, but Long Feng used the emphasis on one of his words to cover the sound of earthbending as he sent a signal out of the room and around the corner. Aang and Tom did notice it, however. They exchanged a look before turning their attention to the king once again. "Why don't we ask Long Feng along on this little excursion?" Tom asked, full politeness lost on the king, but more than enough to earn a sneer from his minister. After all, he claims to have nothing to hide. "Yeah," Aang added, "it'll make it easier to arrest us if we're wrong." "You don't expect to be wrong, do you?" the king asked in what seemed to be genuine curiosity. "Well, when you put it that way, no. It just seemed like the right thing to say." "Enough of this foolishness," Long Feng snapped. "I don't have anything to hide. And I'll prove it." With an escort of a mixed group of Dai Li and palace guards, the group took a late-night train down toward Lake Laogai. While there weren't many other passengers, the guard outnumbering them, but it still was an odd experience for the young, sheltered king. There was a short hike between Lake Laogai and the nearest train station. It wasn't much of a problem even for the king, as he was surprisingly fit for his pampered lifestyle. They crested a hill overlooking the lake itself, and Long Feng's already fair face grew sickly pale at what he saw, one of the secondary entrances to his hidden base open and in full view, with some filthy street urchin, a perfectly clean Smellerbee, specifically, standing in front of it apparently keeping watch. Long Feng turned to Tom and Aang, the former looking back with the most punchable, shit-eating grin plastered all over his face. "You didn't really think we didn't account for your agents coming here to destroy the evidence?" The Earth King looked at Long Feng with hard eyes. Eyes no one there had ever seen from the monarch. "Long Feng." He spoke in a calm, even tone. But the warning in it was more than clear. "I want you to explain this. This is merely a service tunnel we use to maintain the lake." He spoke with practiced calm, but he could see even his own agents weren't buying it. "I can't wait to see the interior, then." The king's gentle-handed approach was slowly fading. He was all but convinced already, but the good-natured man still couldn't help but at least give his formerly trusted advisor the facade of the benefit of the doubt. Long Feng sighed in defeat. "What a shame. It seems the king has taken deathly ill. It doesn't look like he'll recover. But I feel fi-dash." Tom picked the innocent king up mid-sentence. He pulled himself and the king well out of the way of Long Feng's sudden and savage earthbending attack with a burst of flame from his feet, and brought them both toward the shore and the entrance to the underwater headquarters. From his brief aerial vantage point, he noticed the Dai Li already attacking the regular soldiers of the king. Aang also noticed and turned to help the guards fight off the apparently better trained Dai Li. The moment Tom landed, he set the king down and pushed the frazzled ruler behind him. Long Feng was already sliding toward them, using the same swift earthbending as his Dai Li agents. He just tried to kill me," the king stammered in genuine panic. Tom smiled. "Aren't dynastic politics fun?" His focus turned to Long Feng the moment the sinister bureaucrat came within striking distance. Tom's stance lowered as he readied for the fight. "I've been waiting for this one." Long Feng didn't share Tom's pugilist's enthusiasm. "I'll wipe that smile off your dash." Before he could finish the statement, he noticed a giant, imposing presence behind him. He turned, but all he could see was Appa's giant nose until the sky bison let out a mighty roar. Before Long Feng could even think to defend himself, Appa smacked the earthbender toward the lake hard enough for him to skip across the water a few times. "Ah, I wanted to do that, Appa," Tom complained. After a beat, the firebender smiled and flashed Appa a thumbs up. "Nice shot though, big guy." Appa let out a happy snort as Aang arrived beside the small group. The king noticed the young avatar and looked past him toward his guards. The Dai Li had vanished and the guards were picking themselves up after the fight. "Will they be okay?" the king asked Aang. "They'll be fine. I hope you believe us now, your majesty." "Yes," the king said sadly. "It's humiliating, but it would seem I've been deceived. By my cultural minister of all people." Aang gave the king a bright, reassuring smile. "Well, no one expects you to be perfect, right? I make loads of mistakes all the time. But I am supposed to be perfect. I'm the king. And I'm the avatar," Aang assured. "As much as some want to see you as a god, you're only human," Tom chimed in. the best thing to do is use your open eyes to see the Dai's grip on the city broken. The Earth King nodded with a sigh. Suddenly he lit up with a bright enthusiasm that rivaled Aang's. You are right. Today is a new day. No longer will the Dai. Just as suddenly, the king's enthusiasm was replaced with a mask of confusion. What was Long Feng and the Dai doing that was so bad again? For now, Tom said, I think the more important thing is to make sure they don't entrench themselves any further. I suppose you're right. But my days of being an idle layabout are over. I'll need detailed information on everything that's been going on in the city once things are under control. We also have evidence of the war, if you wish to see it, Tom added. The king nodded, thank you for understanding. Guards! The professional warriors brushed aside the bruises on their bodies and egos left by the Dai and stood at attention for their king. We must swiftly return to the palace. Decisive action is required. The king's serious, regal demeanor melted just for a moment as he let himself smile gleefully. My, isn't this exciting? Aang, Tom, and even a few of the king's guards couldn't help but give at least a little smile back at the returned boundless enthusiasm. They started to turn toward the hill to return to the train station, but Tom spoke to stop them. Hold on, why don't you and one or two of your guards ride with Appa and Aang back to the palace? Really? As on board as the king seemed, most of his guards were less happy about the prospect of flying. Still, Aang liked the plan. Good idea, Tom. But what about everyone still under the lake? Tom turned to the young lady who had yet to participate in the conversation. Smeller B? How's everyone doing down there? They were okay the last time I checked, but it's crawling with Dai. Tom turned back to the king's guards. I figure anyone who doesn't want to fly and wants a rematch can follow me. The group split up and the shores of the lake were once again clear, save for the still visible passage into the secret headquarters. Inside, the underwater structure looked like a war zone from all the earthbending that was going on down there. The Dai, caught totally unaware by the sudden teenage intrusion, were fighting hall by hall to try to push them out. However, just before Tom and his Earth Kingdom reinforcements arrived, they seemed to be less and less inclined to fight. It got to the point where the facility felt almost abandoned. Everyone started to let down their guard and take a look around the facility just to see what was left behind. After a few minutes, Jet took note of a certain corridor. What is it, Jet? Sokka asked, noticing the contemplative stare of the swordsman. There's something down there, I think. Jet said slowly, trying to will his memories to obey and be recalled. When they brainwashed me, one of the things they drilled into me was that I wasn't ever allowed to go down that hallway. Toph, needless to say, took that statement as a challenge. Then I say we poke that platypus bear, she cheered before charging down the hallway. Everyone else followed behind until the group found what were probably the last Dai agents still in the place appeared from the walls to stop them. I'd say there's definitely something important down here, Jet pointed out. I don't like the idea of playing around with these guys while someone destroys it, Tom added. He and Jet were both able to dive past the Dai surrounding them, but everyone else was either too slow or too far back to follow. They'd have to fight their way through and neither Tom nor Jet were willing to wait. The Dai couldn't follow, tied up with the rest of the group, so Tom and Jet were allowed to dash down the long hallway unimpeded. Eventually, they spotted the one room with a figure in it. They burst in, Jet's twin hooks and Tom's sword at the ready. The lone figure turned to the intruders, revealing himself to be Long Feng. He looked disheveled, furious, and soaking wet from his dip in the lake. You little brat, he roared, do you have any idea what you've done? Destroyed your ability to control Ba Sing Se legitimately? Tom smiled back. You think you're so clever. Long Feng said, forcing himself to calm down, but you don't even realize you've let yourself become outnumbered. Jet took a threatening step forward, you're the one who's outnumbered here. Am I? The sinister earthbender sneered back with confidence. After a moment, he turned his full attention to Jet. The Earth King has invited you to Lake Laogai. Jet froze up as his eyes dilated. I am honored to accept his invitation. Long Feng smiled, and now you will deal with this ash-scattering scum while I finish my work here. I will not obey any order given by Long Feng under any circumstances. The shock nearly knocked Long Feng clean off his feet. What did you just say to me, boy? I will not obey any order given by Long Feng under any circumstances. Jet repeated in a creepy hypnotized monotone. That's the problem with hypnosis, Tom declared triumphantly. All it does is makes people highly suggestible. And as much as he doesn't like me, Jet would rather do as I ask than do as you ask. By the way, do you have to snap your fingers 3 times, or will only one work? I never bothered to test that out. This is ridiculous. Long Feng roared in exasperation. No one is this smart. No one can plan this perfectly ahead. That's what all the teachers tell me at my private school. But you wouldn't know about that sort of thing, would you? Tom shot back. Normally a low blow about something like someone having a poorer upbringing was beneath Tom, but between how vile Long Feng was and the fact that Tom knew that was a weakness of the low-born minister gave him an excuse. Long Feng was about to speak again, but suddenly stopped himself. He seemed to have an epiphany that at once intrigued and worried the otherwise in-control Tom. Wait! I know what you are. You're not a normal human being, are you? Excuse me? You're a mirror walker, aren't you, boy? Mirror walker? What the hell is a mirror walker? Tom's contemplation gave Long Feng an opening to attack both intruders. Everything slowed down. Tom noticed Jet was still in his hypnotized state. Even if he woke up right that moment, he'd get hit long before he realized what was happening. Tom reached out to push Jet out of the way of the attack. The shove was hard, but it only spared the freedom fighter a direct hit. Jet let out a screech of pain as the pillar of stone sent him smashed into his shoulder. There was a truly sickening crunch as his arm twisted out of its proper place. That left Tom to deal with his own situation. Long Feng had sent possibly lethal stone pillars at both his enemies, and now Tom had no time to get out of the way of his. All he could do was put up his sword and angle his body away from the incoming stone. The instant the metal blade of Tom's sword met the incoming stone, the blade snapped. It nearly hit Tom himself, but passed harmlessly past his head and over his shoulder. The stone smacked into his left arm and side and took him instantly off his feet. He went flying and the back of his head slammed into the opposite wall. The whole world went dark and all he could hear was something like a ringing in his ears. It only felt like a second, but by the time he was able to open his eyes again, all he could see was Katara's worried face. Someone get the license on that truck? As soon as Tom's quip left his lips, Katara wrapped her arms around his neck. I swear, I can't let you out of my sight for a minute, the waterbender grumbled at him. Unfortunately, she didn't notice how tightly she was holding him. Tom patted her on the shoulder lightly. That's nice, but I can't breathe, cat. Katara flinched away from Tom, seemingly even more surprised by his shortening of her name rather than anything else. Sorry. Meanwhile, Sokka, Smellerbee, and Longshot gathered around Jet. Both Tom and Katara noticed the concern the three were showing for the other team. Is he all right? There was clear worry in Tom's voice, though he was confident that he had done enough. I'm fine, everyone heard Jet say himself. There was real pain in his voice, but he sounded way more lively than Tom remembered he should have been. The small crowd blocking Tom and Katara's view parted so they could see the warrior in question. Both of them kind of regretted having to see it. Jet was definitely not fine, though it could have been worse. His shoulder was sickeningly dislocated, leaving his arm and shoulder in an unnatural position. Katara helped the very sore Tom to his feet and they joined Sokka and the others around Jet. You guys took care of the rest of the daily, I hope, Tom asked Sokka. The Water Tribe warrior puffed out his chest a little. Of course we did. No problem at all. What are we going to do about this? Katara asked, focused on their wounded ally. I can think of a solution, Tom said dryly as he lifted his foot above Jet's dislocated shoulder. He glanced over at Katara, sensing her intense death glare. Don't you even think about it, Tom. I got this. Everyone looked to Jet at his words. Before anyone could stop him, Jet lifted up his shoulder and slammed it back down on the solid stone floor. His yelp probably wasn't as loud as it seemed, but between the echo, the gut-churning cracking sound of his bones popping back into place, and the look on Jet's face when he did it, everyone visibly flinched. "Ah," Tom grumbled, "I wanted to do that. Can't I enact any of the violence I wanted tonight?" It was actually kind of hard to tell if he was joking or not. After the close call, the group decided to call it a night. After all, for once the proper authorities were informed and on their side. Jet and his friends were directed to stay at the house Feng had given to Aang and his party while the rest of them were called to the palace. The Dai Li seemed to have all but vanished from the city by the next morning, though no one, even the innocent king, was fool enough to think they had fled the city outright. Even with Feng and the Dai Li exposed for what they were, there was much still left to do. But first thing was first. Everyone needed time to recover from the excitement of the night. Jet and even Tom came a lot closer to disaster than anyone would have liked. Tom was walking around like a cripple again. Katara was more than happy to point that out, so Tom made a point of finding a quiet room once they arrived back at the king's palace. The next morning, Aang found him. The young avatar smiled seeing Tom's relaxed and satisfied expression. "I heard your prediction almost came true. Good thing you were there." Tom smiled. "Yeah. I'm not as against capital punishment as I'm sure you are, but what can I say?" Aang's smile faded a little. "Tom, I've been meaning to ask you something." "Shoot. What is it that you have against Jet anyway?" Tom clearly didn't like the question, his calm expression visibly souring. "Look," Aang continued, understanding in his voice, "I know all the stuff that's supposed to happen with Jet. You told me. But it doesn't make sense that you'd hate him this much just because of what he tried to do to that village. You told me Sokka was supposed to save it anyway. My issues with Jet are personal. Well, you can't just bottle all this anger up. It's not good for you. Besides, you know I won't judge, whatever it is." That brought a little smile back to Tom's countenance. "Normally there's someone I talk to about this sort of thing. But you haven't seen this person since you got here, right?" "It's not like not talking to her will kill me," Tom shrugged. "Besides, I know what she'd say." Probably. "Probably?" Aang asked, cocking his head. Tom smiled, his mind wandering off to somewhere far away. "Jen is nothing if not unpredictable. But she'd probably tell me that I'm making an unfair connection between Jet and another group. Because he tried to destroy that village?" Aang watched Tom's expression close off again. The Airbender frowned, not willing to give up on the subject. "I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but," he said, his voice calming but insistent, "you seem like the kind of guy that doesn't have that many close friends." Tom raised an eyebrow at that statement, but he still smiled. He had a feeling he knew where Aang was going. "I love meeting new people and I try to be friends with everyone, but you're more private than that. But some of my closest friends were people like you. I guess I was hoping that we could be friends like that. I mean, I feel like the five of us are kind of like family." Tom chuckled. "You know, it can be a real pain how persuasive you can be." Aang smiled back. "Yeah, I'm finally starting to get the hang of this whole avatar thing." "The short version is," Tom said slowly. He paused. It took him 2 tries, but he finally continued. "I've lost family in the crossfire of someone else's war. So Jet. He's the kind of person who'd kill mothers and sisters and brothers without a second thought if it was convenient for him." "I see." Aang looked apologetic for a moment before giving a polite bow. "I'm sorry for your loss." Tom shook his head lightly. "Please don't do that. I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but I've heard enough people say that to me already." Aang straightened up and flashed a bright big smile. "In that case, I hope I get to meet this friend of yours someday." Tom smiled back. "I'll see to that. Someday. So help me." That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see y'all in the finale. Peace.